WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity mobile lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
It'll be a Pennsylvania showdown on Friday, May 16th at 6:45, Saturday, May 17th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 18th at 1:35 when Pittsburgh visits Philly. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. Show your Philly pride on Friday, May 30th at 6:45 when the Phils face the Brewers and rock their City Connect uniforms. Rep our city and order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Defino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael Defino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Defino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony Defino. 215-551-9099. Hi, it's Bob Pantano with my New Jersey dining picks. In Penns Grove, DePaulo's Restaurant Bar and Patio is the place, featuring incredible daily specials and the home of the Bob Pantano Wednesday night party. In Collingswood, discover Il Fury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment, and they'll bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I was blindsided, as I bet you were, but pleased that Commissioner Rob Manfred yesterday removed deceased ball players from the permanently ineligible list. In 2027, the Classic Baseball Era Committee will vote on the Hall of Fame worthiness of Pete Rose, Joe Jackson, and 15 other newly reinstated players. Election to Cooperstown won't be a slam dunk for Charlie Hustle and Shoeless Joe, but I'll be rooting for both of them. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Richie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Richie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Wednesday morning. Well, an awful lot to get to today, which is ironic because the sports scene locally here yesterday was kind of a nothing burger. You know, Phil's rained out. Now, they got a doubleheader today. So the Phil's back at it. That is if the rain allows them to play. NFL schedule, guys, big day today. Obviously, some games have already trickled out with the Birds, but today's the day where the NFL schedule is released in full force. So we'll get into all sorts of possibilities with that. Obviously, the Pete Rose thing, another major topic that we will discuss at great length today. You just heard Boomer Esiason with his commentary right there. Look, we want your commentary, your reaction to Pete Rose after his death reinstated by Major League Baseball. What do you make of that and all of this at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
It's good to see you again.
You too, Bo. What's going on?
The living room set of the Addams Family.
Yes.
The TV show. Can you picture it in your mind?
No, I really can't.
See, I can. I saw it a lot during the daytime when it was on rerun.
Sure.
But man, it was bright pink. All of that stuff, that entire living room, dining room, the rugs, bright pink, the wallpaper, bright pink. All the furniture was garish looking and bright and playful, but no one ever knew it because it's black and white.
Black and white back
Black
then.
and white in 1964.
How about that fact right there? How about that? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, look, a lot to hit here today, 215-592-9494. First question, 1 o'clock Phillies game. Is it going to be a 1 o'clock Phillies game?
It sure didn't feel that way when I was driving in.
Yeah, hopefully. Because if there's not a 1 o'clock Phillies game, then that might affect the 6:15 Phillies game that's also supposed to happen.
Correct.
So,
Rhea, are we having a 1 o'clock game today?
There's a hole in the weather. It says around 1 o'clock that it should not be raining. I'm just saying by the hourly, and so we might get it in.
I saw something earlier that said 3 o'clock is when the rain subsides. I don't know. We'll see. Doubleheader scheduled for today. We'll get into Bryce and more today. You know, Rob Thompson on the show yesterday talking about Bryce. We'll get to that shortly. NFL schedule we'll do in heavy dose. Let's start now. So my first chance to comment on any of these Eagles games. Obviously, I was out the last 2 days. It was chatter as you know, these games kind of trickled out. Tonight, full force. Here's my first reaction. I'm going to break it up in 2 parts. First off, week 1, Dallas. Love it. Love it. I know for a lot of people it was sort of a downer because Dallas is not the quality team that otherwise could have been out there on the field.
They're a bottom 5 NFL team.
Yeah, but they're not going to be this year.
I don't know if I go that far.
They're going to get Dak Prescott healthy, and they're probably going to be a 500 or better team if I had to guess. Now, I could be wrong about that.
I feel like they will be a 500-ish team, but they still have glaring shortcomings and issues all over the place because they're mismanaged.
Well, I agree with that, but here's the reality. Here's why I love it, and I think this got shortchanged. I heard some comment on it. But guys, I don't think enough people, I'll use the word dwelled on this fact. Eagles raised the freaking banner in front of the Dallas Cowboys. To me, that trumps quality of opponent. Detroit, Rams, whatever, pick your squad. Quality of opponent for this perception of like Thursday night, week 1, game 1 showdown. Like, I get that theory. And that was where I thought the NFL would take it. I did. I thought the NFL would take it in like a Rams.
This is lame. They are a lame feeling team.
John, it is the Dallas Cowboys.
They were a
the
joke
Philadelphia
last
Eagles.
season. Yeah.
Are you telling me you don't?
Okay, that was.
They were a joke
the Dallas
last
Cowboys
season.
were awesome back in 1994.
They won the division the year
before. They won the division.
Yeah.
Great.
And by the way, Dak Prescott
care.
missed a lot of the
That's
season.
That's because we had the downturn temporarily. It's the Dallas Cowboys are a joke, continue to be a joke. They have. When I was playing here, it was the Giants who were the team who were more of a threat.
John, they won 12 games 3 straight years, as recently as 2 years ago.
Okay, great, good for them. That doesn't mean they're good.
Well,
did they do anything?
Opponents
did
are
they
always
move,
competitive.
Did they move through the postseason at any point? They've got a host of issues. They've got a quarterback who's good, not great. They've got an owner who tries to take too much control.
Well, I don't disagree
and it's
with
a
that.
mess.
But there's two aspects to this I disagree with people on. One, I think Dallas is better than perceived. So I don't think like the concept of they're a bottom 5 team. I don't think they will be. That's number one.
Their lack of discipline makes however good they are even worse.
Well, how did they win 12 games 3 straight years if they're so consistently horrendous?
Because
John, that makes no sense.
Because they had great talent in some areas.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right. So, one, I don't think they're as bad as perceived. So, I don't think it's as bad for the NFL as perceived. That's one. Two, I just love the Eagles raising the freaking banner in front of them. I mean, you guys know my thing. I said this 7 years ago when the Eagles were about to play game 1, week 1 of 2018. They didn't take my advice. Maybe that's why they didn't win for 7 more years. Take the freaking Lombardi trophy to the midfield for the freaking coin flip. Like,
I love that.
Here come my captains. Here comes Lane Johnson. It's Lane and Jake Elliott left that have won 2 titles. One gets to hold one gets to hold the other, right to midfield. So, like, just count me again.
It sounds intimidating to have your kicker there. Good idea.
Well, okay, Lane Johnson, hold both. My point is, I do like this week 1 thing. And I think it has gotten shortchanged as people have focused on a rematch with the Rams or some other, compelling, games.
Good teams.
Better
earned
teams. Probably better teams.
Teams that earned the national spotlight.
Well,
that's my problem. I do feel like there are teams who deserved this opportunity to highlight their organization, like the Dallas Cowboys aren't one of them. Dallas Cowboys always get the automatic highlight when they're the home team every Thanksgiving. That's a cheat code they automatically get. That's unfair.
All right, so look, we'll take your reaction on the week one thing. Obviously, it's been a topic for about 36 hours or so, but my first chance to weigh in.
You're a Cowboys sympathizer.
Knock it off. All right, next thing. It's a buckle up day, guys. It's a buckle up. Schedule's going to be tough. And when this thing gets released tonight, I have fear, and I'll use that word fear, that people tonight, tomorrow morning on our show will be expressing concern about the schedule. Look, here's what we know so far, 4 games. We know those games are against the Cowboys, the Packers, the Bears, and Washington. We do know that all 4 are not on a Sunday. We do know that non-Sunday games are what gets released first, so it's noteworthy from the standpoint that we should indicate, well, of course they're not Sundays because they release like the special games. And the Eagles are a special team, and so they get to play a lot of special games. And so, voila, away you go. But guys, to me, this is a precursor for what's coming, which I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to predict is going to be a hell of a hellacious schedule. And I just wonder how, let me put it this way. It's not going to surprise me when we get to, September 3rd or 4th, right after Labor Day, and we make our predictions for the season before that Eagles-Cowboys game. I could see me coming in at 11-6 for a lot of reasons. One is the defense is going to be lesser and probably substantially lesser. And 2, the schedule is going to be harder and probably substantially harder. I mean, guys, John, wouldn't you agree that all these non-Sunday games is not an ideal way to embark on the campaign? I know you're going to say no.
I don't think it matters.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I know you don't. The one thing that matters to me is if it's Thursday and we just played, that's really tough.
That if it's on the road.
You are going to crush me. And I know how bad that's going to hurt, and I hate it. But I don't know. I don't think that dictates outcome. I think that any team that's mentally tough and worth their salt can overcome that sort of thing. I think the wonky schedule that's every which way Saturdays and Wednesdays now and Fridays, that means that people want to see you. That means that people around the country think your team's good. Yeah. And people everywhere think our team is good. People everywhere. I love the fact that yesterday I'm watching, the shows and stuff, and people are talking about Joe Burrow is once again talking about us and the way that how he manages our cap. Hey, take a lesson from the Philadelphia Eagles. He actually said, once upon a time, recently, when his wide receivers were needing paid, he said, hey, just take a look at how the Eagles do it. Take a look at that and do that. Seems like that's working great for the Philadelphia Eagles. Now he wants to get his defensive end signed. He's saying the same thing. They're bringing the same thing up. We are the envy
that's right,
of the rest of the NFL because our guy gets it. And our players know our guy gets it. I'm telling you, that's the one thing that just sort of was a little bit off when I was playing here. Like, the guys knew, the players knew that the guy got it, but they knew that he was going to be really cutthroat with you. And they knew
about Joe.
Yes.
Banner,
Joe Banner.
Yeah.
And they knew that it was like, hey, when you're 30, it's just cut and dry. It's just very fixed. It's hard and fast. I think Howie has somehow blended compassion with the rules, the hard and fast rules of the past.
I would say sensibility.
More sensibility. Yeah, a lot of success. That helps.
Well, look,
everything has changed for the better. That's for sure.
Well, it has. Look, we'll take your reaction on a whole host of things. I mean, the 4 games we know so far with the Eagles. What do you make of none of them being on a Sunday? What do you make of that? To me, it's a harbinger of what I am bracing for, which is tonight to feel, when we find out the schedule, I think it's 8 o'clock, like, whoa, boy, buckle up. And it's not to say the Eagles shouldn't make the playoffs and won't make the playoffs. They very well should and will, I think. But I think
they will.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but it's going to be, guys, it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder. And that's what the NFL does to you. Look, we'll take your reaction and your sense of anticipation for tonight, but also, just fundamentally, are you in or out on the Eagles versus Dallas week 1? I think it's great. And what I heard yesterday was not nearly enough embracing of the idea of sticking it up the freaking Cowboys keister right in front of them with here it is. Eagles won the Super Bowl. I mean, screw Detroit. Who cares of the Rams? How do you beat that we get to be at Lincoln Financial Field and raise the banner in front of the Cowboys? How is that not more embraced? 215-592-9494. Look, we'll take your reaction to that. How you can win Metallica tickets. We'll tell you that next. The Pete Rose thing, it's a wild story. We'll detail it, what the commissioner said, the Philly statement. We'll get into all of that. And again, as I said, your Metallica opportunity as well. Hop aboard. You can only win the Metallica tickets if you call. What's your reaction so far? Joe DeCamera and Jen Richie, 215-592-9494. Just off and rolling on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can. Or maybe a guy's been flirting with a potential triple-double. Check that out. Get the latest stats right there, the stats themselves inside the app. See who's heating up. Once the game starts, and obviously every day, we got the more NBA playoffs, more NHL playoffs, and other than rain, more Major League Baseball, certainly locally. Well, once the game starts, that's when things get real interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big, real big. So lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's the website, FanDuel.com/hammer. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
A 47-game on-base streak for Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouthwatering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our Very Berry Cherry Martini or our Watermelon Shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car.
but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, early morning rain, then scattered showers, high near 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund. Phillies will play a doubleheader with the Cardinals due to last night's rainout. First of the Twin Bill 1 p.m. Jesus Lazardo on the mound. Second game, it'll be Aaron Nola. Major League Baseball has removed Pete Rose from the permanently ineligible list, opening the door to be elected to the Hall of Fame. Phillies put out a statement saying they support the commissioner's decision, which is coming 8 months after Rose's death. Flyers Matvei Mishkov uninjured in a car accident in Dubai. According to Sports Express, Mishkov reportedly was not driving. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers, high 71, currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Richie.
Vinny, Vici,
I'm out of work. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, the rain tells me otherwise, but Bob, I trust you, buddy.
I need information from Bob that I don't think he can give me. I need information from you or someone I don't think you can give me.
About the game today?
That information, of course, that is the top of the list. Will they play at 1? Will they not? I need to plan.
You do.
I need to plan bad.
You do need to plan.
I need to know. I need to know what the weather is going to do.
According to weather.com, it says the rain is supposed to stop around noon and it should be just cloudy and like maybe spotty showers. So that's not bad. They can play in that.
If it's very spotty.
If it's very spotty.
If it's not much. Spotty,
there's no rain. Like
it's
just
spotty.
clouds starting afternoon, after 12 p.m. today.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
We'll
that'll
see.
be good. So, by the way, I feel like I'm going to be you hear PSA, public service announcement. All right, I'm going to do this a couple times today. Here's the deal as far as tickets for today. It's important for you to know. If you had tickets yesterday, those tickets apply to the game that's tonight at 6:15, not the game that's today in the afternoon at 1. So, tickets yesterday, don't show up at 1 and think you just waltz on in there because you don't have them. So, just letting you know. You got to skip one game until your rescheduled game. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's kick it off today with Mike in Norristown. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. How are you?
Great, Mike. How about you?
Phenomenal. I won them tickets yesterday with the Tom Cruise quiz. I can't be any happier, man. Post Malone Jelly Roll. I can't wait, man.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
If I was here, I would have voted against you, but that's okay.
Oh, wow. You hater.
No,
You would.
I would never do that. I mean, I got to tell you something.
Honestly, I didn't think I was going to win.
Mike,
In real time, realized they didn't have it up. You're the only host who wants it.
Mike, are you brave
You were surprised
enough?
to hear Tom didn't use it.
What's your take on face tattage? Both Jelly Roll and they both have the face tattoos.
I am tatted up. I have 18 tattoos. I would not touch my face now.
See, that is
Some
interesting.
standards.
He's got 18 and he would not go face.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, Mike, what do you got on our sports scene, bud?
Which one?
Whatever you want to talk about. Floor is yours. Go for it.
Okay, Sixers, like I said yesterday, the pick I'm not happy with. I thought that, the draft, I wish it would have went better. I'm not relying on Embiid coming back and George coming back and being phenomenal. So the Sixers are probably going to suck. The Eagles, I say they're going 13-4, number 1 seed and repeating.
Well, that would be amazing. That'd be tremendous.
I wouldn't put it past them.
They certainly could.
Phillies, I think, win the division. I don't know about World Series, but I think they can get to the NLCS against the Dodgers.
Well, they can, yes. All this stuff could happen. That is correct.
And then the Flyers are just a dumpster fire. They haven't been right since Lindros left.
It has not been very fun since Lindros left. That is true.
Not
All right,
at
Mike,
all, man.
appreciate the call, bud. Call us again, 215-592-9494. So you may have heard me in there react with like, come on! So here's the backstory of that for those that couldn't see on YouTube. By the way, hello to everyone on YouTube. I went to hit what we call drop here, like hammer. Dan Wilson didn't have the freaking fader up and on. Wilson, we got it together now?
We got it together. You are the only host who works in your own drops,
And
but that's on me for not remembering that.
Correct. I mean, we got to be on the ball here. I mean, I might need to say Carson State, or I might need to hear. Who do you think you are? Or I might need to tell Richie.
Stifle yourself.
When he tells me, like, no big deal, Eagles, I'm wrong about the Eagles playing Dallas. It's phenomenal. How can you guys possibly think the Eagles to have an Eagles-Dallas, embrace or not?
I can't believe I'm saying this, Joe, but I agree with you. I am embracing it. The fact that the Eagles get to raise their Super Bowl banner in front of the Dallas Cowboys, remind them what one of those looks like, since it's been quite some time for the Cowboys. Also, in week 1, why would you want to play a competitive team or a team like the Rams or Commanders who's going to be out for revenge given the way that the Eagles knocked them out of the postseason last year? I mean, if you remember the beginning of last season, now with preseason, like the first 4 to 5 weeks of the regular season are essentially, the team kind of getting their feet under their legs under their, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Figuring it all out.
Yeah.
So week 1, why would you want to play a tough team? Like, and I also don't think Dallas is just a team that's going to roll over. They're always going to bring it, and Dak Prescott's going to be healthy. I'm not saying they're going to go win the Super Bowl, but they're not, scrubs. I don't think they're going to be like the Carolina Panthers. So I love it. I think that it's the perfect week 1 matchup because it does have some rivalry. It has some intensity, but it's not the hardest opponent they're going to face.
I also like the fact that the Eagles and Cowboys actually play a home game early, which they haven't done in forever.
Right. I feel like the NFC East games are always way at the end of the year where half the time they don't even matter at that point,
Absolutely.
like this past season.
And starters sit out on one or both teams or quarterback. I mean, Jalen and Dak Prescott have barely ever played each other because one or the other's been hurt so often. Rhea, you digging this Eagles-Cowboys thing week 1?
I love it, just because I want the camera firmly on Jerry Jones' 7th facelift when they're raising the banner.
You know what that's called, Rhea? A split screen.
Oh, I love that.
I want both at the same time.
I love a split screen, but they certainly don't deserve the honor because, look what they did last year. The Chiefs played the Ravens, and that they had just played the previous year, I think, in the AFC Championship game, and that was a battle.
Yes, it was.
Which the Ravens could have won at the end. So I think they've done a job in the past couple of years of putting like real competitive games.
Yeah, Lions-Chiefs, I think, was 2 years ago.
Yes, and the Lions won that game.
And the Lions had improved the prior year to the point you said, hey, maybe they can hang, and they actually won the game.
Yeah, and I don't think Travis played in that
Correct,
game.
yeah.
But,
I think he dropped, maybe he didn't play, but Chris Jones missed the game, and I think Travis...
Jones was in his holdout.
Yeah,
Travis...
I think he dropped balls that day.
Yeah, he wasn't what he needed to be.
Right.
But game.
You look at it, they don't deserve it. They've got a new coach. Who knows what they're going to be?
Yep.
Dak's coming back from an injury. Pickens has always been a mess. But, I love that it's the Cowboys.
Yeah, I was surprised the reaction, how anti this matchup it was.
You like the Cowboys getting preferential treatment?
I like the Eagles.
That's how you like how that works. You
well,
like that they get the automatic home game every.
Well, they are.
Yes, they do.
They're getting this because they're quote
Thanksgiving. They have a home game. Does any other team in the NFL have that advantage?
Well, Detroit.
Okay, you're right. One other team does, and it's unfair. It truly is unfair.
It's
this
annoying.
is ridiculous that Dallas team, as ineffective as they've been, to play in the biggest game, the premiere of the 2025 season. This is supposed to be a game of import, a game of weightiness, a game that, I don't know, usually it's a reiteration of a great matchup from the year before, maybe the conference title game everyone wished they could see, or the Super Bowl matchup that the one-off that maybe you didn't quite get to. This is nowhere close to right or fair.
Well, look.
And that Dallas team is a joke.
Okay, we'll take everyone's reaction. What do you make of it? Eagles, Cowboys, Week 1, 215-592-9494. Also up ahead, your chance to win the Metallica tickets and the Pete Roach story. We will detail it next. Your reaction on all this on 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the Marcus tried, Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing confidently on your home run bet with BetMGM's no-sweat home run token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If you lose your bet, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the place to bet the long ball. Don't miss out on our lineup of exciting promotions for the MLB season. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. We've got a twin bill in South Philly making up for last night's rainout. Phillies will face the Cardinals first at 1:05 p.m. Jesus, Lazardo. Then it'll be Aaron Nola starting in the nightcap, 6:15 p.m. And, of course, live here on 94 WIP. Pete Rose now eligible for the Hall of Fame as Major League Baseball removed him 8 months after his death from the permanently ineligible list. Phillies releasing a statement saying they support the decision. Sports Express reports the Flyers' Matvei Mishkov involved in an accident in Dubai but was not injured. TSN's Darren Drager reporting the Flyers, Bruins, and Kraken are top contenders for Rick Tocchet as their next head coach. This winter, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Costa Rica and Barbados. Book your flight today at aa.com. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers, high 71. It's currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Richie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I mean, I like guys that I played.
How about
football with.
Micah Parsons? You come back out of retirement and drill Micah Parsons?
Oh my gosh, I don't know how well that would work. I did try to coach him at one point in time. He was a rising senior in high school, and it was in Canton, Ohio, at the Hall of Fame. I was a coach on a staff with a bunch of guys who were former players.
Not taking Big John's advice back then?
Well, no, not at all. And he was really, really tough to get through to at the time. And he was riled up. He was feeling pretty good about himself.
Okay. So he'd be a guy to go.
He was an incredible talent. You could see from the get-go. And you could see he was very tall. He was very slender. He had... I talk all the time how I hated the guys who could keep me out of their body with the long arms. Yeah. He had those long arms. He had that build that, coming off an edge would be really tough for me to block, but he kept trying to take his shirt off that had his position and his number on it because he wanted to play offense. He kept hopping into my huddle with my running back.
Immature?
Okay. It was not the time and place to be doing stuff like that. It was it should have been a lot more buttoned up than the way he was conducting himself.
I wonder how much of that type of stuff led to him going, what was he ultimately, 12, 11, 10, something like that. Because, obviously, it was very clear in the first month of his first season, he was a top 2 or 3 guy.
Look,
that was very obvious.
Well, we talked a lot about how I thought he was not going to have success in the league.
Yeah, because based on your personal interaction with him. Yeah.
And he has been very successful.
Yeah, he's a great player. All right, so Metallica, bottom line is you can win tickets here today. And here's how. We give away tickets to Metallica's tour, the M72 World Tour. They stop in town next week, by the way, Friday, May 23rd. So this leads you right into Memorial Day weekend. Friday the 23rd at the Link, Super Bowl Champ Link. Tickets on sale right now. Some tickets remain at Ticketmaster.com. But win them here today, and here's how. You got to tell us who or what you're sick of. So every once in a while, we'll do it. It's a sick day. Why? Because John Richie driving in here yet again. And you're not supposed to deal with this at, in the 4 a.m. hour. But yet again, dealt with 76 traffic.
I really did.
Which is almost impossible at 4:30 a.m. I mean, it's 4:30 a.m.
Today it was torrential.
Yeah.
It was a downpour.
Rain affected.
But there were 2 accidents that I ran across, and then there were also the aero guys, like the people who, and the trucks who kind of make sure that everything is safe, like the scout trucks who go ahead. The problem this morning was flooding.
Well, that can...
You had major floods, and
That
so
can be
cars
really
are
scary,
coming
too.
and hitting those things and hydroplaning.
Yeah.
And so you had the scout trucks going ahead, and you had accidents happening
Yeah. All right, so
over the place.
We'll kind of give 76 a little bit of a pass today because it was rain affected.
Yes,
well,
but it
I
was
don't
still
know.
problematic.
Yeah, like at 76 will find a way, no matter what time it is, to have a traffic jam.
It does mess you up. So, look, we're all sick of 76, have been for years. We ask you today, who or what are you sick of? Best answer, whoever provides it wins the Metallica tickets. One disclaimer, we're not talking about the worst, elements of society, the big bad, the racism, the poverty. We're with you guys. We don't like it either. We're sick of that. We hope for better times for the world on all those fronts. Bring it down like 4 levels, like 76. Who or what are you sick of? John Richie, best answer. This goes for everyone. 215-592-9494 to weigh in on the Pete Rose situation, the Eagles schedule, Eagles Cowboys. Bryce Harper, we'll get to that in a moment. Who or what are you sick of? Best answer wins Metallica tickets. Richie, what do you got?
Well, I was sick of 76 this morning, but I also, I guess, if I need to delve into some other stuff, I've been trying to remove wallpaper.
Oh, that's brutal.
I'm sick of wallpaper. I'm sick of the people before me in the house that I live in who decided to wallpaper multiple times over wallpaper.
That's the worst.
I am now removing multiple layers of wallpaper. Take it off. Strip it down.
Don't be lazy.
Please do it the right way. How
funny.
many people did this the wrong way?
Many people.
And now I'm paying the price with these scrapers and everything and chemicals everywhere because you couldn't just do the job properly.
That's brutal. Devin, who or what are you sick of?
So I recently came across this problem. I feel like I do every few months. It is unusually difficult to print things these days. If you don't own a printer yourself, which a lot of people don't, it is really hard to find a printer. And
There's
I know that there's a printer
price.
here at WIP. I have several workplaces that have printers, but no one knows how to connect to it. You ask an intern, you ask a producer, no one knows how. And it's
Printing
so
has been quantified
difficult. Eventually, you
in
just
every
got to
way.
give up and go to Staples and pay to print something.
And some documents you don't want to send to like a Seltzer or Dan Wilson to help me out because it might be sensitive material.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Sure.
All right, Wilson in for Seltzer today. Dan, how are you, bud?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Do you like Eagles Cowboys?
I do. I generally I preferred the Commanders or Rams initially, but ultimately I'm in on the idea
Commanders would have been
raising the
amazing.
banner in front of
There
Jerry.
you
Hey,
go.
Joe, his name is not Dan.
What's his name? The Buzz thing?
Yeah.
So what's the Buzz background? What's
Yeah,
the
so
deal?
we explained this yesterday briefly, but it comes from Buzzkill, which was my nickname in middle school, which is since shortened to Buzz.
I'm
That's
sorry,
not-
you're
that's not-
That's what it comes from?
Yeah, it comes from
It's
Buzzkill.
not a positive
Ouch.
nickname.
Oh, I'm
I
aware.
thought it was just because you have a buzz cut.
No, a lot of people assume that. No,
Oh
it
my
came from Buzzkill. I fully embraced it, and here we are.
All right, Buzz, talk to me. Who or what are you sick of?
Yeah, so Devin actually knows this because we've sat together in a number of the Phillies games this year. I love keeping
Ooh,
score.
you're gonna rip Phillies press people?
No.
Oh, here you go. Oh, that'd be great. Let's go, Juicy. Let's go, media members.
No,
Who
not
you sick of?
not-
Who are your media members? Who are you sick of?
I'm not sick of
got a
anyone.
list.
Not sick of the media members, but she knows that I like to keep score. I think
Right.
it keeps you more engaged in the game. I'm sick of the bogus scoring in Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
there
agree.
are
I agree.
zero errors anymore.
I agree.
Even if the ball's hit right to the guy.
I totally agree. All right, everyone get dialing. Who or what are you sick of? 215-592-9494. Rhea, what do you got?
So I live in South Philly, and I understand when you're going down a side street and you're delivering pizza, you're an Amazon deliver. Sometimes you're black. When there are parking spaces,
Yep.
and they pull in the street and don't pull over,
Oh,
it's
man.
insanely lazy. It drives
It
me
drives
nuts.
me insane. That's such a good answer.
There's a lot of good answers here. Let me give you one.
But then maybe I would be mad if they took a parking space and I would sit there and say, I needed that parking space, and this guy who's delivering.
No, but
they
you
take
pull it
up
in-
the entire road. Like it's
Yeah.
if it's a 2-lane, they take up an entire lane, so then it causes a traffic jam.
You put your flashers on, and then I know that you're going to be there for a minute.
Look, there's a lot of ways to go. Let me give you one I'm sure a lot of people have dealt with. It's when you order food to your home. Now, don't do as often as I do, but you order food to your home. You don't get the right order. Okay, maybe you don't get the condiment. Like you went to the McDonald's, you went to hot mustard, you don't get the hot mustard.
Is this about the hot mustard
This
for
is
real?
largely about the hot mustard. And here's the problem.
Wait, you ordered McDonald's delivered?
Oh, yeah, many. I mean, I'd say 15, 20 times.
Really?
But here's the point. Who do you call or like, who do you...
You can't even go and pick it up yourself at McDonald's.
Who do you app to correct this?
You can't, because I tried that before.
Right? It's not the driver's fault.
No,
he picks up the bag from the plate.
It's
but I
your
can't send
fault for trying to get McDonald's delivered,
it's
Joe.
McDonald's fault for not getting me the right order.
It is.
No,
But I
this
can't ask
is
the
your
Uber guy to go
punishment
back.
for
I got somebody to bring it
Terrible
back.
You're focusing on the
decisions.
wrong thing, John. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I got it. I had ordered soup. You know, I'd had some dental surgery, and soup was the only thing I could eat. And I ordered something for Clark. And I said to the guy, "Where's the soup?" And he goes, "Oh my God!" So I tried to contact the delivery.
Right.
They go, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it." The guy goes, "I'll bring it back. I forgot it."
Well, that's very nice.
And it was very nice.
But the reality is, the Uber driver, his job is done.
Yeah.
You can't
Correct.
say to the place, "We'll go." Like it doesn't. They don't just give you a guy. It's very. I mean, that one time being obvious an exception.
I order from them a lot. He knows.
All
that.
right. Give me a great answer. Who or what are you sick of? Best answer, whoever provides it, you're headed to Metallica. By the way, coming up in a minute, we get into the Pete Rose situation. Wild twist yesterday in what's been a 35-year saga. Minimum. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've now been a patient for 2 decades, even a little longer. My mom and patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a really big-time dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're struggling with your teeth, get yourself to PI Dental Center. If you're not struggling with your teeth, get yourself for year-to-year maintenance to PI Dental Center. Either way, they can help you. PIDentalCenter.com, that's the website. They're the best in the business, guys. I'm telling you, the best in the business. It's why you should visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, Pete Rose, big topic. It's going to be the single biggest topic nationally in American sports today and perhaps locally. Obviously, the news came out yesterday that Major League Baseball has decided to reinstate Pete Rose after his death into the game of baseball. He obviously can't manage a game because he is, in fact, dead. Let me read the statement as issued by Commissioner Manfred. I'll read this, and then we'll react together to a lot of elements to it. There's one main thing that's sticking in my craw about this today. But let me first read the statement from the commissioner yesterday. He released this following statement. In my view, a determination must be made regarding how the phrase permanently ineligible should be interpreted in light of the purposes and policies behind Rule 21, which are to, 1, protect the game from individuals who pose a risk to the integrity of the sport by prohibiting the participation of such individuals, and 2, create a deterrent effect that reduces the likelihood of future violations by others. In my view, once an individual has passed away, the purpose for Rule 21 has been served. Obviously, a person no longer. This is the unbelievable sentence. This is actually in a statement by the commissioner. He's not. Well, maybe he's wrong. Obviously, a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game, which, by the way, is debatable. It's debatable, that sentence. Anyway, he goes on to say, moreover, it is hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve. Therefore, I have concluded that permanent ineligibility ends upon the passing of the disciplined individual, and Mr. Rose will be removed from the permanently ineligible list. He went on to say, while it is my preference not to disturb decisions made by prior commissioners, Mr. Rose was not placed on the permanently ineligible list by commissioner action, but rather as a result of a 1989 settlement of potential litigation with the commissioner's office. My decision today is consistent with Commissioner Giamatti's expectation of that agreement. Here's my main issue, and I'm just curious if others, because there's a lot of ways we can go, guys. Here's my main one.
I find it cowardly that Major League Baseball made this decision after he died. I know that they are saying he died is what led them to make the decision. What I'm saying is the concept that he only gets back in upon death, I find cowardly. I find that a cowardly, cheap-ass way to arrive at a conclusion. I don't like it at all. Now, there's a lot to it. There's the Hall of Fame thing. There's all of this stuff.
It's problematic that he himself predicted that baseball would do this.
He always said he would get in into baseball and maybe into the Hall of Fame after death.
Yes.
And this is step one to that.
He insisted this is what would happen, and now they are making it happen.
Yeah. I also, for years, and I've said this so many times on the show, I also found it not cowardly, but stupid. Let's use the word stupid. That about 35 years ago, the Hall of Fame came up with a rule that if you're on the ineligible list, we won't vote for or against you. You just won't be on the ballot. Where did that rule came from? They just out of thin air, they're like, all right, Pete Rose is ineligible, therefore he's not going to be, as a relatively recently retired guy, someone we vote on. So he's never been voted upon.
This is just a further blemish. It continues to, I don't know, seep. It's like a wound that's seeping.
Now, to be fair, not
healing.
Not a savory character. A lot of ways. We know that. There's a lot of elements.
He was an awful person, but he was a great baseball player.
He was a great baseball player. Rhea, where do you stand on this? This is complicated. Where are you at?
Oh, it's very complicated. And I will say, Joe, what you said about that sentence being debatable, it's absolutely debatable whether or not, he can tarnish the integrity, because there's a lot of people who think it will if he gets in.
That's correct.
And by
the way, I'll add another. So take the steroid guys, which is now going to be part of this
Barry
conversation.
Bonds have to wait till he's dead?
Does he have to wait till he's dead? And if Barry Bonds gets in the Hall of Fame after he dies, does that impact the integrity of the game if Bonds is awarded the Hall of Fame in the year 2075 when he's dead?
You're talking out of both sides here. I mean,
I think
Joe
you
has
can
been dead for 70 years.
Yeah, I think you can make a case the integrity of the game is still impacted if someone gets in the Hall of Fame that any number of millions think should not get in the Hall of Fame.
Pete Rose, it's so hard to talk about him because, as a kid, I loved him as a baseball player.
We adored him.
I mean, the Phillies don't win that World Series without him. But a reprehensible human being after that. I mean, he was his own worst enemy for years.
Yes, he was.
And so, I mean, the Phillies, didn't they disinvite him to the Wall of Fame ceremony a couple years ago?
Yes.
They rescinded doing the bobblehead, but they supported it. Is
it cowardly that they let him in after he's passed away?
Oh, 100%.
Because that's one of our 3 Twitter poll questions. We got 3 different poll questions today, all brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question today, is it cowardly for MLB to reinstate Pete Rose only after he died? Yes or no? Second poll question, do you like that the Eagles played Dallas week 1? Yes or no? Third poll question, we'll get into this more in the 7 o'clock hour. Are you concerned about Bryce Harper's play short-term or long-term? Short-term or long-term concerns with Bryce, given how he's played?
The last 2 are easier than the first one.
All right, yes or no on that? Devin, the Pete Rose thing, where do you stand?
I don't support it, and I don't think he should be in the Hall of Fame, but it is what it is.
And is that based on the betting thing, the lying thing, the sexual
statutory rape thing?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that thing.
That thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, there are so many complexities to it, and what he was accused of is part of this. Well, look, we'll take your reaction at 215-592-9494. Pete Rose. I mean, it's like the topic that'll never go away, really. I mean, the guy dies, and here it is again. I just don't like the manner in which baseball arrived at yesterday's decision. I think it's cowardly. If you're going to let him in while he's alive. If you're not going to let him in, don't let him in. But this idea of we'll let him in after he dies.
It's like he can't embarrass us anymore, so now we'll let him in.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
No, I mean, they kind of just said it like that, too.
Oh, I know they did.
They flat out came out and said, hey, we know he won't gamble because he's gone. So now we feel safe doing this. Pete Rose was messy. Baseball, the way that they dealt with Pete Rose, that was messy. It's a shame that this part too, it feels like it's just a shame that it had to be messy. That even this.
He did create the mess. I mean, let's be
True.
real. Baseball didn't create the mess. He created it.
So messy.
He created it. But I haven't respected various ways that decision makers have gone about, for lack of a better way to put it, adjudicating the complexity that he presented. And this is the latest example. The idea of you're back in as eligibility because you're dead. I don't get down with that. All right, AMA today at 7:20. Get those questions in. Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. We'll have some fun with that at 7:20 today. Phone calls on all these topics. Where do you stand on it? Joe DeCamera and John Richie. As always, it is 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even that loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of those plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services. They'll solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they've seen it all. You won't have to wait around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service. I've used it. I know it's great. They'll make sure your plumbing problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season is, you shouldn't have to be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Yeah, baby! Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington-Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Following his dominant victory at Kansas Speedway on Sunday, Kyle Larson shifted gears, so to speak, yesterday and got in his first practice session for the Indianapolis 500. Rainy weather washed out Larson's attempt last year to win both the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte on the same day. Larson's preparing to try again to complete the double this year. Good luck, Kyle. Be safe. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
who is the biggest guitarist in the world at the time. And Michael Jackson somehow wrestles Eddie Van Halen away from Van Halen. Like Van Halen's doing 1984, Jump is the biggest video on MTV.
I remember.
And all of a sudden, Michael Jackson's new video has Eddie Van Halen. Whoa, what's going on here?
Sure.
Like, allegiances have been broken and reformed and all sorts of stuff. But it was just, Michael Jackson really was so transcendent in the music industry.
He was unbelievable.
Everyone who loved music, everyone who cared about music, if Michael Jackson said jump, they said how high, and I'll be there yesterday.
Yeah, he was the guy.
Yeah,
He
Eddie
was
Van
the
Halen.
guy.
Eddie Van Halen, the greatest guitarist in the world, had no qualms about just abandoning. Hey, rest of the band.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go do this, man. It's Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I get it. All right, so where are you at on all these topics, including Pete Rose? Dennis in Springfield. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys been? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, great, Dennis. How about you?
I'm good, man. John Richie, you have never been more right in your entire life about this whole Dallas thing. That is an absolute. This is just another instance of the NFL jamming the Dallas Cowboys down our throat.
That is true. That's true.
Yeah, I hate that.
But I don't mind it this time. I actually embrace it.
It bothers me.
We don't need them to rub their nose in it. They know. It's bad enough that every time I turn my TV on at 4 o'clock, they're playing.
Yeah.
It's bad enough that every time I turn on a pregame show, a postgame show, any type of analysis show, there's two of them sitting there.
Yeah, that's true too.
They won 7 games last year.
Jason Garrett's the biggest joke on that front because there's some Cowboys that were, deserve the esteem. Let's be real.
Not him.
Troy Aikman deserves it. And I think he's an outstanding announcer. I mean, what does Garrett bring to the table? And he was come on, he was an average coach. I mean, what was he? I mean, really.
But I mean, and it's already kind of started because the other day I'm watching one of the ESPN shows, and since the Eagle-Dallas game is the first game, that's the one they're going to talk about.
Yep.
And all I'm hearing is the justification of Dow. Well, Dak's back, and they got a brand new quarterback, and they had a good draft, and this and that and that. And then the one girl says, yeah, and don't forget, the Eagles have a new offensive coordinator, and we know how that worked out last time they changed offensive coordinators. Stop it.
Well, they won the Super Bowl because that was last year.
No, when they went to Brian Johnson.
Well, no, I know, but that was 2 times ago is what I'm saying.
I know, but that's what they're doing to try and justify this as a game. The Eagles are 7-point favorites already. I'm just so sick and tired.
All right, well, listen, Dennis, you're
no,
they do that. You're right about that. Give me a great answer, Dennis. Who or what are you sick of?
I'm sick of the New York Knicks fans, and specifically the players that they keep showing us during the game. And you know what I want to see when they show me Patrick Ewing and Stephon Marbury and whoever else they're showing, John Stark.
You know why I disagree? Go ahead, Dennis. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I did too.
I want to see the little writing under there. Patrick Ewing never won a title. John Stark never won a title.
Well, we know.
All these players never won crap.
Well, I'll tell you, Dennis, I'll tell you this, man.
I still admire them.
I do too. They were a tough group. And the other thing I'll say is good for their organization that their former players are embraced by the organization and show up. What do we have? They roll out AI every once in a while, Doc every once in a while, and what?
That's it.
That's it. That's it. That's not acceptable. Like, develop a relationship with Eric Snow. Develop a relationship with Hersey Hawkins. I mean, develop
Aaron
relationship. Aaron McKee. Love Aaron. I mean, I respect that the Knicks players want to go back. I respect that the Knicks organization has a relationship that gets them back. Sixers have neither of that. Good for the Knicks. I hate to say it. Good for them. Good for their fans. Bad for us. That's the way I see it.
Tyrone Hill.
Tyrone Hill. Let's go to Steve in Egg Harbor Township. Yo, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you say today, Mr. DeCamera, because I agree 100%. We're playing the Cowboys, who aren't the best of teams, and everybody knows that our team does not usually start out the season that great because, we don't practice like you're supposed to, as far as I...
Well, for
I
what
think
it's
we
worth, they
practice.
haven't lost an opener under Sirianni, but them teetered thereafter. But I think, aren't they 4-0 under him?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, but like I said, the first month of the season, we're usually pretty blasé until we get things cooking. Plus, we get to unveil everything in front of the king of plastic face himself, Jerry Jones.
That's true.
I mean, come on. I mean, what's better than that? And obviously, the NFL's doing it for ratings. Two of the most popular teams in the NFL, Dallas Cowboys, who are loved by a lot of people who are the scumbag of the earth, and and the ones who hate them are great, like the Philadelphia fans.
Steve, I got an idea for you. I actually got an idea for the Eagles. Tell me if you support this. So we talk about like a banner going up or whatever, but really what it is they just remove a cloth that covers the banner. I mean, at least that's how they did it the last time. Whether it's a cloth or not a cloth, but they remove something from the spot, and then you see the thing. Here's my idea. When the thing is removed, what's behind it is Dallas sucks.
That would be awesome.
And then after that minute, then you got to cheer for a minute. Then you got the other unveil, and then it's Super Bowl 59. I mean, how could you? That's what Buddy Ryan would do.
Yeah, and then obviously take a nice long picture of plastic face.
I hear you, man. Steve, give me a great answer for who or what are you sick of?
One thing I want to say about Pete Rose,
Yeah.
okay, please. The man's worthy. His play is worthy, but he might even have done something to question the integrity of the baseball game by gambling on it, and that's why you.
Well, it's
can't
not a
put
May.
him
It's
on.
not a May. He did.
And admitted to it.
Yeah, that's not a
about
May.
it.
Yeah.
But you don't know why. The motives could have been like he owed people money, he owed this guy money. You don't know why.
No,
he did it,
no,
but
listen,
that's why
no-
you can't put him in.
To me, the big question I've always wondered is, did he ever bet against his team? And the authorities, let's say, and he have always said he did not. But I've always wondered. I mean, I don't know.
Right, exactly, and you really don't know.
You don't know. You absolutely don't know. Steve, who or what are you sick of?
Cowboy fans who live in our area.
Good answer right there, for sure. John, do you embrace my idea of when the thing is removed, it's a fake out, and it's actually just Dallas sucks? Now, how could you beat that moment? How could you beat that moment?
It is sort of tricky. I like what you're saying, and I do think it's important to note there's a difference. It's not a putting up of a banner.
Yeah.
It is a removal.
Yeah.
So you just remove, maybe
Oh,
you go.
I'm turning you, Richie.
Maybe you remove one layer and there's a Dallas sucks temporarily, and then you remove that quickly, and then there's the real banner behind it.
Boom. Right?
We could go a lot of directions with this.
I'm just saying, I think the Eagles versus Dallas thing got shortchanged yesterday, based on what I heard. I didn't hear, 24 hours of the station, but I heard enough where I just felt like there were a lot of people complaining. And I get it. Yes, Dallas is shoved down our throats. That is true. America's team.
Dallas
blah, blah, blah.
does not deserve to be mentioned, to be discussed in the same conversation with the elite
Well, they're
NFL
not.
teams.
They're getting it because of a
The elite
60-year
NFL
heritage.
teams are supposed to be those considered
You're
for
right.
the kickoff game.
You're not wrong.
This is Thursday night kickoff the whole season with the world champion. Who's the worthy opponent for the world champion Philadelphia
Well,
Eagles?
you know what it also is,
It's
though.
not the lowly Dallas Cowboys.
You know what their main motivation is, though? Highest ratings.
Well, that.
And it will get the highest ratings. Let's be real. The Dallas Cowboys versus the Eagles is going to get higher ratings across the nation than the Lions and Eagles. It's a fact.
Can you imagine if the Eagles host let's say the Lions to open up the season, and maybe the Lions go a little bit harder in preseason than the Eagles do, and the Lions win? Like that is a much worse case scenario than the Eagles beating the Cowboys week one. And it's not necessarily, a potential what could have been a playoff matchup.
And I'll add this, Devin. I think if the Eagles faced a tougher opponent week one, it may have caused Sirianni to go harder with the players in August to be prepared for what I'll call a more important game week one.
True.
Because then you're talking about home field advantage for the NFC.
I mean,
right out of the gate.
Yeah, and even with Dallas, I do wonder if that affects their preseason approach because it is a conference or a divisional rival. So
that's possible. That's possible.
It's an important game.
All right, we'll take your reaction on all of this. Also, some of what Rob Thompson said yesterday, his interview with us, meaning when I wasn't here, but everyone else was here. Morning show yesterday. Elliot had a fascinating tweet recently. We're going to get to that. And AMA as well. Phone calls on all these topics. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Richie on WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's the place. It is the place to bet all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can check that out. If you are thinking, you know, maybe someone's flirting with a triple-double, check that out as well, because you can get all the latest stats, the stats themselves, right there inside the app. See who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. Combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. It's all at FanDuel.com/hammer. And as always, remember, you can get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. $200 in bonus bets, all the different sports, all the different games you can bet on. Where? At FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickie's and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show. Hey-o! And more to benefit Phillies charities. Be bidded now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrots, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Kick off summer at Conicelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conicelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conicelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conicelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conicelli is a nice place to do business.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Jesus Lazardo taking the mound for the Phillies in the first half of their doubleheader with the St. Louis Cardinals. Aaron Nola starting the second game. Cards, winners of 9 in a row. 8 months after his death, Pete Rose eligible for the Hall of Fame. Now that MLB has removed him from the permanently ineligible list, a decision the Phillies say they support in a statement the team released. Dates and opponents of 4 of the Eagles games for the 2025 season already released. We'll find out the rest of the slate of games tonight with the NFL's official schedule release. Win one of 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Medinas this May and June. Grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by American Airlines. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers, a high of 71. It is currently 61. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight at AA.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Richie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is Ask Me Anything.
Ask me a question.
With Joe DeCamera and John Richie.
All right, AMA, as we do every Wednesday, typically at the start of the 7 o'clock hour. Do it right now around 7:20 here. Hope you're having a great start to your day. By the way, you know who's not having a good start to their day? Maybe they're still sleeping in, and they got like 5 months of sleep. The Cleveland Cavaliers. Out! What the hell?
Wow.
What happened? Eliminated. They're just like this all-time regular season record. They get bounced in 5 games by the Pacers? Freaking Pacers, you kidding me? All right, Buzz in for
They know basketball in Indiana, Joe.
Well, hey, let me tell you something.
You're a huge
Larry
Hoosiers guy.
Damon Bailey.
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman.
Caitlin Clark.
Oh, that's right. Caitlin. Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean.
That's
there
right.
you go.
By the way, Cavs lost 5 regular season home games all year, lost 3 in the series.
Wow. I actually had they were my pick to make it to the finals
Bad
from
job,
the East.
Devin.
I know. Now we're really going to get a Knicks Pacers semifinals.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably are.
So we all have to root for the Pacers. We have to.
Guys, the Knicks might win the championship.
No.
I don't think they will, but they might. They have a shot. It's wide
They have
open.
a shot, yeah.
Which is also frustrating on a Sixers
I make
account
no
that it's this wide open.
no bones about rooting for the Knicks.
Well, that's
agree.
weird.
It's okay.
You
to
should never root for the Knicks.
No, I do.
You know what?
I'm
The
in.
Sixers, they deserve it. They
I agree.
deserve our disloyalty. And
You're not-
you know,
you're not
for
all
a Knicks
in
fan,
now that they got the third
Sixers
pick?
deserve it, and thanks to this Villanova connection, I feel like I'm actually kind of, I don't know, doing the right thing. Like, this is proper. This is
No,
appropriate.
it's proper to root for them against the Celtics, and then once that's over.
Yeah, but
it's
Ray, how
the
about
Pacers.
Mikal Bridges plays this every game every year? I respect that.
I respect him, but I will not root for them
All right.
after this
Well,
series.
we'll see where people come down. It is like if they play
It's
the
easy
Tim-
for me. They're Villanova, even though
Yeah.
I do like
Well, that's
Villanova
true.
now. I don't hate them as much,
Yeah.
but it'll be very easy for me to move on.
But if they play the Timberwolves in the finals, who are people going to root for? I don't know.
Timberwolves.
I don't
Or
know.
the Thunder, or whoever it is. Yeah.
That'll be an interesting poll. We'll get to that in a couple weeks. All right. Buzz in for Seltzer. Buzz, what do people want to know today?
Yeah, so we're going to start with @EaglesINX on Twitter. Has a question for John. John, how did your mentality change when putting on the pads?
Oh, good question.
Wow. I used to.
Did you become a killer?
I don't know about that. I know that it was the kind of thing that was magical. As a little kid, I remember I was never allowed to play football. I begged my parents all through elementary school. All the other kids were allowed to play. I was not allowed to play, and I was stuck playing soccer, and I was doing gymnastics, and I was doing swimming, and I was doing like basketball and wrestling and every other sport you can imagine, except for football. Finally, once I got to 6th grade, they caved and allowed me to sign up, and it really was cathartic. It was the only thing I ever truly wished for above all else. The organized football made a difference in my life. It made me a happier kid overall.
Can I ask one question follow up? Because I think this is probably what the question was getting at. So the idea, though, of becoming incredibly aggressive to the point of like it's going to be a violent, like my job is to violently.
I would put those pads on and
Yeah.
go outside. I would line up trash cans and just try to maul them. I would try to dent them and destroy them and crack them if they were plastic and dent them if they were metal. Like that's how weird. And yes, to answer your question, yes, it was like a switch
Well,
would
my
be
question
flipped,
was what age?
and
What
I would
age?
practice flipping that switch.
Yeah. What age would you
That
say
was
that kicked
I
in?
was 12. I was
Yeah.
12 when I would do that, and I love the feeling of letting go, being allowed to go out there on the football field and unleash it all on someone, and then be like rewarded for that. To have my coaches tell me, "Great job, John, great job," because I just like lit him up so hard, like flat back there.
Yeah.
He's on the ground. And my coach is saying, "Great job." Okay, I'll keep doing that. That was the most enjoyment I've ever had in my young life.
Yeah, I love it. All right, let's do a couple more.
This is from Matt on the text line. If you could retroactively add one athlete to their sports Hall of Fame, who would it be other than Pete Rose?
I think for me it's Bonds. I mean, he's got to be the greatest player that's not in the Hall of Fame.
I think that's the answer.
Right?
If you ever watched Barry Bonds play,
totally
if you
different level.
it looked completely different. The world stopped when Barry Bonds
It's embarrassing
came to
when Seltzer says Shohei's the best baseball player ever. It's embarrassing.
Shohei's really amazing.
It's embarrassing.
No, Shohei is truly a magnificent player.
The problem with Barry Bonds is he was so good before the start.
He was. Well, that's why I vote him in, by the way.
Yeah,
The reason I vote him in is my line has always been, I try to discern whether I think you would have made it without steroids.
I think he would have.
Well, clearly.
No question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me in the next 2 hours and 33 minutes to take more shots at Seltzer. I forgot to do it with him not here.
Come on. You got to
I
take
gotta
advantage
pick
of
it up. Because he really does say a lot of dumb things.
No.
And then you see his appearance. That's a whole nother matter. Why does the guy even leave the house? All right, boss.
I think he's been cleaning it up a lot. Like
Well, he's got
been
a lot to
keeping
clean
it
up.
high and tight with the haircuts lately.
Yeah, he's like a D- student trying to become a D. I mean,
What?
you can improve.
I disagree. I think he's been doing a great job.
A lot of room to improve.
Wow.
Yeah.
No. He stopped doing the home haircut thing.
Well, yeah.
Because of you.
No,
because you made him feel so awful.
Well, no, the real
you
reason
made
is
him
'cause-
Well, and he was
his
probably
wife
finally allowed to
feel
get a
awful.
haircut in public.
And
That
it was actually a bad
COVID.
haircut. All right, let's do one
He
more
is. He
question.
does get very upset over that, though.
He does.
I think he actually does.
No, like he
no
actually
doubt.
gets
The
that,
tennis ball
You touch
head?
a nerve
Yeah,
with that.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Tennis ball head thing, I think that hurts him deeply.
Yeah.
I do
you-
too.
Yeah.
And then there's that
Sore
thought.
And it
subject.
should. That's
Dog-
kind of mean.
the
It
dog
doesn't
bit
look
his
like a
face off.
tennis ball.
All right, one more question.
Jack the Mike on Twitter wants to know, what is the most valuable piece of advice each of you would give to the graduating class of 2025?
Oh.
Fail as hard as you can. Fail hard. It really does take it. It's not easy to learn that this whatever year, every one of those students will likely transfer jobs or change jobs 7 times before they're 30. The stats and those numbers are going up. I don't know. You can fail and do it in a way that it makes you better moving forward. Just learn from it.
I would say loving what you do, or at least coming close to loving what you do, is probably more important than how much money you make, particularly in the early years. And if you love what you do, you'll have a better chance to succeed and therefore make more money in the long term. Essentially, put another way, pursue a passion. I'm not saying money, especially early, doesn't matter. It does. But pursue a passion and you will, I think, go further.
And my mom
you got an
always
answer?
said, "Don't be an English teacher, Johnny."
Well,
Just
I have a
maybe
quick
that
one.
applies to something.
Yeah, what's your answer?
If you don't ask, the answer is always no. Just go after what you want.
Take chances.
Take chances.
Yeah. Rhea, you got advice there?
Don't go to a really expensive college and bankrupt your family.
Well, this
What I'm
is during
looking
the
at.
this is during the commencement, so I think that choice was already made.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking I'm looking ahead to high school. Clark's already picked out every college.
You're doing a high school commencement
Yeah, that
address.
literally will
Yeah.
cost over $200,000. I'm like, dude, not in the budget. Not in the budget.
All right,
Penn
be-
is a great school, but yeah, not in the budget.
Be nice to mom economically.
Yes.
And with that, AMA, we shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamera and John Richie.
All right, coming to the calls in 1 minute. A lot to obviously continue here with the conversation. Right back to the phone calls in 1 minute.
If you are a pet parent like me, you're always giving 100% of your focus to your pet. Like this morning at 3 a.m. when I couldn't get Chandie to go outside because it's raining. Dog doesn't like the rain. It's really not fun at all. But in today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you the place to not only get help, but many solutions for your pet needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule store. It's got springtime here, so it is time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. We're all spending a lot more time outside, so maybe freshen up toys, maybe with a new ball launcher or something to tug on. When it comes to food, they've got a tremendous selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule store. It's second to none. Raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned. It cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got 7 convenient locations to you. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
All right, so we got the Eagles schedule as the topic. Obviously, we'll know it all tonight in about 12 hours and 30 minutes. We know 4 games right now. We know they're all non-Sunday games. That, to me, is a concern. Pete Rose, what do you make of baseball's decision yesterday to reinstate him after his death? I think it's cowardly. to make that decision because he died. I don't like how they arrived at it. And then obviously all the other things, including the Phils, who, get back at it with not one but two today. That is, if they play two today, and I certainly think they will. But we wonder if the first game will start on time. First game scheduled for 1, second game scheduled for 6:15. Key for you to know, if you had I mean this seriously, no joke. If you had tickets for yesterday's game, your tickets apply to the second game today. That's the 6:15 game. So don't go down there for the 1 o'clock game thinking you got a ticket from yesterday for 1 o'clock today. No, you have a ticket from yesterday for 6:15 tonight. Let's go to the phones. Ken and Cinnamon. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
Joe, what you just explained there just sounds dumb to me. That your tickets from yesterday don't apply to the first game.
Well, you know why, though, right? Because there was already an afternoon game scheduled, so you can't bump those people. That's not fair. If somebody 2 days ago took off Wednesday to go to the 1 o'clock game, and obviously thousands of people made that decision, you can't not honor that for those people. That wouldn't be fair.
I didn't realize that, and it's interesting. It's ironic that you brought up Michael Jackson in the same context as Pete Rose, because my suspicion is they probably are both in the same place right now. So, but that's just a whole other matter. So on the schedule, listen, this is what I know about when the schedule is released. There are going to be 14 teams, 14 fan bases in the NFL that are going to look at the schedule and say, "Oh crap, we have to play the Eagles." That's a loss.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So, we do this every year, right? The schedule comes out, and I know you have to talk about something. And so, talking about how difficult the NFL schedule is in April is kind of pointless because
I don't agree with that. It doesn't hold the same weight as it did before free agency and guys would switch teams left and right, but it does give you an indication. And the reality, Ken, is this schedule is going to be really brutal. It is.
Well, it is, and that's what the league does, right?
Yeah, that's right.
The Kansas City Chiefs have had basically the hardest schedule in the NFL for the last 5 years. And I don't think when the schedule's released tonight, Kansas City Chiefs fans are going to be looking at it saying, "Oh my God, this is the year that it all comes crashing down."
The two teams that busted the NFL model for bringing you back to the pack this century were the Patriots, and for 2 decades, and the Chiefs for 1 decade. They busted the model, and Peyton Manning's Colts to an extent, but everybody else is part of the NFL pack, and we hope that the Eagles are in that Patriots-Chiefs category. Let's remember, 7 years ago they weren't. 7 years ago, we felt that was a ready-made Super Bowl roster, getting an upgraded quarterback with Carson coming back, and it completely fell apart. Pretty dramatically.
Well, that's the point. The point is, do you see the Eagles in the same context that you see the Kansas City Chiefs as a team, as a franchise, as what they're built to achieve, or do you not?
I think it comes down to Jalen. Answer your question. I really do. I think it literally will come down to how good Jalen will be in the next 5 years. Will determine that.
Well, I do think they still have the best roster in the NFL. And what I do know is that in all likelihood, half of the teams that made the playoffs last year won't make the playoffs this year because that's the way the NFL, and that's where the scheduling really impacts it the most, is those teams that kind of were on the fringe of being contenders. They were good enough to make the playoffs, and then they get like the Commanders. I would expect the Commanders to have a really difficult season compared to last year because they're going to play a schedule that they didn't have to contend with last year, and they are not anywhere near as good as the Philadelphia Eagles.
You're right. That's accurate.
The cream rises to the top, and I believe the Eagles are the cream, and so it's going to create some interesting games, and I hate these primetime games, mainly because I don't want to have to get up the next morning. But, I mean...
All right, Ken, give me who or what you're sick of. You can win these Metallica tickets.
I don't know if it's just me, but these Wegovy commercials, where are these people walking to? They're just walking.
It's funny. There are a number of commercials that could be said. All right, so that's one right there. By the way, coming up in a minute, something Rob Thompson said yesterday on the show. We'll get to that in case you missed it because it was later in the program yesterday. We'll get to that in 1 minute. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient down there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do. Both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic big-time transformation in a mere 1 day. If you are not struggling with your teeth, good for you. Get yourself to PI Dental Center, year-to-year maintenance. That's the category I'm in. They can totally keep you on track with that. Awesome. But if you are struggling with your teeth, well, you should also get there. And a lot of people are. Big time pain. Maybe you don't like the way you look. Maybe it becomes a self-esteem issue. Well, know that at PIDentalCenter.com, you can request your new patient evaluation. Start with PIDentalCenter.com. Get yourself there. PI Dental Center, the absolute best in the business. All right, Rob Thompson was on the program yesterday. By the way, good to be back here today. I was out for 2 days. Happy to be here. And Topper was on yesterday, Tom Kelly and the crew hosting together with John and all, and talked about a lot with Rob Thompson, one of which was about the daycare guys. And Devin, you're down there, almost a daily basis when they're home.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think so far it can be said of the daycare guys, and we're talking about Stott, Marsh, and Bohm, that essentially this year, you take the month and a half so far, they're 1 for 3. Stott's doing his job. Bohm, while he's picked it up a bit, for the most part, has not. And Marsh, while he's picked it up a bit, for the most part, has not. And essentially, it's 1 for 3. Let's listen to Topper yesterday talking about the daycare guys and more.
A lot of our guys have sour taste in their mouths from the last couple of years, but it's true what Bryce said. The Bohms and Stotts and Marshes of the world, they now you can call them experienced players, and they're acting like it. They're still having fun, but there's a focus there, and there's a seriousness there that I haven't seen in the last couple of years.
It is interesting that with that focus, 2 of the 3 have gone backwards. For whatever that's worth. Circumstantial, John? Causality? You make anything of it?
Yeah, I really do think it's a battle with trying to figure out how to just be the right, be the right age, be the right developmental stage. These are the youngest of the guys who are playing, and they were viewed as exceedingly young. Now they've taken a step forward, and I think Bryce wanted that to be represented by their attitude in the way that they looked at this season.
Well,
Remember, he said, no more daycare. I think that statement, that imperative statement was difficult for this team to handle. I think that set them back when they tried to accomplish that. They didn't know exactly how to be that. And now they're, sort of grappling. And I think Bryson Stott has done an awesome job leading off.
Yes.
Last season is now explained. We understand this guy is so much better than anyone really thought he was. And we need to give him a ton of credit. I think we'll see Alec Bohm hit better if he gets his head out of wherever it's now still partially inserted.
Is it the Heine?
I don't know.
Head in Heine?
I don't know.
Look, I
don't know if this guy's for the whole season or not. I don't know. Has he bought in or not? I don't know. I don't know how to assess that. And I think if I'm a teammate, that's frustrating. Brandon Marsh, at least it feels like he's trying. At least I feel like it matters to him, and he's getting better.
You know what the problem with him is?
He can't touch lefties ever.
He's not that good.
Well, he's really good in some places,
he's
and
not
deficient when it comes to hitting left-handed pitching.
He's the regular that's going to be gone first.
Maybe.
He's the regular that'll be gone first. And it's unfortunate because, look, I'm a Marsh fan. I mean, we all like him, respect what he brought a couple years ago. He did upgrade the center field position. Let's remember what a wasteland it was, 2020, 2021. I mean, they had nothing out there nothing.
It was the worst in the league.
It was the worst in the league. I mean, they had that. Who was that first-round pick?
Mickey Moniak.
No. Not first overall. First rounder that was starting out there, and then he left the team for a period. And
Adam Hazley?
Adam Hazley.
Wow.
That guy. They just had so many issues. Anyway, with all that said, main guy on the Phils obviously is Bryce, but he hasn't played like it this year. Another interesting moment from Rob Thompson on the show yesterday, talking about Bryce Harper. Here's what he said.
I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he expects so much out of himself, and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship, and so he's very hard on himself, and that's just who he is. And he's, I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here, and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
All right, so we have a Twitter poll related to Bryce today, and this has been a topic the last couple of weeks, but we're putting it into a poll form, and I'm curious to see how people vote. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. I predict that people will be very split on this poll because, when a player struggles for a prolonged period of time, in this case about a month, classic question is, does it worry you? How concerned are you? Stuff like that. So here's the way we frame this Bryce Harper question. Are you concerned about Bryce Harper's play short-term or long-term, yes or no? John, what's your answer to that?
I'm not. I am not concerned. Bryce has been through slumps. He's emerged from slumps many, many times in the past. This does feel like it's taking longer than I expected. I did think it was going to be Saturday. Saturday, we were seeing those signs, and we would be a couple games under our belts now where we were feeling great, and he was hitting dongs left and right, usually opposite field. Lots of success in that regard when he's functioning at the highest level. That's the way it looks, and we just haven't gotten there yet. He still has it in himself. It will, maybe it's today. I have faith that it will arrive very soon.
Devin, short-term, long-term concern, yes or no?
I'm not too concerned. So I went back and looked at his numbers through. They played 41 games so far this season, and it's not anything that's drastically different in the last 4 seasons. I mean, he had 10 home runs at this time last year, but he had 3 home runs in 1 game. So he has 7 so far through 41 games this year. The previous year, he started late, only 3 home runs. 2022, 10 home runs by 41 games in. So I think that he's the type of player who takes a little bit to heat up. It does concern me that he's like wearing it. He's wearing the frustration. And, he showed up after the road trip at 1:30 a.m. and the first thing he did was, shave his head a la Nick Sirianni. And that kind of concerns me because it shows that he is aware and that he is frustrated and he's letting it get to him. That's the part that I don't love. But I think his power will come. If you look at his numbers, most of his home runs start increasing to double digits per month by like July, August, and then September has been his consistently best month hitting wise. So I think if he's going to have a downtime, now's the right time to do it since it's still only May. But there's certainly cause for a little bit of concern.
So I would vote no on the poll. I mean, a little bit, sure, that's fair. But would I actually vote if I really had to drill down and say, are you concerned short-term, long-term? My answer would be no. And the reason is because the excellence that he's put out there, and this includes the Nationals years, and it includes, 6 with the Phillies, I think, before this, and the player that I thought was the best in Philadelphia and one of the best in baseball. I don't think that guy just disappeared. Now, sometimes that happens. Sometimes a player has a dramatic fall off and becomes lesser than. I tend to think that hasn't happened here, but I can't prove it, and I don't know it. Look, he was actually great for the first 2 weeks this year. That's the irony. His numbers right now look very pedestrian. He was really, really good for 2 weeks. He's been really, really not good for like 5 weeks. That's kind of the breakdown. I would vote no on the poll. Baseball lends itself to slumps more than other sports. I've used this analogy before. A guy that scores 25 points a game in basketball doesn't start just averaging 6 points a game in basketball, like it's like impossible, essentially, like basically. Like it never happens. Guy that averages 25 points doesn't start averaging 6 points. So I think Bryce is going to be fine, but I understand a lot of people are increasingly concerned. Rhea, I'm guessing you're increasingly concerned.
How did you know?
I heard what you said. You slid something in her. I knew what you. All right, so you would vote that you are concerned?
Yeah, I'm concerned because he's concerned. And he strikes me as a guy who shouldn't have, be like, oh, it's going to come, it's going to come. Some of his at-bats have been awful.
Bad. Yeah, they've been bad.
I mean, just flat out awful. And what's amazing about it is, you look at Schwarber, a bunch of these guys are, and listen, they've got a good record. They're doing well. Can you imagine if he was, I think that's weighing on him, that if he was just being a little above average, that, they'd be leading the division. Acuna's coming back. He blasted one in a rehab session yesterday. I do worry about them. So, yeah, I'm we're getting close to June.
All right, well, I'm curious how everyone votes on this. Articulated here with this 215-592-9494. This is obviously in addition to the Pete Rose conversation and the Sixers with the 3rd pick and the schedule being released tonight and the 4 games we already know for the Eagles. The Harper thing, concern or not? I'm not. I mean, 10% sure, but like enough that I would vote that I'm concerned. No, I believe in him, and I think he'll be fine. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. How's everyone doing?
Great, Ed.
Couple of things. One, on the Sixers briefly. I think how they use this pick is going to kind of greatly inform how they, or be an indication of how they feel about Embiid's future.
Dude, you ain't kidding.
And my biggest fear is that Flag goes 1, Bailey goes 2, and they're kind of stuck at 3. Did they trade back and take the big man from Duke? Like, when they drafted Okafor as a hedge against Embiid's health 10 years ago, like, I think they're kind of in a thankless position if those guys go 1 and 2.
Well, yeah, and then look, there's a few ways this could go, and the other is the other Rutgers kid who's the guard, and then does that fit? Daryl Morey is on record saying they're going to take the best player available. And let's be real, they should. Because the Sixers aren't close enough to a title, as I perceive it, to find a fit. I mean, what I want is the player that you think is going to have the best next 10 to 13 years. I think it would be stupid to draft for anything otherwise. But what I think, Ed, your point initially, where I think is most fascinating, if they felt that Joel is going to be healthy, and by the way, they're saying an awful lot these days, and I think they're saying too much, but they're saying an awful lot that they feel really good about how he's looking and how he'll play next year.
Good. Then why don't they tell us what kind of surgery he had?
I hear you, Ray. That's why I don't buy it. That's one of a million reasons why I don't buy it.
Well,
but they are.
truthful.
It is notable. They are putting a lot out there in the world that they're vibing with how he's feeling. Anyway, with that said, I mean, if he was truly healthy, you could trade the pick for like an active veteran star, not a superstar, but a star. And you could say, I got a 2 to 3 year window with Joel Embiid and Paul George and Maxey.
What kind of star are we talking? Can you give me an example of someone you think would equate to the third pick overall?
How about someone else's Tyrese Maxey? Doesn't have to be that position, but say that level. Someone else's Tyrese Maxey. You get to add that guy.
Because bringing in stars to the Sixers has worked out so well.
But it's all
for
about.
this current
But
crew.
it's all about getting the right one. Like John, what if you could add Maxey, but he's a power forward?
That concept is certainly
Enticing, right? And it comes down to one thing: is Joel actually going to frickin' play? And by the way, play tremendous. Because here's the deal:
we are being led to believe he is expected to.
I just don't buy it, but. You don't go with a move like that unless you really know Joel's going to deliver. And by the way, he must for this team to win a title because Maxey, Paul George, and the new fake Maxey guy isn't going to lead them to a title. None of them are good enough. No offense to Maxey. I love him, but he just, we saw last year. I mean, he can't lift the team up. Joel Embiid was the reason 2 years ago in the regular season they went 32-8. Joel Embiid 2 years ago was the first player since Wilt Chamberlain 50 years before that. Think about this. First player in 50 years. To average more points than minutes played for an entire season. That's a whole different. That's the guy they need. And if they don't get that guy, then you have to draft a kid, a 19-year-old, and you have to choose to get the one you think is best. That's got to be the strategy. Ed, what do you got on Pete Rose?
Yeah, so I still remain conflicted on the guy because, as Devin mentioned with the statutory rape, just being a reprehensible human being. But what kind of really sticks in my craw, and I saw in the documentary in HBO, is I don't know who said it. It wasn't Al Michaels. It was some journalist who said it wasn't so much the bets that he made, but like what about the bets that he chose not to make? And was that not an implicit bet against his players?
That's always been that's one of the questions. If he bet for the team on a Tuesday, does that mean he was stocking up on the relievers that day? And shortchanging the Wednesday. And then to the degree that impacts the integrity of the game, which it does. Of course that impacts the integrity of the game.
So I remain conflicted on him. I go back and forth. From a pure baseball perspective, obviously he belongs in there, but I think it's going to remain a complicated issue.
It will. Ed, do you agree with this one sentence, though? This is my main point today in a very complex situation. Cowardly by Major League Baseball to put him in only after he died because he died.
I think Uncle June would have one particular response to say that, and you can figure that out later.
All right, Ed, give me an answer. Who or what are you sick of?
I'm sick of people leaving their cars at the gas pump and walking into Wawa when it's busy.
So that's a tricky one. I mostly agree,
Does
right?
happen a lot.
So if you get the gas but want to go buy the Snickers bar,
Mm-hmm.
do you have an obligation to move the car?
Yes.
I think you should
I think
move
so
it.
too.
Yeah, I mean,
unless it's a very empty gas station.
Yeah, if it's 2 o'clock in the morning,
yes,
and
8
nobody's
pumps
there,
and one person used. You can,
sure.
yeah,
8 o'clock in the morning when people are trying to get to work. No.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call. Hey, Eagles Cowboys. You know, it's been one of the main topics we've had today. I love it. I know the guys talked about it yesterday when I wasn't here. Just know from my end, I'm all in. I think that the idea that Dallas isn't good enough as a team to warrant that game, while technically true, I'll say two things. One, I think they're going to be better than perceived. I mean, Dak Prescott's going to be healthy and probably will elevate them to an extent. But the main thing I like about it is I just like the idea of the Eagles being honoring themselves. Is that what you do? You honor yourself? I guess you honor yourself. I like the Eagles honoring themselves in front of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, that's never occurred before, ever. It's never happened. I mean, we've been Eagles fans for a long time, and no matter how long you've been alive, you've never seen the Eagles, and they've had 5 titles now, 4 in the past, and now this most recent one. They've never had a game where it's like, hey, here's the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, we're going to throw a party for ourselves, and then, by the way, let's go kick their ass for the next 3 hours after that. Like, I totally embrace that.
I don't know. Like, I don't care as much about the banner or whatever it is, the pomp and pageantry. Like, I love the idea of going and whooping up on them. I love the idea of getting out to a solid 1-0 right out the gates. I really do appreciate that part. Win, and then set us up for another World Championship. It is not out of the question that our team, regardless of how tough this schedule is, regardless of how many Thursdays we play, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I don't care. This team is prepared for adversity. This team is prepared for the ups and downs and troughs at times. They know how to get this done, and we're being told that our quarterback is so much more focused this time around because he's fixated.
I don't know how you can be more focused.
How
I mean,
to get
no,
it
the guy's
right.
Yeah, he's already pretty locked
laser
in.
The
focused.
second and third, and it really it's
No, but it
amazing
helps
that we have a guy who's wired the way he's wired.
I agree with that.
And he's going to help keep everyone else on the straight and narrow in line. It's not out of the question that this team continues to be good indefinitely.
Well, let me ask you
I'm
this, John.
saying it is maintained by Howie Roseman.
Well, it comes down to Howie's players, and it comes down to whether Jalen, is a superstar quarterback for the next 5 to 10 years. Because that's how New England did it, and that's how the Chiefs did it. I mean, all-time quarterbacks. That's the pathway to sustained excellence, and hopefully Jalen can do that. We'll see. I think Jalen and Nick would block my idea of Lane Johnson carrying the Lombardi Trophy to midfield for the coin flip.
Probably.
Devin, are you down with this
Probably.
idea? Like Lane Johnson goes out there for the captain's coin flip, holding the Lombardi Trophy.
Why don't you somehow affix it to his helmet? Maybe take a
that could
bolt
work.
and stick it right in the helmet.
That'll
and so
go
he's,
over well.
Wearing that thing out there with the giant thing hanging on.
I think you just bring Brandon Graham back, just for the coin flip, so he can do his trash talking thing that he usually does.
Holding both of the trophies.
He could
Holding
hold
both of, but yes,
because obviously,
exactly.
all jokes aside, an active player is not going to hold both trophies.
No, BJ's a great one.
A non-active player.
There you go. Loophole.
Could do it. Rhea, this is hypothetical, but would Buddy Ryan not only have permitted, would he have wanted a player to take the Lombardi Trophy for the coin flip right to the middle of the field
Not
against
only
the
that,
Cowboys?
Buddy would have the trophy next to him on the sidelines. The guy who used to hold his wire?
Right.
He would have to pick it up
I know.
and follow him along the sidelines.
Which, by the way, some of these shenanigans, and I was a big fan of them as a kid, but part of them might have been some of the reasons why they actually didn't win anything.
Oh, no,
He got loosey-goosey on stuff that didn't matter, and it was fun. But it's like, come on, get offensive linemen, get a running back that can run.
But it was a reason why people became rabid during that period.
Correct.
Because we appreciated the pettiness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
it was beyond next level.
I dug that stuff a lot.
I did
I mean,
too.
it says a lot about me, but
All right, so all these topics, 215-592-9494. Let's go to Anthony calling from Egg Harbor Township. Good morning, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Happy Eagles schedule release day.
Thanks, Anthony.
I'm a
Me
little
too.
worried about tonight, but it is exciting.
Well, I mean, we know the teams that are going to be on
I
them,
know.
on the schedule are going to be challenging. The flow of it's going to, obviously be interesting, but can't change who's on our schedule. Just got to go out and beat them. But this whole Pete Rose thing is, I was born in 1980, so I feel like I've lived through the whole story and everything. And at the end of it, now hearing this, I feel like I watched a 3-hour movie with the lamest ending ever. Like, baseball does what baseball does, making stupid decisions and trying to distance themselves from stuff that they've, kind of botched up and everything. And if they don't want him in, then just leave him out. Don't wait till he dies and then kind of like, oh, now you're allowed in and stuff like that. It just kind of, they're hypocrites and contradictory of themselves. Same thing with the steroid era.
Well, I agree. I mean, if the idea is that see, here's the thing that there's amongst many things that's complicated, Anthony. Major League Baseball and the Baseball Hall of Fame are technically two different entities. So, I didn't like that the Baseball Hall of Fame 35 years ago said, okay, he's not eligible for the Hall. We deem that because MLB made him ineligible. I didn't like that then. I don't like now that Major League Baseball says, okay, now he's no longer part of the ineligible list for like baseball because he's dead. Like I don't like. Yeah. What the hell is that? I mean, what is he?
They actually said we know that he's not going to mess up and go gamble now.
Basically, he
so
died.
Now we can do this. They made no bones about saying that essentially.
So did they throw him out for? I was going to say life. Did they throw him out forever? No.
Pretty much. They threw him out for his
no,
forever.
they threw him out for his forever, but not forever.
Exactly.
Which is an odd distinction.
And the weird, the Shoeless Joe thing is so bizarre. I mean, he's been dead for like 70 years.
It's a cover. It's a cover for the Rose
They
thing.
added the rest of them. Yeah.
100%. And again, that's why, like, whatever opinion you have of Rose in the last 35 years or the last 60 years, the reality is I just don't like how they arrived at this yesterday. They arrived at it because the man died? And now they say, okay, he's eligible to attend a game that he can't attend because he's dead? What is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems real petty.
I think it's messy and it's sort of fitting, I guess. Pete Rose was very messy, and now this is very messy, a continuation of the messiness.
Anthony, what do you got on the Eagles schedule?
Yeah, for their opening game, I mean, I'm going to really relish in the revealing of the the banner because the Cowboys and their stupid fans made my teenage years in the 90s kind of miserable football-wise, so I'm going to definitely enjoy that. But I think it's going to be, really an advantage to us because we're going to go up 1-0 in the division and the NFC, and it's Dak's first team back. And against this defensive line, Jalen Carter, Jahad Campbell, and everything, he's going to be tormented. So.
That's if Jahad Campbell plays and is ready to go week one. We'll see. Give me an answer for who or what you're sick of.
I'm sick of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and the NFL shoving them down our throat. I just saw that there's a new documentary for six episodes, The Kingdom of their dynasty, which the Eagles kind of dismantled. So there is no dynasty. So enough with the Chiefs, enough with Mahomes, enough with Taylor Swift.
All right, one. I got to ask you one follow-up question, Anthony. True or false? You're more inclined to watch a Chiefs game than a Jags game?
Well, yeah, because
that's why they give you a lot of Chiefs. Like this year, they're going to give you a lot of Eagles.
I hate to tell Anthony this, but on Thanksgiving, Anthony, you'll be watching the Kansas City Chiefs at the Cowboys.
Oh, was that just announced?
Just announced.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chiefs, Cowboys.
4 p.m. So the Lions game is still open.
And you're saying that could be the Eagles?
I don't know.
Yeah, but it could be.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, don't they usually play on Thanksgiving Day?
Oh, hold on. My fault then.
The Eagles are playing on Black Friday.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah, correct.
I forgot about that.
So here are the 4 games we know. So, by the way, it's 94
Then they
WIP.
definitely can't play on Thanksgiving.
That's right. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. 4 games we know, of course. The first one we found out week 1, the Thursday to open the season, Eagles Cowboys. That'll be the unveiling of the banner and start of the season, that whole thing. Then there's a Monday game in November, Eagles Packers Monday night, November 10th, Monday Night Football.
That's going to be awesome, man. All the bad blood. People are going to be, signs with the
Push.
tried to take away our best play.
All that stuff, yeah.
Bad feelings about that one.
And Dallas Goedert can stiff arm that defender again. Whoever that guy was.
Teach him a lesson again.
Third game we know about is Black Friday, as the crew was just discussing. So obviously Eagles will not play on Thanksgiving. They'll play the day after, November 28th, home versus the Bears. And the fourth game we know is shortly.
That's exciting. That game, the Bears, what they did this past offseason, building around a young quarterback, yet new coaching staff. Remember, they've got the offensive coordinator from Detroit. They've got Ben Johnson, and they really like their young quarterback. This is, I don't know, like when the Bears are good, I like it.
Yeah, that was 40 years ago.
It was. I was 10 or 11. It felt like, the monsters of the Midway, that history.
Yeah.
It meant something to my young, I don't know, it just seemed cool. They were tough there.
They were.
I think toughness breeds toughness. Let's get that
hasn't.
back.
It hasn't.
So they need to get it
Ben
back.
Johnson can magically fix it.
No.
They'll be better, but they won't be. I don't think.
Here's my official statement.
They did
on
a good job this offseason.
Yeah, official statement on the modern day Chicago Bears. I'll believe it when I say it. No, they stink. Fourth game, Eagles, Washington, right before Christmas. That's on a Saturday.
Christmas Day also still in play.
It is still in play.
Yes.
It is still
and
in
the
play.
Saturday, because Christmas is on a Thursday, so the Saturday game makes me feel like that could be a real possibility.
Feels like it's like a 50-50 if the
Yeah.
Eagles play on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So, it is notable that all four games so far that have been released that we know about are non-Sunday games. I would certainly expect whatever the maximum you're allowed to have of non-Sunday games, the Eagles will have it. And that's not good for the Eagles, by the way. I mean, on one hand, that's fun, spotlight, prime time, all that sort of stuff. On the other hand, it's not really ideal. Not that the Thursday thing to start is a negative. I think that's a positive. You actually get 10 days into the second game. But the rest of them I view as largely negatives because you're going to have short weeks, either before or after with, a decent degree of frequency. So I don't dig on that. We'll find out in 12 hours the Eagles schedule, 8 o'clock tonight, NFL show, 215-592-9494 to weigh in. Also, here's something you might not know. Tomorrow on the program, 9 o'clock. John, who's on the show tomorrow at 9 a.m. in studio with us? See if you know.
Jimmy Seltzer.
No, well, he will be. So it played in a little promo thing. Devin, did you hear what played about now? I didn't even make the announcement. I got freaking promos being played before I even announced it.
I have to admit, I didn't hear it. I have no clue.
Ray, did you hear
Jason
it?
Kelsey.
Didn't hear it.
So here's the deal. It's, along with Kelsey, one of the only people that can lay claim. It's a short list for the most beloved Eagles of all time. Kelsey would be on the list.
B-Doc.
Brandon Graham, Brian Dawkins.
9
a.m. tomorrow.
Here?
Brian Dawkins in studio
Very cool.
for an hour with us.
Awesome.
So be tuned tomorrow at 9
I
for
get to tell him I
Dawkins.
once named a cat after him.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
I did. My cat found B-Doc on I-95, and I said,
Oh,
when
man.
you're a badass kitten on I-95 and you survive, you need a badass name.
That is something. All right, so Dawkins studio tomorrow at 9. We obviously look forward to that. One of the great players and great people in Philly sports history. Let me read you the statement that the Phillies released yesterday upon the news by the commissioner, and then we'll get right back to the phone. So here's the Phil statement that Rose has been removed from the permanently ineligible list, which I guess means it wasn't permanent. Just want to put that out there. All right, here we go. Phillies, this is their statement. The Phillies support today's decision by Commissioner Manfred and Major League Baseball to remove Pete Rose from the permanently ineligible list. As one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Pete made significant on-field contributions to the Phillies over his 5 seasons, 1979 to 1983 with the club, highlighted by our first World Series title in 1980. So a supportive position by the Phillies organization. Here's a statement that was sent by the Phillies on behalf of Mike Schmidt, who obviously was really good friends and classic teammates with Rose. I mean, 3 main players on that team from a superstar standpoint were obviously Schmidt, Rose, and Carlton. Superstars. All right, Schmidt's statement. It's a great day for baseball as Commissioner Manfred has reinstated Pete Rose, making him eligible for the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The ongoing question of whether Pete should or shouldn't be in the Hall will be answered by a select panel in the next Classic Baseball Era committee. Congratulations to Pete's family, his teammates, as well as his supporters who have waited many years for this opportunity for consideration. And that is the greatest fill of them all, Michael Jack Schmidt, talking about Pete and the news yesterday. Look, you can react to it all, 215-592-9494. While there's like a million different ways to react, the main thing I come down to today is discuss with Major League Baseball choosing to put him in after he died because he died. It doesn't work for me. Like Mr. Miyagi, who was a wise guy, John, very wise, not wise like criminal.
He would
wise.
not have handled it
A
like
wise.
this.
No, it's not. It's not. How is this an appropriate or effective way to go about any of this? We put him back in because he's dead.
Yeah.
That's the standard. That's the standard. Because he died, we now make him eligible. By the way, for something like eligible to what? Attend a baseball game? Like that's what baseball banning him didn't ban him from the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame banned him from the Hall of Fame by saying anyone who's ineligible for baseball won't be voted upon for the Hall of Fame. That was their choice, and I thought that was Mickey Mouse. But baseball's banishment, was like he can't attend a game. He can't manage the Reds. That's what they banned him from. So now they've made him eligible to attend a game from the grave? Is that what he's eligible for? He's eligible to attend a game while he's 6 feet under? The hell's that? I don't like it, man. I think it's a really, I don't know what the word is, inauthentic, fishy, nonsensical way. Really cowardly is the word I would apply. It's a cowardly, for a complex situation, It's trying to find a back door to solve a problem. And in my opinion, they exasperated the problem.
Insincere.
He
insincere.
Yes, insincere.
Insincere.
The fact that he said, he predicted, he expected Major League Baseball to do this. You know,
after I die, they'll let me in all sorts of stuff.
He was a messy, sloppy, problematic person.
I think that's fair.
The way that they dealt with this exacerbated the messiness and the sloppiness and the problems.
I agree.
So
100%.
Man, there's a lot of blame to go around.
What do you make of it? I really want your reaction. The Rose thing, 215-592-9494. How baseball came to this decision. What do you make of that? Eagles schedule and more. Sixers obviously still on the table. Paul in Downingtown right now. Paul, good morning. Yo, Paul. All right, Paul is not there. We go to Tim. He's calling from Swedesboro, New Jersey. Good morning, Tim.
Morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, Tim.
First time I'm calling. I've been listening to you guys for years.
No way. So what's different? What's different about this day?
Good question, and thank you, sir. But what is different?
Well, I mean, before I would listen, like when Angelo was on, I would shout out to him. You know, Angelo was the best. You guys are the best. I mean,
can't have two bests.
Yeah, best means like there's one ultimate.
The question is who does Rita Hughes think's the best?
When Angelo was on, he's the best, and now you and John are the best.
Good answer.
No, Tim, I'm playing around.
Like baseball. I'm taking it. I'm taking the cowardly out right here.
I'm joking around, Tim. What do you got, buddy? We're just playing around.
Well, I wanted to touch a little bit on the Phillies with the whole Bryce thing. I mean, my first thing was, what the hell, was up with the whole gender reveal thing with the bat? Like,
well,
how do we do that in baseball?
Revealing the gender of his baby.
So it bothered you? You think it's too frivolous?
I don't know. I thought, like,
didn't bother me.
It could have been done better.
Let me ask you a question, Tim. Is it because he was struggling at the time, and I think the team was struggling at the time? Is that the reason it bothered you?
In a way, because I agree, like what you guys are saying before, how I think Devin, you said it, where he puts a lot of pressure on himself.
Yeah.
And I think he really does, because I know he wants to win, he wants to win a World Series, but I feel like in a way, I just think it could have been handled better. He can handle himself a lot better. He's our $300 million man.
Tim, he's handled himself pretty damn good here, man. And here's what I'll say about the gender reveal thing. And I guess that was about a month ago. It's a long season. It's a grueling season in many ways. It's not football, but it's got its own deal of gruel because it's daily, essentially. And, I do think you got to give these guys some space to have some fun. I mean, the idea of, like, and by the way, that was an April game. This wasn't October 15th. The idea of Bryce Harper, with his wife, with the fans, having some fun in April, gender reveal, I got no issue with that, man. None. Because these guys are not actually robots. I know sometimes people want to treat them as such, but
I knew I knew at the time that a lot of people would be mad. I think, Tim, didn't it just feel like as soon as we found out that there was colored bats that didn't have anything to do with like the action on the field, I think we were all aware that people would make issues.
No, so you knew someone. Tim, give me an answer, my man. This is for Metallica tickets. Who or what are you sick of?
Well, I've been thinking about this for a couple of days. And, by the way, I want to congratulate Bryce and his family. Bless you guys. What bothers me is Daryl Morey bothers the hell out of me because I was listening to his press conference. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
Morey's a good answer, Tim. I like that answer a lot. That works for me. Who or what are you
How
sick
did it
of?
make you feel when he went face down on the table at the draft? I don't know if you were noticing.
Yeah, I saw that.
When we had the chance to be number one.
Yeah.
And we're coming back from a commercial or something.
By the way, it is insane that the Dallas Mavericks got the first overall pick.
Rigged.
I don't think it's rigged.
Not a conspiracy
100%.
theorist, but it's
Rigged. You
a
really
little
think it's
shady.
rigged?
1,000%.
Well, I don't think
They make a nonsensical trade. They trade their darling Luka to the Lakers, of all places.
I don't buy it.
And then they get the first overall pick.
I don't buy it. All right, well, you can react to that. Was it rigged? There's so many topics here. 215-592-9494. All right, back with all the calls. Also, really interesting Eagles roster question. We're going to get to that and more. Phone calls and all this on 94 WIP.
Hello, May, and hello, warmer weather. Maybe hopefully after this rain moves through. Now, listen, before you know it, we're going to be deep in summer, and we're going to be searching for any way to keep the heat in our home, keep the AC there with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. It's what I've done in both my homes here in South Philly and my home down the shore.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country. So you know what that means? It means the windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. They installed mine in one nap or less, and it was a pretty short nap, too. And suddenly I woke up to 3 new windows, one in each of my kids' bedrooms. Make sure you hurry, though. You got to take advantage of Window Nation's semi-annual sale before May 31st. Don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now like I did by calling 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
A 47-game on-base streak for Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For for bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
For more than 150 years and with 59 financial centers, Mid-Penn Bank has been a staple of the community throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey. As we grow in greater Philadelphia, we're focusing on the communities we serve, devoted to supporting local public and nonprofit entities. And Mid-Penn Bank is reinvesting our dollars locally in causes that support our service area. Learn more about our unwavering products and service and for a location nearest you at midpennbank.com. Banking that puts community first.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. With Steph Curry out for tonight's elimination Game 5 in Minnesota, Golden State will again rely on Pat Spencer. So who's he, you ask? He's an all-time college lacrosse great. That's who. He did switch to basketball after playing in Germany and the G League. He's suddenly in the spotlight for the Warriors. Good luck, Pat. You're going to need it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Guys, listen up. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to talk to my friend Paul at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. He'll walk you through every step of the process, whether you want something custom and one of a kind, or you need a stunning diamond ready to go. Paul makes it easy, pressure-free, and actually fun. So don't settle. Go with someone who gets it. Step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Check out cozyjewelers.com or follow Cozy Jewelers, that's COZZI, on Instagram to see their amazing work.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies will play 2 today, doubleheader with the red-hot Cardinals, who are on a 9-game winning streak. Game 1, that'll be 1:05. Jesus Lazardo on the mound. And then at 6:15 p.m., it'll be Aaron Nola starting. Well, we already know the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles host the Cowboys in the NFL season opener. Now we know the Cowboys' Thanksgiving Day opponent. It'll be the Kansas City Chiefs at 4 p.m. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers. High is 71. It's currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Richie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Metallica tickets today. You can win them. Going to be in town Friday of next week. You can only win them by calling us, though, and giving us the best answer to who or what are you sick of. So far, some of the notable answers: Knicks fans and players, former players, was said. Cowboys fans here. Mahomes and the Chiefs. Daryl Morey may be my leader in the clubhouse. Although getting out of your car to go into a Wawa while you keep your car at the gas pump, pretty good one too.
Is that like our only non-sports answer so far? We've done a lot of sports answers.
And the commercial, the Wagovia commercial.
Yeah.
So
Wegovy?
Whatever.
Wachovia?
I don't know what the hell it is. So what are you sick of? Who are you sick of? Best answer, you can win Metallica tickets.
Did you say the Wachovia commercial?
No,
He did.
Wagovia.
He said Wagovia.
Wagovia. So what is
really
it?
like any pharmaceutical commercial.
Wegovy is the drug.
Is that the one where the two people...
Wachovia is a band, or was a band, I guess.
Are there two people in the bathtub? Is that Cialis?
Yeah, the one in the bathtub outside.
Yeah.
Like you'd ever do that. Even you who loves bath.
Correct.
Would you ever do that?
Maybe if it was like a beautiful snowstorm and then I wanted to, heat up in a snowstorm.
Oh, that's the best, though. Take a hot tub when it's snowing out.
A hot tub.
So have you done that?
A bath.
You say it's the best. Have you done that?
Yes.
What are we talking
been in
about? Have we done
hot
what?
tub. I thought you were saying bathtub.
Yeah,
hot tub when it's snowing.
Yeah. Well, I essentially
Yeah.
did that in Iceland. I was in the Blue Lagoon.
Yeah, there
in
you
Iceland.
go.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It wasn't snowing, but it was cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. All right, a lot happening here. Let me break up it's been a little heavy today. Pete Rose, been a little heavy. So I need an answer from you guys on how you handle a situation. I think we've all encountered this before. And the other day I went, thank you. And I know John Richie would not have done 4 thank yous. Here's the scenario. It happened to me about 2 weeks ago, leaving work.
Yeah, I think 4 thank yous is redundant.
It is.
John
It
Richie
is.
do it on the air once with somebody?
Oh yeah, with that blondie. What was her name?
Oh, yes, Cindy Margolis.
Cindy Margolis.
Yeah.
And it
You
was-
thanked her a 1,000 times.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you.
Well, the
And
truth
she
was,
wasn't. She was just like talking
I had
to you
very
too.
little else
Thank
to
you
say.
so much. Anyway, here's the scenario. I know we've all been through some variation of this before, and I know John would not do what I did the other day. What's the proper protocol? So leaving work the other day, we have a series of doors. I mean, from where we work inside, and the door to get outside, and then the
It's
door
like
to
Fort Knox.
yeah, door to get in a parking garage, and then like another door. So
Sometimes you got to scan stuff to
correct.
get through.
Yes.
You got a
So-
turnstile.
Same person. It was a woman just like 2 weeks ago. She's in front of me for all 4 doors. Holds the first door open for me. Now, let me be clear. She was like clearly in front of me. Normally, I would hold a door open for a woman. Don't be coming after me like I'm some pig here, all right? I'm going to hold the door open for a lady kind of guy. But like she was like totally in front of me. So she gets the first door, and it's not far before the second door and then the third door. So anyway, she opens the door. Holds it, she, just kind of nudges it open as I pass through. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like at this point, you acknowledge we're 3, a little chuckle. Thank you again. Now, Devin, what's the proper protocol here? 4 thank yous. 1, 2, break into a conversation about the ridiculousness of it. Like what? How do you handle this?
I mean, I think you handled it well. I would just say thank you every time.
Because John wouldn't.
Really?
John, you would never do 4 thank yous. I don't buy it. It's not because you're rude. It's not in your bag of what's the word here?
Bag of tricks?
I would
Personality?
probably
Yeah.
stop. I would probably stop.
I know you would. I mean, it was awkward. Let me clear.
It
It was
seems
How
awkward.
far apart are the doors?
Well, going down.
Clearly,
it's
she
all
knows that you're
relatively close.
thankful by the third. And,
Correct.
and then
She knows by the second.
it's almost like you're mocking
Yeah, you know what?
thanking
I
if
know.
you
You know
go
what?
for.
Yeah,
I felt
he's
like-
right.
Don't
I
mock
feel like it just gets
thanking.
weird after a little bit.
I
You
felt
don't
like a
need to-
doofus. I felt
yeah.
like a world-class doofus.
So what did she say
You only need
after
to do it
the
like the
fourth
first
thank?
first time or first like 2 times, and then she gets the gist.
After the fourth thank, was she just like, yeah, I know.
I really don't remember. I just know that I knew it was silly. I think she knew it was silly, but I didn't want to not say thank you.
Yeah, because I hate
think you
people who
should've.
don't acknowledge.
Right?
Like if I hold a
You
door
could have
for
done a
somebody
head
and they
nod.
walk through, I'm like, yo, like what?
And then Rhea, imagine this scenario. Let's say the head of Odyssey's there, doesn't see 1, 2, and 3, sees me with door 4, sees me not say thank you. Then I'm the jerk.
I think you just make
It
a
doesn't
joke
say-
of it at 3 and 4.
Well, I a little chuckle.
Yeah.
I
Like,
get
all
like-
right, here we go again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Correct.
And it would have a good one. Just switch up the phrasing,
Danke Shane.
Yeah, this is a little awkward. right?
Gracias. Yeah, just start
But
firing up
I
new ones.
appreciate it again. Anyway, it was one of those moments. I'm sure people have had that. It's an awkward one. NBA wide open. Pacers eliminated last night. Look, I lament the Sixers fall.
Cavs eliminated.
Cavs. I'm sorry. Cavs.
Pacers advance, yeah.
Sorry. Cavs eliminated. I lament the Sixers fall because it really does show you how wide open the league is, and by the way, has been for a number of years. And the Sixers really did not seize the opportunity.
Can I say something about that though?
Please.
And it might be. I don't want anyone to think I'm being insensitive because what happened to Jason Tatum was horrible, but that's a really serious injury, and he already had surgery. I'm assuming he's going to miss either all of next season. I don't know if they've announced how much time he's expected to miss, or a big chunk
Good
of it.
chunk, yeah.
I mean, it's good opportunity if you're a team like the Sixers, where the dominant Celtics are going to be without their best player.
Yeah.
And the Sixers will be with their best player?
Yeah, good point.
Well,
Giannis
that
could
is
also be
yet
on the
to
move.
be seen, Rhea.
Oh, Devin, stop.
Who their best player is, I'm not sure who that'll
Well,
be.
the
come
only
next
one,
season, but-
the only one that's good enough to make a difference for a title is Embiid, and I'm with Rhea that I just don't buy the likelihood that he plays 65 games and plays them at a dominant level. I think I just don't buy it. But man, they are shoveling stuff out there, Rhea. I mean, it's been a media tour for Nick Nurse, Daryl Morey.
I'm okay with Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse was hung out to dry last season.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
I mean,
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but here's what I don't. Here's what I'm telling you right now.
I think he's a good coach.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. I'm not
I mean,
sure.
He won a championship.
He-
so-
I'm just telling you what I won't appreciate if we find out to be true.
Yeah.
That Joel can't answer the bell again. They're not saying definitively that he can't, but they're putting a lot of bat signals out there that they expect a much better Embiid.
And
I will find
Don't
it.
you do this if you're Daryl Morey, though,
You know
to sort
what?
of take the heat off yourself?
You know what?
Try to stack this so that it's everything lies in Joel's
At some point, you got to be
health
authentic.
court.
At some point, you got to keep
Wow.
it real.
I would love to see the I would love to start seeing authenticity.
Yeah.
At some point.
It's like baseball.
I don't think it's ever coming from Daryl Morey.
No.
Anyway, we'll take your reaction on the Sixers. And one more thing. So baseball, letting Pete Rose into baseball when he's dead. Now, John,
It's a little harsh.
Mike Tyson weighed in on this. Mike Tyson has weighed in on Pete Rose now being eligible for attending a baseball game. That's what he's now eligible for. He's eligible for MLB, but he's dead. And Mike Tyson has commented.
What type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? You think somebody really wants to think about you? I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone?
Well, that's some insightful stuff. It seems like they might have listened to Mike Tyson closely while ruling on
I view it the other
Pete
way.
Rose.
I think so. Obviously, he wasn't talking about Rose, tongue in cheek, but that was from about 6 months ago. And I think his point, to me, kind of holds to my point. They honor. I'll use the word honor. They honor Pete Rose by putting him back in once he's dead because he's dead.
Do you think he's a slam dunk to get in?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Absolutely not. But I don't like that he's not on the regular ballot for a period of time. What's the? How
it's
does
like
that
a
make?
5-year thing. You have to get in within that 5-year thing for the regular voters.
But he was never on the ballot. How is
understand.
he ineligible for that ballot if he was never eligible
Do
for
you
it?
think they really thought this out real well? No. But here, the crazy thing is, so now you've got players who are going to vote, players and veteran media members. Yeah. And the ones who voted on it last year might, because it's only a 3-year term. So, and I looked up the media people from last year, and it wasn't like anybody we really knew.
Okay.
I mean, that might be old-time baseball.
And this is the crew that put Harold Baines on a few years ago and some of those guys.
So,
yeah.
Which,
Yeah, that was not a good decision. Well, look, we'll see in the coming. Hey, by the way, it's not going to be till 2027. For whatever reason, the votes in the fall or winter of 26, and then he would go in
December of
27.
27, he'd go in 28.
The whole thing makes no sense. Let's go to the phones. Pete Rose, do you agree with my contention that it's cowardly of baseball to arrive at this conclusion because he died? And by the way, here's the statement from Manfred, part of it, just a brief little. He said, obviously a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. Let's just get a ruling on that. Do you guys agree with that statement from Manfred? I don't. Again, the sentence, obviously a person no longer with us, by that he means dead. Obviously a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. True or false, John?
In a closed-minded world, yes. What he's saying here is Pete Rose cannot gamble while dead.
you can't embarrass the Major League
He
Baseball.
is saying that, but for people that don't think he should be in the Hall, and
It
he's
will
now
tarnish it.
eligible. He's now he's going to be eligible for the Hall. That does impact the concept of you won't make the Hall if you bet on baseball when you weren't allowed to. He's now got a shot to make the Hall, which I would say, and I'm pro Pete Rose for the Hall. I've gone back and forth a million times. All right, a million times. I've changed my opinion 10,000 times. That's less than a million, but you get my point. But I think I lean toward Pete in the Hall, but I acknowledge for people that think he should not be in the Hall, I at least respect that it's trying to maintain the standard of integrity for baseball as it relates to gambling, as it related to the 20th century.
And the gambling thing, it's where the people who don't want him in, it's very simple. It's posted on every clubhouse.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was never
and was because of the Black Sox throwing the World Series in 1919 was the thing.
Yeah.
in baseball.
You couldn't miss it. And the steroids was never illegal when Bonds
Correct. Well,
and Clemens were allegedly doing it.
So the
correct?
problem with that one, it wasn't illegal in baseball, but it was illegal in America.
Yeah.
So that always, because I've always said, so does baseball need to have a rule you can't kill someone? Like baseball doesn't have a rule that says
Ty Cobb's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Ty Cobb is in the Hall of Fame. But you get my point. Like there is in baseball, there's no rule that says you can't murder. But in America, there's a rule that says you can't murder.
But there is a character clause, correct?
There is a character clause. We go around that. Guys, baseball's going around. America's gone round and round on this for 35 years.
Yeah.
All right. What do you make of it? My main thing today is I just don't like how baseball arrived at this. I think it's cowardly to say we remove him from the permanently ineligible list because he's dead. What is that? What is that? Let's go to the phones. Paul in Downingtown. Paul, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Completely agree with you on Pete Rose, man. It's 100% chicken stuff.
Right.
And, it's okay, like, for Major League Baseball to make a statement that, what you do on the field and what you do in your life off the field are equally important. And if you screw up your life so badly that you're an embarrassment to baseball, maybe it's okay that you don't get to go in the Hall of Fame. I mean, that's an honor. It's not something that anyone's entitled to. And I think baseball should feel comfortable saying that. And I understand some of the issues that exist because there's already some really crappy people in the Hall of Fame.
Always.
But you have to be comfortable making that stand. I mean, it's okay. I don't know if they're afraid of consumer backlash or I don't know what absurd reason they're using to justify this, kind of straddle the brook.
Well, we know the reason. It's been stated because he's dead. And in the commissioner's opinion, quote, obviously a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. I don't think that statement is even accurate because I think you honor him, and I'm not saying it's wrong to do so, but I'm saying you do honor him by placing him back in the game, which I think undercuts the purpose years ago to remove him from the game for what they deemed to be a stain on the integrity of the game. I think the whole thing is like to me, this would not hold up in a court of law. It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. And even historically speaking, it doesn't make any sense because I can take some pretty horrible historical figures and put it into that same context. What they did still matters. It still affects people today. The whole line is garbage, Joe. I 100% agree with you. It's just chicken stuff. But, onto something maybe a little bit different, a little easier is the Eagles. I am a little concerned like you about the short weeks, especially in November. I mean, it's only 4 games in that month, and we've got 2 short weeks already. The lack of Sunday 1:00 games is disappointing for me. But it kind of comes with the territory. The Eagles are kind of the shining gem of the NFL right now. I think they've actually kind of surpassed Kansas City in that regard. And, so that's just the way it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of primetime games. There's going to be a lot of, not Sundays at 1:00.
Yeah, you're right. And that's going to complicate things.
Be proud of it.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time because we went through some horrible years and some horrible stuff. So to get to be the team at the top, it's great. And that's even why, even though I agree with Richie that Dallas doesn't, deserve the spotlight of the opening game, just like Rhea and a lot of other people, like, I hate Dallas so much. I am petty. And I wish that championship flag could be raised, like, directly through Jerry's box so that, like, it touches him on the way to the top. You know what I mean? Like, I hate him so much. Like,
you know how disturbing he would be. How disturbing that would be for him if it was touching him, like just.
Oh yeah, I would love that. I mean,
on the way up.
What I ever liked about the Cowboys is Michael Irvin after he was a Cowboy. Like he's awesome on TV. But like like Aikman and all those other guys, I don't even like them now. I still can't stand them. I'm just
from that team. You know who I liked from that team that era, Paul? I really respected Aikman and I really respected Emmett. Michael Irvin drove me nuts. Deion drove me nuts. Jimmy Johnson drove me nuts. But I thought Emmett and Troy seemed like really, I thought they were not only world-class players, but they seemed like great guys. Paul, give me an answer. Who or what are you sick of?
Emmett Smith might not be the best running back in NFL history, but he's one of the toughest. So, but the things I don't like anymore, I'm really confused by. I grew up a caddy, a busboy, a waiter. I relied on tips. I like them. But tipping culture is so confusing now. Like I'm reluctant to give the guy a tip that literally walks the pizza from the pizza oven to the counter. Like, I don't want to tip that guy.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of over tipping. I kind of think Europe does it right. Pay people more, just pay them more and get rid of tipping.
Well, Okay, I don't want to get rid of Techman, but I'll say this. I don't like when you're at I'll call it a regular store, like a Panera.
Oh.
And they flip the freaking thing around that you have to tip the person behind the counter. You're not my waiter or waitress.
Can you believe it?
You're not a waiter or waitress.
And why is it? And I think it's generally just accepted that is now the way of the world.
Yeah, people advocated for it. They got it, and I'm sure they're making more bucks. And it's good for them that they're making more bucks. I'm not trying to be some,
and I agree that you should
in A Christmas Carol. That's his name, Scrooge.
Scrooge. I agree that you need to tip. You need to tip healthily.
And I do
for service
Not
jobs.
Not at the buffet bar.
Well, that was a screw up. I hadn't thought of it.
Teasing.
I know you are, but that was uncomfortable.
You know what drives me nuts at certain places now? There's like 2 or 3 different charities I have to get through before when I swipe my card. It's like, do you want to donate to this show? And I'm going, what?
It's a lot.
Come on.
It's a lot. Should they flip that thing around to you when it's just a regular food order?
No.
I don't think so.
They do it at the ballpark, too. It's not just even Panera.
Yeah,
it's concessions.
I'm not trying
amazing.
I'm not
it's
trying
amazing.
To
and then you feel like a jerk. Every time you have to go like, no, I don't want to donate to starving children or something like that.
You know what the solution is? Have you thought of it?
Don't ask.
Pay cash.
Well, that too. Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
If you pay cash, which let's be real, a lot of us don't have on us anymore, but if you pay cash, there's nothing to flip around there.
Well, then you have to give them cash. And what if you?
No,
only
you
give them
do.
20 back?
And you got to get the grimy change back and all that nonsense.
It is pretty gross.
215.
I'm now grossed out by change, and I was like the farthest from OCD. Although I guess we learned that I'm OCD with numbers the other day.
Okay.
I have weird problems with the adding up of numbers, but now change also. So germ OCD,
a little bit,
which was not an issue for me prior to the COVID thing. Now it is.
All right, let me throw an Eagles roster topic out at you. So Elliot put a poll out the other day. I don't think he had quite the right way to frame it going in because he references with Derek Carr retiring. Now, the Saints did draft a quarterback. What was it, early second round or high first? End of first?
I think it was second.
They got that guy instead of
40th overall.
Instead of Shedeur Sanders, they took that second rounder, that guy, whoever that guy is.
Tyler Shaw.
Okay. Maybe he starts year one. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? And listen, the Saints is a reasonable team to ask the question for, but I think the Steelers would have been a better team. But anyway, here's Elliot's poll question the other day, and we have the results. I want to get right to it because I want to get everyone's opinion what it would take for you. Poll question Elliot put up was, with Derek Carr retiring, if you were Howie Roseman, what would it take for you to trade Tanner McKee to the Saints? Or let's say by extension to the Steelers, et cetera, whoever. So the poll choices were second, third, fourth, and wouldn't trade them. So let's start, Rhea. Would you trade Tanner McKee for a 2?
Yes.
Would you trade him for a 3?
Maybe.
I know. That's where it gets tricky,
That's
right?
where that's where it'd have to be a 3 and something else.
John, would you trade Tanner McKee for a 2?
Yes.
Would you trade him
he
for a 3?
He was a 6th round draft
He's pretty
pick,
good,
so
man.
less than that, yeah. You are great. You are upgrading. You are making this team better if you trade him for a 5th, a 4th, a 3rd.
John,
yes.
I got a shot to win another Super Bowl, and if Jalen gets hurt, I want someone to go in there that can win it. And I fear without McKee, I don't have that guy.
Well, you have the
right?
Am I right
about
you
that?
have an unhealthy fixation with the 3rd string quarterback.
John, Tanner McKee can play.
He's going to be second.
He's second, and he's pretty good.
They drafted Kyle
He's really
McCord.
good.
I think he's really
They brought
great,
in
Devin.
Dorian Thompson Robinson. He was good against 3rd string preseason defenders.
I'm
Stop
trying to
it.
beat the Chiefs in
Stop.
another Super Bowl.
Everyone just stop.
He went in for
He's a
Kenny
3rd
Pickett in the regular season.
He's Tanner McKee.
He is the
played,
second
when
string
has
quarterback.
He played? When has he played against
He played
starters
in the final 2
NFL?
games.
and a half.
When did he against backups? In
No, the Cowboys and Giants had their
trash
starters
time,
in.
correct?
No, let's not. He played a full game.
Garbage
Kenny
time.
Pickett. No.
Who was he playing with?
We'd have to look it up. Isn't it the game Saquon broke the record?
Yes,
And they went to
he
2000?
played. Tanner McKee played against. Was it the Giants or Cowboys? I get those two mixed
I think
up.
it was the Giants game, but it was one of them.
Yeah,
He
it was because
played like-
Kenny Pickett went out with a rib injury.
He played a game and a half.
and he
replaced
played
Pickett.
really well.
He played very well.
All right, great. And
He had some
I still
awesome
look at him.
passes.
Great.
Would you trade him for a 4th rounder?
Yes. He was a sixth-round draft pick. If you get better than that,
who cares what pick
we have 4 quarterbacks on the roster right now.
And you trust those other 2 to go play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
I don't know. I need to see them. Don't you?
I would be more. To see Dorian. I'd be more informed if I saw him, but I know this. I saw Tanner McKee. I trust that guy if I need him. I would not trade him for a 3rd rounder.
I don't trust a guy that I've seen play against backups in the NFL.
I've always been impressed with him.
He played at the end of a season and against backups in the preseason. I'm not taking away from him. At Stanford, he was amazing.
No, you are taking away from him.
I'm telling you, you have an ungodly overestimation of backup
talk to
quarterbacks.
Devin. She's telling you he's really good also. Talk to her.
Okay. Devin, you have an ungodly
on the Eagles
overestimation
roster right now,
of backup quarterbacks.
Even when Kenny Pickett was on the roster, I would trust Tanner McKee going in a high leverage situation should he need to. I'm not saying he should start over Jalen Hurts by any means, but I'm saying we put a lot of weight in the backup quarterback position here in Philadelphia because of our history with it. And Tanner McKee,
and I don't think GMs around the NFL do.
Tanner McKee that's why teams like the
do.
Saints now need a quarterback, like the Steelers.
Okay.
They don't have a quarterback.
Guys, the backup quarterback for the Eagles saved the 06 season, the 12 season. Not 12, but 10. When Foles, I'm getting all confused. Vic saved 12. No. Vic saved 10. Foles saved 13. Foles saved 17. Foles saved 18.
Did you have any faith when Marcus Mariota was your
No, and he wasn't.
Minshew?
But you know what I could see? Well, Minshew was smidgen.
Minshew was okay.
But I could see in the preseason, I could see that Mariota stunk. I could see
we
it.
all could see it.
I thought in the limited times we've seen McKee in the preseason, I thought he looked good.
Well, he's looked good.
And then he played a game and a half of regular season football, and I thought looked good. I look.
So you think Tanner McKee is going to go off and be a starter for an NFL team?
In 2024, I know not a big sample size here, but in the time that he played, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. 117 quarterback rating.
Here's my prediction for you, John. When Tanner McKee's time with the Eagles here's my prediction. We'll find out who's right or who's wrong. When Tanner McKee's time with the Eagles is done, which could be soon with the trade or when he's a free agent in like a year or 2, my prediction is he will be an NFL starting quarterback. You disagree?
I disagree. He's probably not going to be, but if he gets a chance and makes good on it, he's got that opportunity potentially. Not a great shot at doing that.
I think he's pretty good. Well, anyway, the poll result of what people would trade Tanner McKee for, 21% said they wouldn't trade him. 40.
I don't know if I would trade him.
Well, if you got a first rounder?
Yes, for a first rounder. For something
that's a different
big,
deal.
I would. But
all right,
otherwise,
21% said they wouldn't trade him. By the way, in this poll, there was no first rounder, just to be fair. So the poll was 2nd, 3rd, 4th, wouldn't trade him for what it's worth. 21% said they wouldn't trade him essentially for 2, 3, or 4. 47% said they would trade him for a 2. 25% said they would trade him for a 3. 7% said they'd trade him for a 4. I would not consider trading him until it became a 2. I would not trade him for a 3 or 4. All right, coming up in 1 minute, right back to the phones on all these topics. 215-592-9494. Right back to the calls in a minute. Hey, let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They're amazing. They're phenomenal. They're like, the best. Greg and the entire squad, wonderful people, true experts at what they do. Care of your car, care for you, customer service, the whole deal. Tons of locations throughout the Delaware Valley, 10 different locations. And they're doing something really great now for our community as well. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and, of course, for brighter days. So whether you need service or not, this May, and obviously we're about halfway through the month of May, this May, stop in your locally owned and operated United Tire and Service. Please consider donating to support Children's Hospital, support CHOP, and United Tire will match dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a new set of Ford tires. Sounds like a tremendous initiative in my opinion. They match dollar for dollar and give you a voucher, $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Let's go to Tom in Abington. Yo, Tom.
Yo, gang. How we doing this morning?
Doing great, Tom.
Hey, Hammer, nice of you to show up to work today.
Yeah, I figured why not, I mean, let me put it this way, if the Phillies are going to play 2, I can play 1.
There you go. It's the summer. We know how that goes.
Thank you. That's right.
So, if you'll allow me to, I want to touch on all 3.5 teams in the city.
Go for it.
All right, we'll start off with the Philadelphia second rounders. They're going to mess this up. They're either going to trade this pick away or they're going to draft the wrong guy. That's just what they do. They're pretty much the joke of professional sports. And I'm convinced that the NBA is rigged at this point. Then you have the Flyers. They're probably 2 years away from being good. Oh, and they need a goalie, which they probably have needed since Hexie left town, which leads me to the fraudulent Phils. Ultimately, I think they're going to break our hearts this year, and then God knows what happens to this squad down the road. So that leaves the only real team in town, our beloved Birds. I'm with you, Joe. I love what the NFL has done with their schedule. I think that they are kind of punishing Dallas. I think they went to Dallas and said, hey, you're supposed to be America's team, huh? Well, for the past quarter century, you guys haven't sniffed a championship game. Meanwhile, your division foes, those Philadelphia Eagles, they've been to 4 Super Bowls. Oh, by the way, they won 2 of them. So why don't you go up there to the lake, watch them raise that banner for the whole world to see.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to see Jerry Jones's face as that banner's being raised.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I love it. And I think the talk in the town yesterday primarily that the Cowboys aren't worthy of the game is missing what I think is the bigger story for us here in Philly, which is the Eagles get to honor themselves in front of the Cowboys and make the Cowboys. They get to put the Cowboys' face in the dirt, and I don't see how that's a bad thing in any way.
No, and by the way, they're not a worthy opponent.
They're not. But look, they're not a worthy opponent as a team. But I will say this: I think they're going to be better than people think. But are they going to be better than the Lions? Probably not. But they are worthy from this one standpoint, and it's an important one for the NFL purposes. Ratings. Now, unless the game becomes a runaway, and that's possible. Look, if the Eagles are up 24-6, and it's like third quarter, then there's probably going to be some people turning it off in America, and maybe the ratings go down. But I would bet you that there will be more ratings for an Eagles-Cowboys game than an Eagles-Lions game, and that's a big consideration for the NFL.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's great. So I'm with you on that. So what am I sick of? I already won Metallica tickets from you guys. Thank you very much. But you guys already had the winning answer, and I'm just going to double down on it. Who out there isn't sick of the out-of-breath, big-headed, whack-beard-wearing Daryl Morey?
Well, I got you. He's already been said. It might be the winning answer today. We shall see. Hey, Doc, tomorrow at 9. Be tuned tomorrow at 9 o'clock for Brian Dawkins, which is going to be a blast. He's going to be in studio with us for an entire hour. Doc tomorrow with us at 9 o'clock. Let me tell you our Twitter poll. We got 3 of them. Twitter poll questions of the day, all brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin Certified One Owner, pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question, are you concerned about Bryce? Short-term or long-term? Are you concerned? Yes or no? I am not. Now, I get why people are, but I'm not there yet. Second poll question, do you like the Eagles playing Dallas week 1? Yes or no? I do. But I sense most people don't. Third poll question, is it cowardly, and that's the word we apply to it, is it cowardly for Major League Baseball to reinstate Pete Rose only after he died? Yes or no? I believe the answer to that is yes. Look, you can vote on all of these, and I'm sure they're all going to be split polls. Vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter, weigh in on the phone lines. By the way, all this available for you on Times Yours as well. Times Yours line. If you've been trying to call today, maybe you got a busy signal. Obviously, our phones are often jammed. Get any of this off your chest with Times Yours. 215-238-4500. Best of the best. Make the show today at 9:45. 215-238-4500. All right, back with all the calls. Joe DeCamera and John Richie on WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. Talk to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. Because did you know attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery post-surgery? Then what the cool thing is, you already know your NovaCare's physical therapist. You trust them to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. Because let's face it, your joint replacement needs are unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan It'll get you back to feeling strong and to doing the things you love to do. It's not a decision you came to lightly. So rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to novacare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet3. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey, more like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. The Rockies are off to a historically horrendous start. So naturally, Colorado fired manager Bud Black, and they shuffled around some coaches like deck chairs on the Titanic. What I don't get is that if we're in baseball's new modern era, why don't they just fire the analytics gurus first, and then the manager, and then get rid of all the players? I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies will try to snap the Cardinals' long win streak. Currently, a 9 will get 2 chances to do it today with a doubleheader. Last night's rain up to be made up later this evening. First game today will be 1:05 with Jesus Lazardo starting, followed by Aaron Nola in the second matchup at 6:15 p.m. Of course, both games live here on 94 WIP. Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day opponent will be none other than the Kansas City Chiefs. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers, high of 71. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door for the House of Windows. Plus, pay nothing till 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, hope you're having a great start to your Wednesday morning. Joe DeCamera, John Richie. We got Devin. We got Buzz in for Seltzer and Rhea. James will be back tomorrow. Let me tell you a few things we got up ahead, by the way. Speaking of tomorrow. Brian Dawkins in studio, 9 o'clock hour tomorrow. That'll be awesome. An hour of Doc. Phenomenal. Monday. You know, we've been talking more lately about the Flyers when the season ended and just really hoping that they would get this thing going for the future. Like, stop waiting and trading players and waiting. Like, at some point, you got to go forward. Jonesy will be in studio with us on Monday, 7:30 to 9:30.
Tuesday.
Hold on. I've written down here Monday. You have Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Tuesday the 20th.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got my days crossed.
I will
Glad
double
we
check that,
cleared
but I
that
thought
up.
that was one of the days you gave me.
It's an early day next week. We'll figure out which one it is, whichever one it is. But anyway, sometime early next week, Jonesy in studio. We'll get you the specific.
Tuesday the 20th.
Tuesday.
He's got it on his calendar.
My fault. Tuesday next week. So we'll have some fun with that. And look, it'd be great to reconnect with Jonesy. We love him. We just want to get it going. All right, one other thing. So if you are intending to go to one Phillies game today, make sure you go to the right one. Here's what I mean by that. Doubleheader, as Rhea put in the update, because last night's game was rained out. Here's the key for you to know. If you had tickets to last night's game, that ticket applies to tonight's game, not to today's afternoon game. The Phillies already had an afternoon game scheduled at 1, like 105, 110, whatever the heck it is. They already had that game scheduled. So they're not bumping what was going to be the people for that game to the night game. You can't do that. So last night's game, that ticket applies to tonight's game, but not the game that's in 4 hours. So make sure you have the right ticket for the right game.
I'm hearing that it could start to dry out around 1 o'clock.
Around 1.
Around 1.
Okay. And Devin, I know you're looking at some kind of update. What do you see there as far as 1 o'clock? Because we're wondering when the rain is done.
So it's supposed to continue like pretty heavy through noon, and then it'll slowly taper off starting at 1. So if it's raining at the start of the game, it'll be light, or it should be light according to the forecast. And then completely done, it says, by like 3 p.m.
Okay.
So it's pretty good.
And John, your conundrum, because we're all going to this game together, and your conundrum is whether to go home 76 there, 76 back, or just grab a couch and hang for a little bit here at the station.
It's going to be a problem if I end up having to
take a
go
nap, take a station nap.
He keeps saying, I want to find a couch to nap. And I'm like, well, what couch is
I'm
that?
not sure.
If you find one, let me know.
Yeah. I'm not sure that there's a private
John's just in a conference
location.
room.
I can give you a tip, John. Just check with, maybe Skylar. Make sure that there's not a mom around here, because there's the mother's room that is private.
Oh.
Does it have a couch?
It has a very comfortable chair.
That's not bad.
That's good. That sounds good.
Look at John.
I've used it before.
Maybe.
So.
Maybe that'll
No one
work.
complains about me going in with a woman.
Yeah, but we do
John,
have to
I would
make
check.
sure.
And if
that
no one's pregnant or has a
there's no
young
You need your
mother's
key card to get
need.
into it. So,
if no one's got a young kid or a pregnancy issue or
Right.
You wouldn't go in there for a pregnancy issue though.
Well, it's called a mother's room.
Yeah, so once you're a mother.
Once you've had them, yeah.
You don't go there to become a mother.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, all right, it was a dumb comment by me. Dude, what are you doing, man? You're
That's
killing
a
me.
pretty good line.
I mean, could you
man.
imagine someone giving birth in that room here?
Or, well.
Yeah, I think everyone was picturing something else.
It's a quiet room.
All right,
Just put it that way.
215-592-9494. One other thing, I want to play some audio here of Trey Hendrickson. He's a, elite pass rusher for the Cincinnati Bengals, and he's been in this contract dispute with his team, the Bengals. John, we're going to play a game
Who
called...
have been in a contract dispute with both of their starting wide receivers, and their quarterback has been saying, just go look at what the Eagles do.
Correct.
That's how we need to treat our guys.
They've also been in a contract dispute with, it feels like, 20 people over 20 years. That's a whole nother matter. So
That's how the Bengals do it.
That's what they do. Let's play a little game called, the game is called, Is Trey Hendrickson Being Sarcastic? Okay, that's the name of the game. Is Trey Hendrickson being sarcastic? You be the judge.
Can you shed more light on that, on what was communicated last year? It sounds like they wanted to say, hey, next year we'll give you a market deal, and then the market changed.
Right. It wasn't even to that point, and credit to a well-run organization like the Bengals. There were nothing in stone, right? And they have the ability to say they've done right by me, and that's okay with my family. If that's the way it goes, so be it.
All right.
Wow. Wow.
A well-run organization.
Well run. Oh, that was 1,000% sarcastic.
Give it to a well-run organization like the Bengals.
That is taking shot at the history of the
It
organization.
really is. Yeah,
I mean, my goodness.
That was pretty strong.
But
Let Howie go out and get him.
What they've done is pretty horrendous.
Well, look,
they
let's be
told
real.
him. They told him last year, "Hey, if you go out and continue to work, we'll reward you." And what did he do? He's coming off a 17.5 sack season.
Kind of a good season.
They say, go out and do what you did the year before, and we'll reward you. What does he do? He gets 17.5 sacks again.
Yeah, but there's always
And then they say, good job.
But, John,
that reward we told you was coming, I don't know. Like, we just paid 2 wide receivers now, so
Look,
we're kind of strapped.
They're a bad run organization, but reward what price? This is the same thing the Sixers had with James Harden. Like, you can say, hey, take care of you in a year. Hey, think we'll be able to take care of you. But at what price? It's still a negotiation. It's partly, look, I think they stink because they're a bad organization, but some of this is him being a dummy. If he just took their word without, like, what price? Right?
He was the ultimate team guy for
I'm just
years,
saying, negotiations are
years.
negotiations.
Well, they had
This
to
has
expect this.
been an ongoing saga for most of the Bengals players.
He
They
can't
know
just-
what to expect.
Okay, but he can't
It is a mess.
he can't just name his price. Right?
Well, in the NFL, when you are the next top edge rusher, you kind of like the price is set based on the market.
I disagree. That's not how I would run an organization.
Wow.
If there's an idiot GM that overpays someone, I'm not going to overpay my guy because the other idiot GM overpaid someone. I'm not doing that. All right, anyway, make of it what you will. Let's go to the phones. Dave in Wilmington. Dave, what's going on, pal?
Good morning. Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you, buddy.
First of all, Pete Rose, they shouldn't have did it within the first year after he passed away. They should have did it in like 10 years.
Well, I don't see what does that accomplish?
Well, it's because it's so fresh and like it wouldn't be so bitter about it.
Well, I'll say this. I guess I'd be less upset 10 years from now because it wouldn't be as much about the fact that the man just died. Like, he's back because he died. Like, that's ridiculous.
And I don't agree with him being in the Hall of Fame at all, just because of the statutory rape charges. Like, we have to hold, some type of integrity to these athletes.
Well, and that's where voters,
everybody.
Yeah, voters will get a chance to vote yes or no. Dave, do you think he should be eligible for the Hall of Fame? Eligible to be voted on?
I'm torn on that because who am I to say his stats make him eligible? But that doesn't mean Chris Benoit was a hell of a wrestler, but that doesn't mean he needs to be celebrated for it.
Look, I definitely think he should be eligible to be voted on. I thought he should have been 35 years ago, and then it's up to the voters to say yes or no. I mean, to me, that's pretty simple, and I think baseball really the Hall of Fame overcomplicated it 35 years ago when they said someone who's not eligible for, quote, baseball is not eligible for the Hall of Fame. I mean, like, why? Like, what is that nonsense? I mean, that's ridiculous. Dave, Eagles, Cowboys, what are you thinking?
What do we have to gain by playing the Cowboys? What, strutting our stuff in front of them?
Yeah.
There's nothing
Yeah.
to gain. We have everything to lose. If we beat them, okay, we beat an inferior team. We already know they're inferior. But they
Well, if you beat
us,
them, you have one win against a divisional rival down already, week 1.
Yeah, that would be a literal answer. You have that to gain. And by the way, the concept of you could lose, that applies to every game. That applies to when the Eagles would play Dallas in week 6. What difference does it make?
Well, the difference is it's supposed to be a big game. And I'm not saying that the Cowboys and Eagles aren't a big game. I just don't agree with them being there.
Well, a lot of people
we have
don't.
Nothing to gain from it.
I know.
If we beat them, we're supposed to beat inferior teams.
You know
right?
what, man? Have a big old smile on your face knowing 2 things are going to happen that night. 1, the Eagles honor themselves. 2, the Eagles are going to beat Dallas. That's pretty cool. Dave, give me a great answer. Who or what are you sick of?
I'm sick of all the callers on Friday that think they could beat the Hammer that have no idea what sports trivia is.
Hammer contestants. A classic answer. Fair enough.
I like that answer.
Well, I hate it, but, it's okay. All right, so let me give you another sentence here from Rob Manfred that I don't like. And it's funny because within like 2 seconds of reading this, I came up with more. But, okay, here we go. Part of what Rob Manfred was released yesterday, he says, in announcing that the prior sentence was obviously a person no longer with us can represent a threat to the integrity of the game. Okay. But here's his next sentence. Moreover, it is hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve. He says it's hard to conceive it. Okay, here we go. 2 seconds later, I conceived of a harder penalty. You ready? A penalty that lasts forever with no reprieve. I mean, John, the commissioner literally writes it lasts a lifetime. How about forever is longer than a lifetime? Boom. I just conceived it that fast. I mean, the commissioner, how dumb is he? The commissioner's sentence is, this is a sentence the commissioner wrote. It is hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve. How about one that lasts forever with no reprieve? I just conceived it. I mean, is this guy dumb?
You're confusing me.
But you know what I'm saying,
I
Rhea.
do. But...
I mean, he's saying the penalty lasts to the end of the person's life. Okay. I think that's a weird way to get there. But something that lasts beyond the person's life is a longer penalty.
Correct.
And I would say, if you're looking for the deterrent factor,
longer than death.
A stronger deterrent.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete Rose has a shot now to get in the Hall of Fame, whereas before he did not. Unless he was reinstated in baseball, the Hall of Fame then's going to vote on him, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I just think the commissioner's a dummy.
It's just so weird to get a reward because you're dead.
It's such a dirty way to arrive at an answer that, yes, is complex, but like, put the big boy pants on and big girl pants on and figure stuff out. Not this way. Not like, hey, by the way, what is he? So Baseball Hall of Fame, their rule is that he becomes eligible upon becoming eligible for baseball. What did baseball make Pete Rose eligible for yesterday, John? It's not the Hall of Fame. Baseball did not make him eligible for the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame made him eligible for the Hall of Fame. So Pete Rose no longer being in the list that's called permanent ineligibility. So what is he, according to baseball, now eligible for? To attend a game?
Yeah, he can't do that.
To manage the Reds?
Can't do that either.
The man is dead. So he's eligible for baseball to do what? Buy a hot dog and popcorn?
He's eligible to not jeopardize baseball's integrity by gambling on baseball.
Manfred's a buffoon. He's a freaking buffoon. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to let's go to Dom right now. Dom, good morning.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
How's it going?
What's up, Dom?
Good, buddy.
Anytime we play the Cowboys at home and they get to watch us celebrate, that's a good time.
I agree.
Them, so
I'm with you, dude.
I'm all with that. Number two, we aren't getting a 3, let alone a 2 for Tanner McKee. Sorry to break that.
Might not get a 2. I think the Eagles would get a 3. Well, it depends what happens with Aaron Rodgers and depends how good the Saints feel about the dude they drafted. I think the Eagles could, maybe get a 3.
I'd be surprised.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Pittsburgh and I don't get Aaron Rodgers, I would trade a 2 for Tanner McKee. If I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would try to make it for a 3 if I'm the Steelers. But if I had to give up a 2 to get Tanner McKee, if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, if I had to, I would.
All right. I have a hypothetical trade for you.
Love them.
Kyle Schwarber and Zach
It's
Wheeler.
a game manager.
You say
You're
Kyle
trading a
Korver?
second-round pick for. You're
Kyle
trading a second-round
Korver.
pick for a backup quarterback game manager.
I think he's better than that. All right, Schwarber for who?
I watched him at Stanford. Do you know the way that he played at Stanford in the West Coast
I didn't watch him at
offense?
Stanford. Watch him with the Eagles.
15 touchdowns to 7 interceptions in a season, 13 touchdowns to 8 interceptions in his senior season, throwing for 2,300, 2,900. It was a guy who handed off the ball an awful lot. He was in a balanced offense. I'm just telling you what we're talking about, what you're talking about, a second-round pick, if you're trading for that starting quality quarterback, I don't think that's what you're looking at when you're looking at Tanner McKee, and he has not proven that he can be that guy.
You think he won't be a starter in 2 years?
No, probably not.
Okay, I think he will be. We'll see. We'll find out. Tom, what's your thing? Schwarber for who?
Kyle Schwarber and Zach Wheeler, or Kyle Schwarber and Andrew Painter for Juan Soto. Who says no?
Not me. What?
Okay, hold on a second.
That made no sense.
So forget 2. Just give us your one option. Schwarber and Painter you're saying or Wheeler. So basically what you're saying is, if you're the Phillies, who would you rather trade, Wheeler or Painter is what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is, with the Phillies, would you trade Kyle Schwarber and Andrew Painter for Juan Soto?
I would not.
No.
I would not.
No? Okay.
No.
I was just
Listen, it's to be considered. I mean, Soto's a top 5 player in baseball, but I got to pay him $700 million. I get to pay Painter about $35 million for about the next 7 years.
Fair enough.
I mean, maybe it's
All
50
right,
million, but whatever it is,
I have an answer. And I
Give
think
me an
it's the
answer,
winner.
Dom.
Tax.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Taxes.
Taxes. Yeah, you got to deal with it.
Yeah.
All right, Rhea, right now you have to trade either Wheeler or Painter.
Wait. Did we just see on the board, it said Mets fan
Is that what
next
it
to
said?
that guy's name? It said Dom, Mets fan.
Oh, well, then that's
So
why.
as a Mets fan,
Oh.
he's just trying to offload Juan Soto onto us and bring on our guys.
Yeah, you let us have Zach Wheeler. Do I really have to take anything he says seriously?
It's a good catch, Devin.
Yeah.
That's what it said, Mets fan?
It said Mets fan in parentheses.
He
next
wants
to his
to
name.
trade Juan Soto to get Zach Wheeler
Guys,
back.
to be fair, Juan Soto is a top 5 player in baseball. I know he hasn't played as such this year, but
No.
he is. I mean, it's not crazy talk, but I would not do it for a whole host of reasons, one of which is economics. I mean, who are the Phillies going to be able to sign if they pay someone $700 million?
Well, and Kyle Schwarber is producing more than Juan
I
Soto so
understand
far
that.
this season.
But he
too.
won't for the next 5 to 8 years.
No, probably not.
I mean, like, definitely
Next 3 years, do you think he would?
not. No.
Maybe.
Do you?
Maybe.
You think he won't produce
No.
at this level for the next
No, but I
3?
mean, but you're saying like more than Soto. I mean, I think
No,
Soto's
I'm
going to
just
get.
talking about Schwarber with what he's putting up now.
Yeah, look, right now he's someone that I feel pretty confident can rock and roll for the next year or two. Yeah,
I think he can for 3.
maybe. I'm just
I
saying
agree.
I'm just saying compared to Juan Soto, that's But who would you trade if you had to trade right now, Wheeler or Painter? Boy, that is a tough one.
Wow, because Wheeler is so consistent. But how old is he? 34?
Yeah, why are we even having this conversation?
Started by a Mets fan. You're putting me in a bad position.
What are we doing here? All right, let's get to Nick calling from Marlton, New Jersey. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Nick.
Getting
Zach Wheeler's 34.
Getting excited for the schedule
He's
coming
going
out
to be
tonight.
35 May 30th, though.
Okay. So you'd have
Hey,
to
you know
you'd
what?
have to trade Wheeler instead of Painter. You'd have to.
You have to trade Wheeler. I just look at a fine wine guy like Justin Verlander pitching into his 40s.
I know.
And Painter. I mean, yeah, he's got a huge upside, but haven't really seen anything out of him. And today, I would keep Wheeler.
Listen, it's to be considered. I'll just say this: which Verlander would you rather have, the 6-year Verlander or the 20-year Verlander?
I know, but hey, 26 overall.
Yeah. All right. And by the way, I'm excited for the schedule. When you ask me how I'm doing, I mean, we got the Eagles schedule in 10 and a half hours. All right, Nick, what do you got, buddy?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the Pete Rose situation. I'm a longtime baseball fan, played through college, and a couple of years ago when I saw this come out about him, I was traveling for work, and I was in Vegas at a conference, and I'm walking through the concourse next to Mandalay, and Pete Rose is sitting behind a folding table just signing autographs in like a walk-in shop, like a mall.
Yep.
And it was just sad, It's
Yep.
just seeing this guy, been to Cooperstown, seeing the interactive screen, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? And it's an astounding yes on the board from people just voting on the screen. And just to think you have the all-time hits leader banned from your Hall of Fame, which makes it a garbage Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
Well, so here's the thing I'll say on that, Nick. I mean, he did do something specifically that got him banned with the betting and all of that and the lying for many years. But he was initially banned. I mean, look, he agreed to the ban for what it's worth. Do you know that? Do you know that he signed a document for which he agreed to the ban?
I 100% know that.
Yeah.
My whole thing is baseball, and you talk about, Hall of Fame and MLB doing two separate entities with this whole thing.
Yeah.
Baseball in general has had 1 foot on the ground and 1 foot in the water with this entire thing. Pete Rose should have been signing a name and likeness NIL deal with the Reds because, he wasn't allowed to attend games, but yet he was at every other game because they were using his name and his image. And
I wonder if they sold his
felt like
jerseys.
They did sell his jerseys?
No, I'm just asking. I mean, did they sell Rose jerseys 14 in
That's a good question.
in Cincy? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not that close to it to know that, but I just know you see him at the games, and it's just sad because it's like a carrot in front of him, And
I know.
and he's trying to do good by baseball, and then for Manfred to come out with that statement, it's just,
Nick, you know what really hurt him? Really hurt him that he lied for about 15 years before he admitted it.
I know.
Well,
exactly.
don't lie then.
No, I know. Like, guys, take Andy Pettitte. Who thinks of Andy Pettitte as performance enhancer user? Not many people. You think of Clemens. You think of buns. What did Andy Pettit do when he got, for lack of a better word, caught? He said, yep.
I'm sorry.
I did it, and I'm really sorry.
Immediately,
and
though.
by the way, I was doing it to rehab from an injury. There was a purpose. Bad job by me. America forgot about it.
It was amazing.
They forgot about it because he owned it immediately. What Rose did is the same thing that Lance Armstrong did.
Right.
Denied it for a long
Till he wrote a
time.
book, and he could profit from it.
It was really, Nick, give me an answer. Who or what are you sick of? You can win Metallica tickets today.
I'm from the Philadelphia area my whole life. I'm eternally sick of the construction and traffic around Philadelphia, highways and throughways.
Okay, I'll write it down. Similar to an answer we've had, but I'll write down.
I had to go in circles the other day. Went down one street, blocked off. Went to the
Yeah.
other one. I was like, I think I just went into a circle.
It's awful.
With that said, the roads do at times need to be fixed, and it is what it is. I take it as the price of business. Because
I think there has to be a major. You have to address this 76 issue at some point. Like you have to address it. And I think
Wasn't it your idea,
if
John,
we
to make
think
it a
outside
bi-level?
the box? Yes, we have to start thinking up. We have to make it a double-decker highway. We could squeeze 5 lanes in each direction on 76 if we make it a double-decker highway. I've seen it done in San Francisco on the Embarcadero.
How long is it?
Unfortunately, when the Loma Prieta earthquake happened in 1989, that double-decker fell down.
Sure did.
That structure, but
really selling it.
But we're not going to have a Loma Prieta 8.9 Richter scale earthquake here.
And for all those reasons, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, good question. Did they rebuild it after the?
No, they did not.
And I wonder if it was more inclined to come down because it was a double decker,
Yeah,
as
that's
opposed
what
to
I'm
something
thinking.
else that wasn't.
Well, the cost, the devastation of the double deckerage was not worth trying to redo it. We do not have those same issues here.
No.
Imagine 5 lanes in each direction, though.
No, I get it. I'll never forget seeing that one car drive.
I know.
Into the hole.
Right.
That was really
Right.
sad.
The Bay Bridge,
Yeah.
as it just collapsed,
Right.
and cars went right into the water.
Into the hole.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. All right, all these topics, time's yours, phone calls all up ahead on 94 WIP. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's the best place to find all your favorite player props. And right now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can check that out. Or maybe flirting with a potential triple-double. Check that out. Because you can get all the latest stats, the statistics themselves, right there inside the app, see who's heating up. And once the game begins, you can heat up. That's when things get real interesting because you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. It's all with FanDuel Sportsbook, and it's all at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I repeat, $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So much these days to bet on, whether it's MLB, 2 games involving the local squad today, obviously the basketball playoffs, the hockey playoffs, and more. It's all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwarber bombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Richie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the BetMGM Network. Bryce Young caught fire to close out 2024, racking up 7 touchdowns and over 600 passing yards in his final 3 games. Now with new weapons added through the draft, the Panthers' young QB is primed for a breakout 2025 season. Bryce Young to throw for 3,500 plus yards is sitting at plus 200. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? life? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
See Joe Conklin in the city rhythm orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, outdoor and home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through May 14th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing confidently on your home run bet with BetMGM's no-sweat home run token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If you lose your bet, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the place to bet the long ball. Don't miss out on our lineup of exciting promotions for the MLB season. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Twin bill on tap for the Phillies and Cardinals. After last night's rainout, Jesus Lazardo starting the first, 1:05. Then it'll be Aaron Nola going in the second game at 6:15. NFL schedule, full schedule release is tonight. There is a report out there that the Eagles will be at the Giants week 6, and that will be a Thursday night game, October 9th. Programming note, Cole Hamels on the WIP Midday show at 11 a.m. Joe and Hugh broadcasting live from Citizens Bank Park today. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Morning rain, spotty afternoon showers, high 71, currently 61. Not until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing till 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Richie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Buzz, what is this? You're doing so good.
This is Rihanna and Paul McCartney.
And what's the connection?
There's no connection. It's just a good song. I'm rotating in some different kind of music.
Good song.
Spicing it up a bit.
Devin, do you know this song?
Of course. Of course.
I like Rihanna. I don't know this song.
It's not old, but it's not new.
Sounds
When
like
did
a
it come out?
country song.
Like
It does sound like it.
2010s.
And
it
it's
came
also,
out.
Paul, it's very hard to talk over this.
Paul
kind of bet.
McCartney? He's on this song, yeah.
You need
Kanye West is also unfortunately on it.
Thumbs down on this song. This song stinks.
All right, I'm throwing it out.
It's nonsense.
I was never a favorite of mine.
Of who?
It was never a favorite song.
This song, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with it, but I didn't care for it.
This is atrocious.
It was atrocious.
Seltzer will be back. We look forward to that.
Oh my God.
No,
I like it, Buzz.
All jokes aside, Brian Dawkins tomorrow, 9 to 10 in studio with us. We obviously look forward to connecting with John's old teammate, Brian Dawkins.
How about that?
Tomorrow. Who's the most beloved Eagle of all time? Is it Doc? Is it BG? Is it Jason Kelsey? Who is it?
Harold Carmichael's up there high. Jaws is up there high.
Reggie?
Yeah.
Who we got? Who's number one?
Oof. Who is number
I
one?
do think it comes down to, I do believe it comes down to Doc, Kelsey, and Brandon Graham.
Those are definitely the big three.
Now, the older folk that saw, for instance, Bednarik, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
I
it.
get it.
It's difficult for
yeah.
those of us on the younger level. I met Bednarik a couple times, but I think in a modern sense, it would be Doc, Kelsey, or Brandon Graham.
Yeah, I think those are the three.
I think it's probably Doc. I think he's got the cachet for having been retired the longest.
Other two won the bowl, though, and he didn't. So, you know.
True,
Other two
but
played
it's
their whole
almost
career here.
like he's been around. He's just been around for a little bit longer, and he's been revered for a little bit longer.
Well, he has been. I mean, yeah. I mean, he got to start in 96, and he became revered around 01. That's when it's like, whoa, it's a different level.
Yeah.
It's a different level.
And I think he maintains a different level.
He totally maintains.
Well, and the respect factor that is there.
But I'll tell you, that event we did with BG last week, was that last week, Devin? Last week?
It was last week.
You were there, right?
I was at the pre-event.
And they didn't have a seat
It was
for you, right?
so popular and sold out that we didn't get seats.
John,
By we, I mean the host.
Did
Didn't
you
get
hear
seats.
that, John? All these people went
Yeah.
and the station didn't
Hey,
have seats for
but
them.
look, I was the only one from the morning show that showed up. So just remember that, Joe. It was me, and then of course Joe, Hugh, Spike, Ike, Jack.
Good
and
job saving a seat
I
for
was
your,
the solo
your teammate.
Oh, listen, don't put that on me, big guy.
Yeah.
There's only so much I can handle in a given day,
One chair? One chair?
Hey,
just one chat. Standing room only.
They have
I
to go to
mean,
the listeners, man. Listeners first, Sean.
Yeah.
Customers
But no,
first.
it was crazy. And it was even just being there for the pre-event was insane. Just like the amount of Eagles jerseys and Eagles fans and people who came out to see BG live was.
Did you
was
see
cool.
the ovation Merrill got when he walked out?
No, I didn't see
It was
any
the very,
of it.
very, yeah. It was literally the very beginning.
I did. There was a cool moment. So the whole place was packed with people kind of like milling about getting drinks and going in when we were there. And BG kind of walked out on a balcony to just move locations. And immediately the place erupted and he led the entire place in an Eagles chant. I'm sure the first of many of the night, but it was just really cool to see how pumped up he can get people just by like being there, being present.
It was wild. It was a wild, and I mean that in a good way, like a wild night.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. So we are about 10 hours and 20 minutes away from scheduled release.
They're dribbling out, by the way.
What else
A lot
you
of
saying?
reports.
What else you got?
So we got reportedly the Eagles will be playing the Giants in Week 6 on a Thursday night. Okay.
Where?
I believe it is. Hold on, I put it in my update. I believe it's at the Giants. Let me just check that again.
Not so bad. Like
That's
a
it.
pre-Halloween.
Here's the interesting one.
Okay.
The Super Bowl rematch.
Ooh.
Of course, why am I getting this on here? Week 2.
Wow.
In Kansas City.
Oh, I don't like
I
that.
don't like that at all either.
Well, again, that
These are all reports, but they're starting to come out.
No, I get it. It doesn't surprise me that the Eagles would have a hellacious opponent week 2. Like, it's going to be a tough
so
schedule.
now we
guys.
get to look past the crappy team that they're
But-
hoisting onto our schedule in week 1,
But hold
and
on,
that's
John.
going to make problems.
Eagles will have 10 days to prepare for the Chiefs. Chiefs will have 7 days. That's a plus.
Okay. I do like that part.
I mean, that's
I do like that
that's
part
a pretty
lot.
significant plus.
Yeah.
Now, the teams aren't going to be as beat up, so I don't think it makes as big a difference as it would later in the year.
Right.
But, you still have 3 extra days to prepare and rest, and,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good.
They went to Kansas City Week 2, the first Super Bowl year also.
Correct.
Same thing.
Yeah, Zach Ertz had that catch when it, bounced off a guy, and remember that down the sideline?
That was when-
Bounced off his ankle?
Not his ankle.
oh,
Well,
wait.
not that I remember. I don't.
It's also Jake Elliott's first ever game as an Eagle.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
And
I guess
wasn't
it's
that the
better
game
than
that everyone was
playing when
upset
it's
we didn't run it
freezing.
enough?
Yes.
I mean, everyone, including
there are
Zach
many games
Ertz, who
like that.
could not run block to save his life, was begging
You
to
can't
run
take
block.
shots at Zach Ertz like that. He's in the legend
No, he
status.
can.
I know.
He can.
You can say things like he would struggle with blocking.
He got better.
Zach Ertz
He's-
plays for
he's-
the enemy
John,
now.
John goes too deep sometimes. He could
plays
block
for the
to save-
Commanders, man.
Legend. Eagles legend.
He
I don't
plays
know.
for the Commons.
I'm on Team John here. Like, I respect what Zach Ertz did for the Eagles, but he plays for the Commanders now.
More of an Eagles legend than Richie. Just saying.
Wow.
Of course he is.
It's getting personal around here.
Hey, let's get to
He
note one.
plays for Washington, Joe.
I'm playing around. He's got phones. Let's get to Jordan in Princeton.
You're a commie lover.
Jordan, what up, man?
We know Joe DeCamara loves a good trader, so it shouldn't surprise us that he's rooting for the other team here, right?
Dude, I'm getting near the end of the Benedict Arnold book. He still hasn't turned into a traitor. And by the way, he's being done really dirty by John Adams. That's where I am in the book.
Well,
And
isn't it his
being
young
done-
wife who does him the dirtiest,
I'm
and
not-
then
No, so here's what I know. There's some I don't know. Here's what I know. And this does make some sense. There really were only 2 national entities back then. I'm talking like 1777. 2 national entities. The Congress, which is kind of loosely formed. People go in and out of Independence Hall. They just kind of stop by. They're out. They go home. They're in. They're out. Okay. And the Army. There's nothing else.
really.
There's no Constitution. There's no Washington, D.C.
So the two
And let me get the problem. Here's the problem, John. The
deciding,
Congress,
like
yes.
the groups who make decisions.
Yes.
You've got Army
Yes.
and military deciding,
Correct.
and Congress and political deciding.
Correct. And here we go. I'm going to drill down more pro Benedict Arnold. Here's where it gets complicated. George Washington likes Benedict Arnold, and other commanders like him.
And why do they like him?
He's a kick-
because
he's good.
he's been an ass kicker
He's been ass
for the
kicking.
United States
Correct.
for decades,
Well,
right?
not decades. The country's a year old. Okay, in 1777.
But he fought in the French. I thought he
Yes.
fought in the French and Indian. He also fought, previously.
I don't remember all that, but
with Washington.
I don't know about that. Washington was in that war.
Maybe I'm way off.
Here's the bottom line. He's an effective general, and the Congress and Washington and others want to keep him elevate him. Congress keeps saying, you won't tell us what to do. We have the power. So Benedict Arnold is caught in a political tug of war between the military leaders and the congressional leaders. And when I say congressional leaders, not classic Congress, like just like Continental Congress formation guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Benedict Arnold is caught in that struggle and is consistently being pushed down, and he's getting frustrated. And I'm just at the point where he's about to say, screw you, I turn to the other side. He kind of has a point. Not going to lie. Guy's kind of got a point.
Figures you're going to side with.
All right,
Benedict
Jordan,
Arnold.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to win some kind of award for tracking the show every time I call in. I just have this habit of throwing something out there that gets you guys off on a great tangent. Joe, can you keep a secret for me?
No. I'll try. Yes, I can.
I'm going to blow off work today and go to the 1 p.m. game and have some fun, because there's really nothing in life like going to a day business person special baseball game. You feel a little wrong, and then you leave, and you're kind of home when the kids get home from school. Like, I'll be there for Little League if we get a game in tonight. And so, it really feels like a little wrong and yet so right at the same time.
It is
Leah
awesome.
and Devin, my mother told me never trust a man with a weather report. So I really appreciate both of you keeping track on this, because I don't feel like sitting there during a long rain delay today. I did want to comment
As
on
a
Pete
man, find that a little sexist, but it's all right. It's okay.
Rose. Do you trust yourself with the weather, Joe?
No.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
To comment on Pete Rose, I think there's a complicating factor that is a little sensitive to discuss because of how close baseball itself has gotten to sports gambling. Let's remember, we're in an era where there are ballparks in this country where you can lay a bet on the game at the concourse before you walk through the gate.
But, Jordan, what's the but?
They're not players betting on the
But
game.
players and managers and owners and GMs are still not allowed to. That's a big but.
And they shouldn't be.
Correct.
But I think a lot of the weirdness of the timing in this decision is that the MLB does show a fair amount of hypocrisy when they have a player who didn't affect the outcome of the game yet bet on the games. Now, I am in no way justifying.
Well, I do think
what Pete Rose
I think
did.
he impacted the outcome of the game. I mean, he was the manager of the team.
It's unproven, but he lied.
No.
about it.
That part's not. No. That part's not unproven.
It's not in question.
That part's not in question. He bet as the manager of the Reds, and sometimes he would bet on a Wednesday, but not bet on a Thursday.
Why do you think that was, Joe?
Right. So, so was he using his better relievers on the Wednesday and using his lesser relievers on the Thursday? That goes to the integrity of the game. I mean, there's no dispute there. All right, Jordan, I got to move fast, dude. Give me who or what you're sick of.
In honor of Philadelphia getting its Michelin guide, mediocre food that is overpriced.
All right. Fair enough. All right, 3 different Twitter poll questions of the day. Let's move kind of fast. They're brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Track in stock now, starting at $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, is it cowardly for MLB to reinstate Pete Rose only after he died? John, how do you think people voted?
Man, hard to know on this. Cowardly is the operative word. I'm going to say only 37% say it's cowardly.
79% think it's cowardly.
Oh, wow. That
Yes.
was wrong way.
Good for
on
that. No, that's the right answer. Second question. And we really didn't discuss this much. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll get into it more tomorrow. Are you concerned about Bryce's play short-term or long-term? Yes or no? How do you think people voted, John?
I hope 64% say no.
Exactly correct.
What?
He's a machine.
Well,
That's
that was really
crazy.
lucky.
The man's a machine.
Well, I got the complete wrong answer
You
on the
did.
first
But
poll,
this-
but that was pretty lucky.
That
there.
makes up for it. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Third poll question. Do you like the Eagles playing Dallas week 1? How'd they vote, John?
79% say yes.
68% say yes. Pretty good job by you. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
All right, time's yours. Brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, it's booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile.
Let's go Sixers. Go somewhere else.
Hey, what was that?
Let's go Sixers.
Let's go Sixers. Go somewhere else.
Go somewhere
Making a
else.
joke.
Oh, man. Well, I want you to stay here. I just want better players and, more importantly, better decision makers.
Oh, no. We have to face a healthy Dak Prescott. What exactly does that mean? It really doesn't mean much. He's a pretty good quarterback. If he was on the Jets, you'd hear his name about 6 times a year. Dallas sucks. I can't wait for the game. I can't wait to see E.T.'s face turn 17 different directions. We're raising the banner. The Cowboys suck. Go Birds!
There you go.
Baseball drives me crazy. How long has Shoeless Joe Jackson been dead? Since 1951. What is the eligibility for the Baseball Hall of Fame? Taking a dirt nap? Time's yours.
Wow. Rough.
Are we surprised that Manfred doesn't give a rat's ass about Hall of Fame integrity? This is the same commissioner who called the World Series trophy a piece of metal. Time's yours, you fraud.
Yeah, I don't
True.
like Manfred Mann.
Does anyone?
Oh, did you hear what I just said? I don't like Manfred Mann. That's the band. And what's their name? Manfred Mann, right?
I don't know what band you're talking
What?
about,
Isn't
but
that
I
the name?
rarely
What's the
do.
name of that band?
Are you thinking of Mumford and Sons?
No, Manfred Mann. Like, was it Blinded by the Light, or what's that song?
I mean, I know that song.
Isn't that the name of the band? Manfred Mann?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Manfred Mann's Earth Band.
Yeah, Manfred Mann. It's a band. John, you know
Like
their
the
music.
70s.
Certainly
I might
not a
know their
mainstream
music. I don't
band.
know
No,
that I
they're very
know.
mainstream. Manfred Mann. That was,
Actually, from
they were
1962 on.
John, you would
Very
totally...
mainstream.
What's
Maybe
their
I
main
know
song?
their songs.
Blinded by the Light.
Yeah, Blinded by the Light.
I do know that
That's it.
song.
Score one for the Hammer. Matter of fact, with that said, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. And with that, let's shut it down.
The time's
An awful
yours
lot of
line.
credit
Leave Joe and
for
John a
something
message
that's
of your
kind of
thoughts,
inconsequential.
and complaints.
And you didn't really nail it.
215-215-4500.
You sort of recognized a name that sounded like what you were talking about inside what you were talking
My
about.
response?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm done.
So what was the actual name of the band?
Manfred Mann's Earth Band.
Yeah, people just call it Manfred Mann. Yeah. All right, we got to quickly, and I mean quickly, wrap with the Metallica tickets. Who or what are you sick of? Can we beat Daryl Morey, or do we want to go down for other answers?
I like Daryl Moore. I am sick of him.
I am too. I mean, right? I mean,
That's a great answer. I just keep seeing him flop face first on that table, and it really bugged me. Come on, man. Have a plan. Jeez. But I was so thrilled. I really thought we were going to have that number one pick, and it almost felt like I was going to forgive him entirely.
well, I wasn't going to forgive him, but it was getting juicy. It got really, really interesting really, really quickly. All right, congratulations to Tim with the answer of Daryl Morey. Tim, you're going to see Metallica next week. Hey, everyone, have a wonderful rest of the day. Reminder, if you had a ticket to last night's Phillies game, it applies to tonight's Phillies game, not this afternoon's Phillies game. But doubleheader on tap, one at 1 o'clock, another at 6:15. Enjoy them both. We'll talk about them tomorrow. Also, NFL schedule later tonight. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Get up! It is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chickie style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Taste and enjoy at Chickie's and Pete's.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB odds boost token can be used on any MLB odds of minus 300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Everyone knows who I'm rooting for in the Knicks-Celtics series that resumes tonight, and if you don't, I'm a huge Knicks fan that goes all the way back to 1969. Nonetheless, I am crushed that Boston's Jason Tatum suffered a ruptured Achilles that will cause him to miss the rest of the postseason and most likely all of next season. Since his 2017 rookie season, no one has played more minutes or more games than the Celtics' six-time All-Star. Get well soon, Jason. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on into the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys were on 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. We are live today from Citizens Bank Park as the Phillies get set for a doubleheader against the St. Louis Cardinals. More leagues for the Eagles. Schedule is out. We're going to be joined 1 hour from now by Cole Hamels. Talk some Phillies and an awesome thing you could do with Cole for the Phillies Fantastic Auction. We'll get Elliot Shorr-Parks on all the Eagles schedule stuff coming up before the end of the show. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, to all those couples out there. Just because you're in a relationship don't mean you got to record everything, man. Because, you know, it might be a situation where, you know, at some point, hopefully it don't go south, but it might go south. You don't want to have that out there. So, you know, just be careful what y'all recording and what y'all, you know, putting out there.
Just be careful. Is that the theme today?
Well, I cleaned it up a little bit, but you know, my algorithm is like off the.
That's two. All right. Here's why. You know what I want on my algorithm tomorrow?
What you want?
I want home runs and base hits at doubles and runs batted in from Bryce Harper. Hugh, it's interesting. So the Phillies were off last night, right? The rain out happened. And we discussed yesterday whether or not the Phillies should give him a day to just clear his head. Well, they kind of got a de facto day yesterday, right? Day off yesterday. Yeah. Bryce gets to clear his head.
Don't count.
Well, it didn't count, but it's a de facto one. Like, he got the day off. They didn't play. So now he gets to come out there today and play 2 games. And let's hope Bryce Harper starts to turn around a season because let's just be real. He has not had a good season so far. Yesterday we had a caller who said, let's not sugarcoat it. He hasn't been good. And by his standards, he's been poor, right? By Major League standards, he's been a little bit above average. But we know Bryce is a way above average player. Yes. He's a great player. And he hasn't lived up to that standard so far. And Hugh, we are now, it's not early. I mean, this is the quarter mark of the season.
We're like the first quarter of the season.
Done. Yeah, right. They played 40 games. So they're 1 quarter through the season. And probably the worst season of his career. And look, there's still time to turn this around. But Hugh, yesterday, Rob Thompson was on the morning show. And I want everyone to hear what he said about Bryce Harper because it gave me concern for the first time because it feels like Rob Thompson is a little bit concerned. Here's Topper yesterday on Bryce and where he's at right now.
Yeah, it's difficult. And you know, I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself and he expects so much out of himself and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship. And so he's very hard on himself and that's just who he is. And he's, you know, I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
So that yesterday was the first time something else came into my head about Bryce. Because if it's just about at-bats and, like, just overtime, he's going to hit, right? Bryce Harper always hits. He's hit for 14 years in the major leagues. But the concern I have, Hugh, and why I'm starting to have real concern about the kind of season he's going to have, is it's wearing on him and the pressure he's putting on himself. Hugh, where are you at on Bryce as he comes into today just well below what we normally expect? He's hitting .232 a quarter of the way through the season. Are you starting to have real concern over Bryce Harper's season?
Allow me to long talk just for
Go
a minute,
for it.
fellas. I think there's a lot at play here. To answer your first question, am I concerned about Bryce Harper? Not really. I think that Bryce Harper is adjusting to a position and a situation that he's never been in. And, it's funny that you bring up what Topper's talking about, how he feels bad for him and everything like this. I don't feel bad for Bryce, but I look at him and I kind of think that maybe he's pressing just a little bit because this is uncomfortable for him. Bryce Harper's been a phenom his whole life. Mm-hmm. And I would venture to think that he's never been in a position where he wasn't the tip of the spear, the focal point of a team. This year, it's different because of what Schwarber's doing. And I think it's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of there's a little bit of a paradigm shift in leadership, if you will, in the locker room, and you're struggling a little bit. And for him, that's a place where he's never been before. Like, this is something new. Like you said, we're a quarter way through the season. There's still a lot of baseball left to be played. I think that he has enough time to turn this around, and it won't be detrimental to his season. Mm-hmm. But he has to work his way through that. And how we figure out how to do that, don't really know, Joe. Don't really know what it's going to take for him to get back to where he needs to be. We talked about probably taking a day off or something like that, or just taking a little bit of pressure off yourself. But I think there's a lot of stuff that's going on with Bryce this year that's adding to the little bit of a slump he's in. But to answer your question flat out, no, I'm not that worried about it just yet.
Yeah, I haven't been. I mean, we talked about this a couple weeks ago on our show, and at that point I wasn't concerned because he's Bryce Harper, right? Bryce Harper always hits. We've never seen Bryce Harper as a Philly, really almost ever in his career. I mean, the worst year he probably ever had when he was 23, that was 10 years ago, and that was kind of a sophomore slump, or that's what I'm saying. So it's a lot. It's a long time since he struggled like this, though. Yeah, it is, and he needs to figure out. And I know we laughed and giggled about it yesterday, but the fact that wife's probably the pressures of being at home, probably part of that as well. He just needs to get centered. Well, he does, and he needs to. I think he just needs to get hot for a week so he can. Yeah. Because I think it's wearing. Like when I heard Topper yesterday say he feels bad for him, that gave me a sense that he's watching him struggle mentally more than just physically, right? There's that part of it. The other part, and Hugh, we don't discuss this often because you look at it and you're like, well, he's not old. He's only 32. But I've often wondered, and I'm not trying to say today he's in decline, but I've wondered when a player starts at 19 years old in the big leagues, when do they start to hit a wall compared to other players? Because he's not old, right? 32 is not old for a baseball player. Yeah. But he's been playing full seasons in the majors since he was 19. Yeah. He has 7,000 plate appearances. I have started to wonder at what point for him, and I'm not saying it definitely is this year, but it might be 3 years from now. I'm wondering when for him his body starts to decline a little bit. Because most 32-year-olds in baseball, we would say, they've got 3 or 4 years left, right? They got 4 or 5 years left. I don't know. I mean, not every player has the same amount of at-bats and games on their body. He has played in the major leagues since he was 19 years old. That hits different than a guy who came up and started playing a full season when he was 24 years old. It's just different. I don't know how much of this is physical and how much is mental. If it's all mental, I think he'll get out of it. If there's some physical there, then that's a different story.
I don't think it's physical. I think most of it is mental because I think Bryce Harper is dealing with the not me's right now. And what I mean by that is, you like I said, you've been that dude your whole life. Yep. So when you talk about slumps, he's probably like, no, that ain't me. That's not me. And he's in that now.
But it is him right now.
That's what I'm saying. He's never been there before, Joe. Like whenever looked like he's had a slump, he's always worked his way out of it. This is probably the longest stretch that he's had probably since he was in kindergarten or whenever he started playing baseball. So you got that going on. You got the dynamic in the locker room that's changing a little bit.
Schwarber's team?
You got the dynamic that's changing a little bit. You have the weight of the stuff that's going on at home, and it's just starting to compound
Why do you
on you a
keep
little
saying
bit.
that?
No, because it's true, Kyle. It's
How?
true.
Why is it true?
Because it's probably true. When you like, even though you're a professional athlete and you got all these other resources to help you, it's not like, put it like this, Kyle. It's not the same as if, say, Joe Schmo and his wife are having the kids and they don't have an nanny. Like, he has resources. I'm not saying he doesn't have resources, but it still wears on you. You still concerned about your wife.
I don't know why.
and how she's
I don't know
feeling.
why all of a sudden this year he's having.
No, but what I'm saying is it's not just one thing, Kyle. It's a bunch of different things, and it's compounded. But it's like a bunch of things. I'm talking to you like you can see me moving my hands.
Well,
and
you were on
stuff.
YouTube.
Yeah. But I think it's a bunch of things. It's not just one thing. I think it's a bunch of things that's going on that's adding to the stress.
It very well might be. But for the first time yesterday, I started to have some concern about Harper in a season after hearing Topper. 215-592-9494 as Bryce comes in today hitting 232. Let's hear from Bryce recently talking about where he's at and his season so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not where I want to be. Like I said, I mean, I've gone through stretches like this in my career. It's going to happen. I'll come back and, come back out of it and be totally fine. But it's just a frustrating moment, just not being able to come through and, realizing I got to be better for my teammates and the fans, and they expect that. This organization expects that. So, I think I hold myself to a really high standard, and my teammates do as well, and everybody else. So I gotta be better.
Well, he's right, and he knows it, and I think he will be better, but I am starting to have some concern here. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. Are you starting to have some real concern about Bryce Harper's season? He comes today hitting 232, and, it caught my attention this weekend because he hit the home run Saturday. And Hugh, every time Bryce is in a slump, his whole career, but certainly since he got here to Philadelphia, it feels usually like he hits a home run and then he's out, right? Like he's out of it.
Yeah.
And he hit the home run Saturday, and then he was 0 for on Sunday. It didn't feel like it jump-started him the way I wanted it to. And he's had a couple of those moments because he has 7 home runs? So he's had moments where he's hit a home run or two, and I feel like, now he's going to come out of it. And then he goes 0 for 4 the next day. It's like he can't sustain when he does put it together. Kyle, where are you at on Bryce as we enter the second quarter of the season, and he's hitting 232?
So, I'm not like panicking, I don't think, but I think I'm kind of where you are in that I'm starting to have a little bit of concern with it. Just like normally I would say with Bryce, it's probably just a bit of a slump. He'll get out of it eventually. It's getting a little bit prolonged for me to think that it's a slump. And I'm with you. Like every time you start to feel like he's about to break out of it or he hits that home run, it just doesn't happen. Like he reverts back to what he's been doing all season long. And I think the biggest thing is that I can't explain exactly what's going on. I'm definitely not going to go with the with the trouble at home excuse. But like it feels like he's a little bit desperate to find the answer. It feels like Topper's becoming a little bit desperate. You can see it like on his face, and you can see it with some of his actions. I mean, like I don't want to make too much about the head shaving thing, but that to me feels like I need to do something or anything that can like change the mojo of my season, and that to me feels like an act of desperation. So that it all sort of starts to build up, and I think makes me worry a little bit about where this season's going to head for him.
And they need him. I mean, look, they're winning, Hugh, without him playing at a high level. I mean,
but we always say this team goes as Bryce goes.
Yeah, and look, they've had a really good run the last few weeks, but as this season goes along, especially let's fast forward to the playoffs, they're not going to score enough runs to win the World Series unless he hits. Yeah. I mean, they have one hitter right now that's hitting for real power, and that's Kyle Schwarber. They need a second guy, and that guy's just supposed to be and should be Bryce Harper. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
Oh, man, listen, man, let's stop with the panicking. We're not pressing that button yet, man. Like, these guys, listen, June, July, all what's going on with Bryce is going to be done. Only thing we're going to be talking about is this is the guy we've been waiting to see. He's going to come alive, man. Like, I don't have no doubts about him. Yeah, I believe he's going through a little something, and you're probably right, Hugh. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff do weigh on, with the wife going through the different, things with her pregnancy. And sometimes a guy gets the emotional feeling, because she's pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So you never know what's going on with him. But whatever it is, he's going to fix it. The Phillies, I know they're going to beat both of these games. You know what I mean? This doubleheader today, I don't have no doubt, man. We're going to pull together, and we're going to start winning, man. And everybody is going to start to contribute. Let's stop worrying, please. Let this season play.
I don't know. It's not panic, Will, but it's not 10 games. It's 40 games, and he hasn't hit yet.
Yeah, give him some time, man. And guess what? He's not going to be the only one hitting. The whole team is going to hit. But I just want to say this, and I'm going to land. This is what I want to say. I need y'all to stay committed to what's been helping y'all win. The small balls, the sacrifice balls, the stealing bases, working the pitcher. I need y'all to stand and stick to that, man. Because as you see, once you start trying to hit the big one, it's not winning this game. So stick with the script, baby, and let's start winning.
Well, look, they've done well. I mean, I like the way their offense has been the last 3 weeks, and Will, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, the Phillies' offense has really been kind of a group effort, other than Schwarber's power.
And that's and at the end of the day, that's what you want.
Yeah.
I mean, you want that, but you want Bryce Harper to be a part of that.
He needs to be a huge part of it.
Yeah, but you're getting exactly what you wanted from this offense collectively. You're getting contributions from other guys.
Yeah, well,
You just need to get the main guy going.
Well, they do, and I look. If you ask me right now, do I think he's going to hit better from here on out the rest of the season? Yes. I mean, his track record speaks for itself. It hits you when the manager says he feels bad. That's not something usually a manager says that if a player's injured, right? They keep getting banged up, they come back, they get hurt again. I feel bad for this guy. He feels bad? I mean, what is he seeing from Harper he feels bad?
Well, that's the part that we don't know, and that's why I do this reckless speculation that I do. It might be he might be coming in saying, oh man, just hypothetically, oh, my wife's getting on my nerves, or it might be the mother-in-law getting on his nerves. It might be father-in-law. Hell, it might be his mom. It could be a number of different.
Maybe it's you.
Maybe it is. Maybe he's tired of
reckless speculation, Douglas on the radio.
Speculation on the airwaves, man. But I mean, it is something to be said. Like there are certain things as an athlete you're not supposed to take to work with you, but unfortunately, sometimes that happens. Just like when we were talking yesterday, and my baby girl called and she needed money.
Are you okay now?
No.
Okay.
Took me a while, but I was still I went to the golf tournament. Shout out to the afternoon show because I was hanging out with him yesterday. And I'm complaining to Ike about it, and he was like, "Dude, it's not so much complaining about doing it. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't like spending money like that."
Yeah, but you came to work yesterday.
Yeah,
you didn't have an offer.
Yeah, but I still, but I was clearly at some point I felt off my game. You know what I mean? I mean, because there's a lot going on. When they start asking for dollar amounts, you just get man, it just gets a little uncomfortable.
So is our audience going to give you a pass because you were off your game?
Never. And I don't expect them to because they wouldn't know that if I didn't tell them.
Yeah, but you're an open book with that stuff.
I'm an open book.
You told everyone yesterday. All right, 215-592-9494. Bryce Harper enters play today at he's hitting 232. Are you starting to have real concern with his season? Look, there's a lot of elements to this. It's still only 40 games. I understand that. He probably will come out of that. I get it. You look at you look at his numbers, some of the strikeouts, the walks. It's normal. Like that stuff isn't. There's not I wouldn't say there's a red flag. Like if there was a red flag, like
it's just not Bryce Harper like.
Yes,
he's not where we would like him to be. He's not where we're comfortable with him being right now.
Yes, and it's gone on for a while.
And it's like, hold up, wait a minute. Bryce usually does Bryce things around this time.
Yeah, I mean, I look back this morning at his numbers. First, I'd say 10 games or so, he had normal numbers. I mean, it wasn't maybe his best, but it was kind of just like, he's fine, he's normal. Yeah. The last 30 games, it's been about a 30-game slump now for Bryce Harper, where he's not
looking Bryce Harper like.
Yeah, I would say he's been bad for the last 30 games. And bad.
Yeah, he's been bad.
He's been bad for 30 games. About a month's worth of baseball, he's been bad.
Okay.
Now, again, every hitter goes through slumps, even the best ones, but we're going on 30 games now where he's not impacted the team in a real way.
He started slow last year too. If I remember correctly, he really started getting it going in May, but I don't know if it was this far into May, and it just feels like this is one of the longer slumps we've seen Bryce have as a Philly.
I think so, too.
Besides maybe his first year.
Yes. I think his first year, it took him like a month and a half, 2 months to get going, and there were a lot of strikeouts in there, and you kind of chalk that up to new player, new city. That happens. But this This one's a little different. 215-592-9494. Are you starting to have real concerns with Bryce Harper's season? And Hugh, today's the kind of day where I think he can come out of it. The Cardinals don't have great pitching. The guy that's starting the game today in the first game, Eric Fetty's a guy he's crushed in his career. You know what I want today? I just want to walk out of here after we go to the game, the first game, and Bryce hit a home run or two, get on base 3 times, be like, all right, here we go. I feel like we haven't had that feeling.
You want that good feeling. You want that. You want to feel like like a sigh of relief. Get that monkey off your back.
Yes, I want to, because the Phillies have a favorable schedule this month. They're off to a good start. What they did last week in Cleveland and Tampa, that's all great.
Mm-hmm.
And now, they lost the first game, okay, to the Cardinals. Now they got these two today. They got the Pirates this weekend. They get to play the Rockies next week. This is a month where they should play really well, and it's a month where he should hit really well. And if he does, they're going to win a ton of baseball games with the way their starting pitching is, with the way Schwarber's hitting. It feels like, the last 2 weeks, I think they've played a lot better, and they've been a team that it's way easier to watch them and feel good about them the last 2 weeks. But I think Bryce is the missing piece to get everyone in this city back on board. If they pitch like this and the bullpen's better and Bryce and Schwarber are hitting, then we can start to dream on what this season could be. Until then, it's kind of holding me back because their best player's not playing like it.
Well, I hear what you're saying. For me, it's going to take a lot more than that, but it would be nice to have him hitting. I think that, I'm with a lot of fans when they think that, even if Bryce Harper does get hitting and he gets out of the slump that he's in, we're still going to have our not our hands folded, our arms folded, but we're still going to be watching with a little bit of, apprehension when it comes to this.
Sure. I think that's natural for a lot of people, no matter what. I just mean if they get him going, we're going to have a big summer. If he starts to hit the way he's supposed to, add it to Schwarber, add it to the starting pitching, they're going to win a ton of games this season.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, I don't think they're going to sustain winning the way they have. It feels like it's great, but it's not sustainable. They're not going to get all this offense from Bryson Stott and all these guys all year and win games. They need Bryce Harper to hit. This team is built for Bryce Harper to hit, and so far, he hasn't held up his end of the bargain. 215-592-9494. That is how you join us. They were live at Citizens Bank Park. All right, Hugh, we got a lot going on today because at 11 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Cole Hamels.
Oh, he's coming in?
Well, he's going to be on the
You can go, Hugh.
It's a lot of,
one of us could give up our chairs.
I ain't giving up my chair. I got a lot of love for Cole. He can't have this one, though.
I don't mean for good, for today.
No, he can't have it. Can't have it.
We
Cole.
told the audience he's on at 11.
Can't have it, Cole. Can't have it. Can't have my chair.
All right, well, we might have to put up a poll. Should Hugh Douglas give up his chair to Cole Hamels at 11 today? You're not a World Series MVP.
I am definitely not a World Series. I didn't win World Series. Nothing. Nothing.
Those are facts right there. All right, Cole Hamels going to join us at 11:30. We'll have Elliott shorr-parks with us. Eagles schedule, there's more leaks coming out. We now know when the Chiefs game is. That's going to be week 2.
As somebody walks by with a Chiefs jersey on.
We can't have that.
And a Roy Halladay jersey.
No.
He's confused.
He's got both on at the same time?
He got the yeah, you know what? Yes.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's a weird combination. All right, Cole Hamels at 11, your phone calls, and we'll get to the big MLB news that came down after our show yesterday. The never-ending story gets a new chapter.
Ooh, this one gonna get it going, ain't it?
Yeah, well, people love to react to Pete Rose. Pete Rose taken off the restricted list and the banned list by Major League Baseball, now eligible for the Hall of Fame. 215-592-9494. Where are you on Bryce Harper as the Phillies get set for a doubleheader today? I'm starting to have real concern. Not panic, but concern that his season is not what we expected it to be. Short show today. Get in now. Midday show live at Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks. Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing confidently on your home run bet with BetMGM's no sweat home run token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If you lose your bet, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the place to bet the long ball. Don't miss out on our lineup of exciting promotions for the MLB season. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new, high-quality enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
You've been called the president of 3-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-599-8811. That's 800-599-8811. Again, that's 800-599-8811.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Raindrops are falling on my head.
Yeah, well, that's true. They are not us. We're in the booth here, but the raindrops are falling out there. Welcome back. Midday Show live from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth. DeBoer Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. We're live today at Citizens Bank Park, where the Phillies are scheduled, Hugh, to play a doubleheader.
It's a lot of cheering out here today. One of the kids got an Uncrustable.
Ooh, okay. Is it the grape or the strawberry?
I can't tell.
They have different kind. They have a Nutella one now, the hazelnut.
No, that doesn't sound. But I'm not a Nutella fan.
Well, you're not a kid either.
Yeah, but I'm not a Nutella fan.
It's Weather Education Day here at the park, which feels very appropriate.
Yeah, because it's raining like the Dickens right now.
Yes, I believe it's going to clear up sometime early this afternoon, and the plan is to play 2. Hopefully Bryce Harper's in the lineup for both games and hits in both games. Are you starting to have real concern with Harper's season? 40 games in, and he has not hit yet. 215-592-9494. I am, after hearing Topper yesterday say he feels bad for Bryce Harper. That struck me. Plus the Harper haircut. I mean, he pulled a Sirianni yesterday. I mean, he pulled a Sirianni right.
He went many men. And Stephon Bay.
And at that point, there was reason to have concern about Nick Sirianni's season. Now, it worked out.
Yeah.
But we had concern then. It wasn't going great.
Well, I look at it like this, man. I look at it like, it is a sign of distress or something like that. It is a little bit of a sign of that. But I don't think we're at a point where we have to be concerned about him just yet. Now, the haircut is alarming.
Mm-hmm.
But
you were the first one on that about Sirianni.
Yeah, I was definitely the first. Yeah, but it worked out for Coach Sirianni, so I'm assuming I hope it works out for Bryce.
So everyone that shaves their head unexpectedly, things are going to be okay?
Well, I shaved my head unexpectedly this morning, and it was everything.
But it's not unexpected. You do this all the time.
It was very expected.
Hey, Kyle, I ain't got no choice. I ain't got no choice.
Well, you tried to not shave it, and we know what happened.
Yeah, I got ridiculed.
Yeah, people pointed out the cul-de-sac. All right, before we get to the phone lines here, Hugh, we did get some huge MLB news yesterday. It's the never-ending story that I am ready for it to end. Ooh. So MLB reinstated Pete Rose. Of course, Pete passed away recently, so he's no longer with us, but he's reinstated now, which makes him eligible for the Baseball Hall of Fame, which, of course, famously he has been ineligible for all these years. Here's my thing on this. Number one, this is total false hustle by baseball. They waited till he died to do this. I mean, they could have done it at any point in the last 30 years, and they waited till he died. They didn't want him to be able to experience the Hall of Fame. They didn't want him to have the joy of it. They waited, and now they stand to benefit because, number one, people are going to talk about this. It's newsworthy. It's buzzworthy. If they elect him to the Hall of Fame, they'll do a whole big thing in Cooperstown. He won't be there for it.
But his family will.
Well, yeah, his family will.
His family get a chance.
But he won't, right? So he doesn't get to enjoy it.
And he doesn't get to speak.
Yep. I am not for Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. He cheated. He bet on baseball. He lied to everyone about it for years. He was his own worst enemy. I don't want Pete Rose's name anywhere near the Hall of Fame. I don't care he's the hit king. And this, to me, just reeks of baseball just trying to, correct something but without giving the person who actually earned the right to be eligible in a lot of people's minds the chance to be there. I don't want him in, Hugh. I just think this is stupid by Major League Baseball to do it now. Like, if you didn't do it while he was alive, why are we doing it now? Hugh, where do you come down on a Pete?
Joe, again, allow me to long talk because this is the benefit that we have in this city of talk radio.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a chance to listen to a bunch of different opinions on this and kind of come up with my own conclusion. Let me start here. Initially, when I heard it, I was like, okay, he is the hits king, and he is a part of baseball. And then shout out to the afternoon show. Got a chance to hear Ike say something to the effect that you can't talk about baseball unless you talk about his contribution.
I agree with that.
And the way you played the game the right way. I get that. And it's the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's not the Good Person Hall of Fame. It's not the I made the right decisions or I had a moral compass Hall of Fame. So I got that side of it. But then as I was riding home from the Surfside Golf Tournament yesterday, shameless plug, I got a chance to listen to Rob Ellis. Shout out to Rob Ellis because he did a masterful job of talking about it. And he talked about the other aspect of Pete Rose and all the other things that he did. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. In this day and age, it's hard to get past that because I am one of those cats that I look at it and your contributions on the field should be the only thing that we're talking about. But, man, when I hear the callers call in and I hear Rob talk about it and some of the things that he did, because there was a lot of Pete Rose that I didn't know.
A lot.
And
it's mostly not good.
It's not. And it's like he said something that made a lot of sense. He said, okay, because this is the storyline that people go with when they talk about Pete Rose. Well, he didn't bet on his games. He didn't bet against his team.
Right.
And Rob said something yesterday that resonated. He said, you might not have bet on him, but you were compromised because you knew potentially how, if somebody was cooked or whatever,
of course,
you could change the outcome of the game. You had information. You had inside information. And that's something that's factual. And then I got to thinking about, sorry for long talking, but this is the range of emotions that I had. Then I got to thinking about why now? Baseball was in a good place. With the game growing, with the innovations that you have, the pitch clock and all the other stuff that you've done over the last couple of years. Why you drop this grenade in the room? That was unneeded.
Well, and right after he passes away.
Yeah, why did you drop that grenade in the room? I don't get it. I'm still torn by it, Joe, to be honest, because on one side, you're right, Ike. You can't tell the story of baseball without telling the story of Pete Rose and the way he played the game. If you look at just strictly that's the way you want kids to play.
As a player.
A player.
Sure.
And it's tough, man, because for a lot of people, same thing like when Michael Vick was here. And Michael Vick, the diehard Eagles fans, they were torn because they love dogs and they couldn't get past that. It's the same thing here. It's the same thing.
Yeah, look, Ike's right in saying that as a player, he played the game the right way. He was an incredible player, the all-time hit king. He came here to Philadelphia, helped the Phillies win. But he also cheated the game in a uniform. He was the manager of the Reds, betting on baseball. And he's the ultimate liar. I don't believe he never bet against the Reds. And even if he didn't, like you said, and he always said he never bet against them. Like, to me, Hugh, if you bet on your team on a Tuesday and you're the manager, and I'm not going to bet on Wednesday, you're going to go all out to win Tuesday and then screw Wednesday. Like, I can't trust you.
You have that insider. You have that information that can manipulate
the game,
the way that you do certain
things.
Yes,
you're in charge of it. I don't think he belongs in the Hall of Fame.
It's a tough one, man.
Yeah, I'm out.
This is a tough one.
I thought we were past this because when he passed away, I figured, they never did it. Now he's gone. And now they've reopened this can of worms. I don't want him in the Hall of Fame.
Let me say this. Is like, and I think everybody has to answer this question or be honest with themselves. Is it because of his past transgressions? I mean, I know it's part of that. But is it more for you the timing? The fact that he just died not too long ago, and now they roll this out. What if they did, like devil's advocate, what if they did this 10 years from now when it didn't matter? You know what I mean? Because baseball is in bed with betting. Like betting is not as bad as it once was.
That part is, I think, the irony in all this is you're right. Baseball, like every other pro sport, is in bed with betting, right?
Yes.
If an active player or manager bet on baseball, they'd be banned. And now we're going to take someone because he was once great and because he just died, who literally bet on the game, and say, whatever, put him in now.
And then look at it like this. Playing devil's advocate again. In order to let the steroid era guys in,
you start with Pete.
You got to start with Pete.
Well, that's a nice conspiracy theory.
Well, I'm just saying because look at it. Barry Bonds,
Roger Clemens,
like look,
Mark McGwire.
Look at the list.
Well, to the point you made that Ike made yesterday, you can't tell the story of baseball without those guys either.
Yes, because not the juice ball era. What was it called? The steroid era.
Yeah.
That brought people back to baseball.
Totally. Chicks stayed the long ball.
It did. Nobody cared. And this is how I remember the Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa era. Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa seemed like every other day, knocking the ball out of the park.
And
right?
they looked like
Mark McGwire looked like a Greek god. He looked like Kratos from God of War.
He looked like the Ultimate Warrior.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the only reason anybody thought anything because they saw was the andro in his locker, and then somebody got the idea to write a story about it. And then it became. But you know what did it for me? Like it was. I remember we were going somewhere, and I used to read Muscle and Fitness magazine all the time, and they had an article in there, and this is during the time where I was working out with my trainer was a bodybuilder, rope man, and we talked about muscle because this was during the time where I was being injured a lot, and so I was trying to figure out how to feed my muscles in order not to be injured.
Yeah.
So I'm reading Muscle and Fitness magazine, trying to get all these supplements and stuff and try to take care of my body. There was a story in there about Barry Bonds, and it resonated with me because you get like 3 or 4 months off of baseball, right, in the off season. Barry Bonds said that he gained 20 pounds of muscle in off season. Now, I know that during the time when I was working out, at the most, if you working out, Joe, and you eating clean, you can only gain 2.5 to 3 pounds of muscle a month. That's if you're doing everything right. This dude gained 20 pounds of muscle in 3 months.
And his head size grew like
and
5 sizes.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, dude, something's going on. But I say all that to say this. Those guys, they were part of an era of baseball where they were putting up crazy numbers, and everybody knew what was going on. Nobody said a thing. So I think that this is the gateway to allow all those other cats.
It might be. It might be. Maybe that's the kind of the deep down effect of this. 215-592-9494. You could react to the Pete Rose thing as well, as baseball has reinstated Pete Rose. Also, Shoeless Joe Jackson, who's no one. I mean, you know the name if you've seen Field of Dreams, but I mean, the thing happened over 100 years ago.
You watched him play.
Thanks a lot, Kyle.
Back in 1919, he was a huge White Sox fan.
I caught it straight. Oh yeah, and I caught it straight yesterday. What
did he say?
Called me bald. Well, you wasn't lying. But he was doing the hair club thing, but it wasn't cool.
That's not a stray. It's facts.
But it wasn't cool.
So let's go to the phone lines here. 215. Go ahead, Kyle.
I guess I just wonder where you eventually draw the line. Like it does open up a huge can of worms, and it's like, okay, well, if he's allowed in, then do we really think that the steroid thing is that bad? Do we think the cheating thing is that bad?
That's what I think it is. I think this is the start.
Do we think what the Astros did was that, what, it just, where do we draw the line on the integrity thing? And I guess I'll just throw this in because I get when we say you can't tell the story of baseball without Pete Rose, but you can tell the story of Pete Rose's legacy in baseball without putting him in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. Yeah, you can.
Like Pete Rose, what Pete Rose was and what he means still to baseball, we still talk about him all the time. That's never going to go away, whether he's in the Hall of Fame or not.
Well, and let's add this to it because we talk about the gambling aspect. Like it's legal now, right?
Yeah.
But for us to gamble on it, but they can't, right? Like Topper can't gamble on the Phillies. Could you imagine how baseball would look ridiculous if they're putting Pete Rose in, his family's there, celebrating Pete after all these years, and then a week later, a current manager gets dinged for gambling. He'd be banned from baseball forever, but we're putting Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. It's just
the irony. I get that.
He broke the rule, and he's not even here to celebrate it. I think the whole thing is silly.
Yeah,
Chris, let's go to the phone lines. Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Chris.
Happy Happy doubleheader day, man.
Happy doubleheader day.
Yeah,
hopefully
that
the
dog
weather.
That dog ain't hunting.
No, we're playing 2 today. It's a
You
beautiful
think so? I don't
day
think
for
that dog-
baseball. Go ahead, Chris.
So, guys, I'm going to touch on this Hall of Fame thing real quick, and then I want to pivot to our boy Bryce. So the Hall of Fame, as far as I feel about that, I agree with Mike Tyson. What Mike Tyson had to say on the matter. He pretty much hit the nail on the head for me. So anybody that hasn't heard that clip, it's pretty entertaining. Tune into that. Now, let me pivot over to Mr. Harper. I am not concerned about Bryce right now. I know Bryce is going to hit. Bryce is going to hit and be Bryce. Here's how confident I am in that fact. Bryce will hit 280 plus. Bryce will also hit 30 plus home runs. I am that confident that if he doesn't, I will no longer make fun of sellout Douglas for selling his soul to Stewardess Jim.
Wow.
To Stewardess.
So just to put this in perspective, what you're saying, Chris, just to do the math in my head quickly, the rest of the season from here on out, he's going to have to hit probably around or over 300. I would say probably over 300 the rest of the way, and hit 23 or more home runs, which is certainly possible, but he hasn't done anything like that yet. So that's what you need.
He can go on a tear.
He could go on a tear, sure. That's what you need.
I am that confident that he will lock in, and Bryce will be just fine. And I will continue to make fun of sellout Douglas for selling his soul to a cowgirl fan in Stewardess Jim. So you know what? Delaware Valley, get prepared, get ready, because you are about to watch MV3 HARDER. Go on a run. Let's go, Phillies.
Good call, Chris. We appreciate it. I'm glad he spelled everything right there. You know what I just thought about with the sellout thing with you and Cowboy Jim? Now I'm concerned that we're going to get a whole summer of Cowboy Jim bribing you with bourbon, and then we're going to get to week 1, and I'm going to have to hear, I don't know, these Cowboys might be pretty tough.
No, man, I never go against the family now.
Hugh's smashing that +7 Dallas in a heartbeat.
Oh,
man,
yeah,
they're not going against the family.
It's part of his parlay for week 1.
Not going against the family.
You can't be trusted.
I think I'm going to go ahead and start the season with a 10-leg parlay.
10-leg parlay. Yeah. The lines for all the games are going to be out tonight.
God help us if he hits that.
You could put the parlay in tomorrow.
I'm going to put the parlay in tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and pick. I'm going to probably pick some tomato tans.
Yeah.
Out the gate.
Yeah, you go money line or on the spread?
Oh, you know me.
Money line.
So that means you're going to include the Ravens, Commanders, Rams,
Commodores.
the tomato cans? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to double check.
Yeah, all those teams.
Yeah, I'm going to go and hit the ground. I'm going to hit the ground one. What's up, little guy?
Yeah.
So you got to wave at the kids when they wave.
Yeah, again, the waving's fine. It's the talking. That's the part that we frown upon. Let's go to Patricia in Huntington Valley. What's up, Patricia?
Hi. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Patricia.
Hi. So I'm not sure which thing is bothering me more, the Pete Rose thing or the Bryce Harper thing, but I couldn't agree with you gentlemen more about the Pete Rose thing. It's a travesty. Again, why are they doing it now? I think gambling is so pervasive in every sport that, it seems like just an open door to let the steroid people in too. So it's really a slap in the face to all those gentlemen who've reached the Hall of Fame the right way. And I just feel it's a disgrace, and I feel that Rob Manfred is just absolutely a puppet and, excuse my language, a whore to whoever will pay him the most. Between the gambling and the advertising, it's just the game isn't anything like it used to be. And my poor husband, my late husband, is probably turning in his grave right now because of all the atrocities that are going on.
Well, I don't think you're the only one who feels somewhat like that with the way that sports have changed. Look, I don't have a problem, Patricia, with the leagues taking money from these entities because
it's money to be made.
Yeah, and other sports, they got to keep up. But the Rose thing, it's just false hustle to me. They didn't do it when he was alive, and to do it now, it's like
they didn't want to hear what he had to say.
Right. So, but he's not.
I get what you're saying.
He's not here to enjoy it. So we're doing it for us. I don't want it. Do most baseball fans want him in the Hall of Fame? I don't think most people care anymore.
No.
Sorry.
Like Roy Halladay wasn't here to enjoy it, so I mean, I don't think that's a legitimate excuse or reason. You know what I mean? I just think that the timing is off.
Again, if he was eligible and he passed away, that's different. But they put him. They made him eligible post passing away. Patricia, what are you feeling on Bryce?
I feel as if He's not 19 years old anymore. He's not a megastar like he was when he first came up. He's 32 years old. And in this sport, that's unfortunately getting to be old. And that violent swing of his is crazy. And I'm surprised that he hasn't been carried off the field in that pose, like trying to swing that bat. I mean, he's a chiropractor, orthopedic, physical therapy nightmare as it is. And this is a game of adjustment. And I feel as if he needs to start making adjustments for his age and his body.
Well, speaking of things to adjust to, yeah, teams have thrown him way more curveballs and breaking balls this year than ever before. He's seeing very few pitches in the strike zone. Patricia, we appreciate the phone call. Hugh, I brought that up in the opening segment. Like, we don't have any report. We don't have any reason to believe he's hurting. But we know he's had back issues in the past. Mm-hmm. And his body's just not the normal 32-year-old. He started playing full seasons of baseball in the major leagues at 19. Like, in terms of games played, he's probably closer to a normal 35-year-old major leaguer, right? The guys that come up when they're
because of the swing and everything.
Right, and when he came up really young, most guys come up in their early 20s. He came up at 19. I don't know. I mean, only he knows how his body is feeling. But the longer this goes on, it makes me wonder, is he feeling older than your typical 32-year-old? I don't know the answer.
That's a tough one. I know that he's been working extra hard, and to your point, he's not seeing a whole lot of good pitches, but I don't think he's done. I think that, most times, especially for baseball players, it's more of a gradual decline.
Yes.
It's not falling off the cliff. It's not like being a running back or a defensive end.
Unless there's a real big injury.
Yeah. So I don't think that's the case. I just think that for him right now, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and most of it is mental.
And if that's the case, I think eventually the talent and the he's a smart hitter. Like it all went out.
What does Topper like to say? You start hitting what's on the back of your baseball card or whatever. Yeah.
Well, we're at the point now. If Bryce gets
he got to start hitting on the back.
Yeah, but if he gets there, he's going to have to get really hot. Like we're going to get a good run out of him if he does get to the back of that baseball card. Ted is in Marlton. Hey, Ted. Ted.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ted.
I'll be fast. After listening to everybody's reaction about Rose getting in and using the word transgressions, I think it's just a matter of, unfortunately, politics. Two dirty old men and one supporting the other, and Pete's getting Pete was recommended to be his transgressions to be forgiven. So I just want to stick my foot in there and say, I don't think he should be there. It's bad for baseball. Because the next thing is, who else is going to be forgiven? Is Barry Bonds going to be forgiven? Clemens, et cetera.
I mean, I'd actually be more okay with that because those guys were never banned from baseball, right? They just we know they cheated and we know what they did, but the whole league was cheating at that point. And Ted, I appreciate your phone call. I've never been against Bonds and Clemens getting in. Now, if they don't get the votes, they don't get the votes. But at least they're on the ballot. The Rose thing is just ridiculous. He's obviously speaking about the president pardoning Pete Rose a few months ago. That was what he was speaking of. Like, I don't know how much that had to do with it. Frankly, I don't care if that had anything to do with it. The point is, he's going to be on the ballot, and they're going to vote or not vote for Pete Rose. I wouldn't vote him in. Like, if I had a vote, I would not write Pete Rose's name down. If you had a vote, would you vote him in?
I'd be torn, Joe. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I know we work in a job where you have to have an opinion about something, but I'm torn between him being a part of the legacy of baseball and the way that people feel about his off the field stuff.
He's totally unlikable as a person.
And here's the thing. In my opinion, I guess I can't answer. In my opinion, one shouldn't affect the other. It shouldn't, but in this case, it really does.
Well,
and it's very, very polarized.
You're right, it shouldn't, but we'd be naive to think it doesn't.
Yes, you're right.
Let me give you a quick example, and I don't want to get into all his stuff.
No, I get it. Yeah.
On merit, Curt Schilling is a Hall of Famer. Why isn't Curt Schilling in? Because Curt Schilling is a lot. He's a lot.
I like the way you said that.
I mean, he is. He's offended almost everyone you can offend.
You're right. And this is where, for me, it's okay. If you're asking me, as a sports fan, as a former professional athlete, yes, I would vote for him.
Because he was a great athlete.
Because he was a great athlete.
Yes, and a great player.
But as a human being, that has to deal with other human beings on a regular basis, that's a tough pill to swallow.
It is.
No,
And he
couldn't do it.
cheated in uniform.
Not a cheating. Like that.
He cheated in uniform.
That part is egregious, but it's not as egregious for me as it is for you.
Yeah, he bet on baseball.
Because it's like what they say: if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, but he bet.
No, I got what you're saying.
A corked bat is different than betting.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. That is not that. Like we're all trying to move the line all the time. I get it though.
215-592-9494. We're live, Citizens Bank Park. We'll take your phone calls on Bryce Harper. Are you starting to have real concern with his season? And of course, the Pete Rose thing with him now being eligible and off the restricted list. All right, your phone calls, and we'll be joined by former Phillies great World Series MVP Cole Hamels. Joins us next on the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes. And you should have gave me a little bit more time because I had my reads up, but I did not. Yeah, see, I forgot, man. The time is flying. But here we go. As my phone doesn't do its thing. Hey, it's that time of year again where you have to stop. Well, I have to stop talking about bacon and talk about grilling because it's officially grilling season now. So elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They have Tuscan herb, honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
A 47-game on-base streak for Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
All right, let's try this again. Winning on the field starts with how you cover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my friends at the Mattress Warehouse. Now, during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, you can save up to 70% warehouse-wide. Mattress Warehouse has mattresses for everybody and every budget, like queen mattresses starting at $159.99. Now, listen, I know some of y'all might not have been into a Mattress Warehouse in a long time, but $159.99 for a queen mattress, that's a really, really good deal. Plus, buy one, get 1%, get zero. Buy one. This thing is moving. Buy one and get 50% off all on your bed gear, pillows, and sheets. You need those, people, because you need pillows. They got some really, really nice pillows out there. 0% financing is available, and you'll always rest assured with the Mattress Warehouse's 1-year price guarantee and a 100% comfort guarantee. Do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse's Memorial Day sale. Shop the entire selection and find the location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. Same with the steroid guys, not because they were saints, but because they were undeniable. Tell the full story. Rose's lies, Bonds' transformation, Clemens' baggage. Don't airbrush the plaque. Don't moralize from a podium. Fans don't need a sanitized version of history. They want the truth. The Hall's job isn't to protect baseball's image. It's to preserve it. Let the fans decide what it all means. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
Welcome back. Midday Show live today from Citizens Bank Park as we get set for a doubleheader today. Phillies and the Cardinals. First game at 1:05. We'll play another one tonight. And, of course, the Phillies hoping to get hot, stay hot, play well, and get back to the level that our next guest was at back in 2008, 2009 in the World Series, former World Series MVP, now doing some TV work with the Phillies, and he's part of the Phillies Fantastic Auction here. What a great item to bid on. Cole Hamels joins us right now. Cole, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, Cole, I'm curious, how has retired life been, and how has the transition been for you to start to do the media thing now?
Yeah, it wasn't. It didn't last very long. I think that's probably the funniest part is when people say, "Oh, I can't wait to retire. I can't wait to retire." And I know it's something that is, for most, it's a goal and ambition, but as an athlete, it comes too quick. And so, to stay mentally sharp and to just stay active is something that I've always enjoyed. And that's what I've really thought would be a really good transition to stay in baseball. And what better way than to come back to Philly, because Philly's, always held a very special part in my life. And I hope I do for many Philadelphians. And it's just to give back and to express the knowledge that I have and see if I can help out some of the players there. There's a lot. I know this is a big transition and learning lesson for Phillies, and I'm super thankful NBC wanted to take me and give me, I guess, kind of that trial run and see if I can succeed at broadcasting. So it's a lot of learning, but I'm really excited about it.
So my question to you is this. Do you find it challenging, especially, since you're so close to the players, to be somewhat critical at times, or how do you handle that part of it?
Absolutely. I think that's still the hardest part for me is I know how difficult the game of baseball is, and the day in and day out grind, and to live up to, last year's statistics or your potential of what, people put on you. There's a lot that's going on in players, and they want to be able to do well, and they want to do well for their fan base. They want to do well for their teammates. They want to live up to their contracts. So I do understand that. It's just the little things that you always have to stay with them. And I think that's something of a good teammate anyway, is when we're in the locker room and when things aren't going well, a good leader, a good teammate does get on guys and make sure that they're doing the little things and, has those constructive criticisms, allows them to have that, those comments that the talks, that does happen. And so now I'm just kind of doing it in a different way, but I completely respect and understand what you have to do to be able to explain things to the fans. And, not, the Philly way, because I know I was a player, I got bashed too. So it's just doing it in a different way.
Cole, you led me right to a question. I need to hear your thoughts on what you're seeing right now with Bryce Harper, because you mentioned about living up to the contract and playing to the level that we expect. And Bryce's been a great Philly, Cole. He really has lived up to everything here, but he's off to a tough start by his standards, well below where he typically is through 40 games, and his batting average is down. What have you seen? Do you think he's going to come out of this soon? What do you think is going on with Bryce? Because he hasn't been the Bryce we're used to so far this season.
Right, and that's kind of what happens. I think he's his biggest critic, and that sometimes when you put a ton of pressure on yourself to live up to what you're capable of or what you need to do for everybody else, sometimes you get out of your comfort zone. And so I think just for him, it's just to step back and to relax and know that he is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. I mean, the guy's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I know he wants to win, and I know that's one of his big things is to win, and especially to win in Philadelphia. It's very important to him. So it's just simplifying a little bit and not getting out of the zone. You can see the stats. I mean, he's not seeing the fastball. And so for him, it's to look for the off speed that's in the zone, and anything that's out of the zone, let it go. I mean, walks are just as good. Look at Schwarber. I mean, getting on base is huge. Look how he's continuing to do it. You don't have to always get hit.
Cole Hamels joining us here on the Midday Show. We're live from Citizens Bank Park today. Cole, what's been your reaction and your impression of the Phillies' newest starter, Jesus Lazardo, coming here from Miami? He's going to start the first game of this doubleheader today. He's been, just by the numbers, a revelation. And he was good in Miami a couple years ago, not as good last year with a back injury, but feels like we might have got a steal here in that trade. What have you thought watching Lazardo so far?
Oh, no, you have to really give credit to, the front office for being able to follow him his whole career and just waiting to pounce, because I think he was the type of player that he was waiting to break out. And that is the toughest part about playing the game of baseball is you want to get established, you want to get in the big leagues, but then you want to win. You want to have the opportunity to win. And there's something that when there's that expectation, you start to rise to it. And it was tough in Miami. There wasn't the expectation that they were going to win. So to get to a bigger market, big city that has all those expectations, has the type of players around him, he's now excelling. And you're seeing the type of player that he probably has always been. He just wasn't able to have it come out. And now, he's lights out, and it's really great to watch.
You know what, Cole? I'm kind of curious because before the season started, I think I saw you was on television somewhere. You were talking about Taijuan Walker and how excited you were for his stuff. What did you see in him when they were in Clearwater that made you think that he could start the season the way he started it so far?
He came in incredible shape. You could see his arm action was a lot better than it was in the past. And you could see the focus. And I think sometimes with any athlete is you can get out of sorts and you don't prepare as much. You just think it's going to naturally come. And as you get older and you start to get the wear and tear, you start to have to adjust. And I think last year was just an adjustment period for him. It's the hard part where you get humbled. And I think that's what happened. You can really see his focus and his desire to be better, and he has that expectation now, and he's going out there and putting up numbers.
Cole, as you know, you're talking about being retired and an analyst now and on TV, but I need you to put you go back to the frame of mind as being a pitcher. I'm wondering if you were pitching, how would you attack Kyle Schwarber right now? Because it just feels like this guy gets better every year, and it used to be where lefties would get him. And most lefties, a lefty could get them, and you'd have that advantage. But now he crushes lefties. If you were facing Kyle Schwarber, how would you attack him? It seems like no one can get him out anymore.
I don't know if you want me to give the scouting report. I want Schwarber to hit home runs and do everything he can. I can say when I was facing him when he was with the Cubs, he was young. He had a lot of power, so we understood where his pop zone was. And if you avoid the pop zone, you know what, take a single. He wasn't stealing as many bags. I know he can get them when you least expect it, but he's a guy that does a lot of damage, has a lot of slugs, so just avoid it. And for us, it was just really just kind of stay away or stay more in and just see if he was going to bite. And, now you look at him, look how patient he is. He's taking his walks. Sometimes when you're young, you don't want to take your walks, and that was something we knew. So we're like, hey, let's just let him get himself out.
Cole, how would you handicap this division right now? The Mets are off to a great start, and it feels like this rivalry is coming back, the way it was in the heyday with you guys against the Mets. Go back to 07, 08. The Mets are in first place. They're a few games up on the Phillies. Their pitching has been really good. They have Soto now. How do you handicap this again? Now the Braves are back to 500. NL East looks like it's going to be a really good division again this year.
I think it's the best thing for baseball. I love the Met-Philly rivalry, and that was something that it was tough. I mean, they beat the crud out of me. They're a tough team, and that's the expectations that the Mets have. I mean, when you have a large payroll, you're going out getting some of the best players to ever play the game, and you're trying to put together a winning team. You want that because that's what creates the environment. It creates the excitement when those series happen. I mean, I think all players want to be on the big ESPN games. They want to be that focal point for the week. And now those series are starting to come back. I love being able to go to New York, Shea Stadium, Citi Field, and see the intensity that Mets fans did not like us. And then it was vice versa when they came down. That was exciting. We looked forward to those series. So that's something you want to see. I'm happy. You can never count out the Braves. I mean, good God. They've always been a good team. They have some of the best players there too. So it's turning out to be a really good division that's going to come down to the wire.
It will. It usually does in the NL East. Phillies grabbed it last year, and they'll have to see the Mets again a lot down the stretch to try to take it from them this year. Cole, before we let you go, you got to tell us about what you have going on with the Phillies Fantastic Auction. It seems like a great opportunity here. Someone and a guest, you and a guest will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play a round of golf with you, Cole Hamels, at the Union League Liberty Golf Club. Tell us about this.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been trying to work on my golf game, so I don't know what to expect. I'm doing all right, but I think just to be able to give anybody an opportunity to just kind of play golf for about 3 to 4 hours, and it's a lot less stressful. I just being able to really talk to fans and enjoy the atmosphere of being outside and playing golf. Talking baseball. That's something I think I've learned, and a lot of my teammates have learned when we come back to Philly. These opportunities have been amazing. We've just been blessed to be able to play for such a great organization in a sports town. And now we get to, hopefully return the favor and talk shop and give some fun stories of what it was like when we were playing and winning. And, it's just a great perspective, and, no better place than Union League golf course too.
So is that to say you don't take your golf game that serious, man? Because I know some cats that used to play here in Philadelphia, like Seth. They were talking about Seth yesterday. I was at a golf tournament. He is super intense. So you're not that it's not that serious for you?
No, I like to play. I mean, I'm a 9, so I'm good, but I'm not great, and I'll just have my meltdown holes, and I'll just laugh about it. I think it's something because I don't practice it. I think I can't take myself so seriously. If I was out grinding and then I'm putting up snowmen, then I would be probably pretty pissed. But I can do really well, and then I can just have absolute meltdowns, and I just kind of laugh with it and just go with the flow.
Well, it sounds like a great experience. Round of golf for 2 with Cole Hamels. Phillies fantastic auction. The bidding goes from now until Sunday at 9 p.m. Cole, we appreciate you giving us a few minutes here. Enjoy today, and we're looking forward to hearing you more throughout the season on the broadcast. Thank you, Cole.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I look forward to hopefully 2 wins today.
Yes, need him to get another series here. Cole Hamels, World Series MVP 2008. We appreciate him joining us there. He's the one meltdown hole, but he still said he's pretty good. I mean,
yeah. You know what's funny?
I imagine he's pretty good.
Because Seth was at the stateside thing yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to see him, but he must have left an impression where one of our sales guys, Andrew, was talking about how intense he was. It's like Seth is intense with everything that he does.
He's intense in the radio studio. He's intense when you say hi. Hey, what's up? Good morning, Seth. He's intense.
I can't imagine. Like, that's – and it's funny because Ike's the same way. I hear Mike Quick's the same way.
Yes.
It's like those guys, man, they don't know how to shut it off. That's kind of why I don't play golf, because I don't want to be out there that intense trying to hit the ball and do all the other stuff, man. It just seems like a lot.
But if you like it, if you enjoy it.
Yeah. I don't like it that much.
No, I didn't think you did. All right, 215-592-9494. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. You're starting to have real concerns about Bryce Harper's season. 59% no, 41% yes. It certainly sounded like Cole Hamels not having those concerns with Bryce as he gets set for a doubleheader today. Let's go back to the phones here. Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Self,
hey,
what's up?
Hey, listen, man. First off, Pete Rose, he should be at. We talking about baseball, man. We talking about how he played the game. What he does as his personal character, we are not the judge. He was
bet
wrong.
on
That's
baseball
cool,
as
but
a
he got to
manager.
deal with that.
He bet on baseball as a manager.
I don't care. He played the game. He put up numbers.
He was
play
in
the
a
game
Reds
for
uniform
stats.
betting on baseball.
You said it best. First of all, you can't say that to me, because I don't think betting in any sport should be allowed, period. I don't care if it's a fan or a player. It shouldn't be allowed.
But he did it.
And I don't care. It's no difference than the steroids thing. He put up numbers. He played the game. He gave his life to the game. That's what we're judging him on. How did he play? Did he deserve to get in based off of his play? Not based off his character, not based off his personality. Like, y'all got to get out y'all emotions and y'all bag about stuff that don't have nothing to do with nothing.
He was banned from the sport for 30 years.
That dog ain't gonna hunt.
Listen, whatever, man. Secondly, y'all got to stop with this baby Bryce Harper trade. When Bone was going through it, y'all slayed him. Y'all gave it to him. But y'all want to get this dude justifications and excuses. If he walking around like a baby moping and all, you need to go get him therapy. That's what you should do. He cutting his hair and everything
Well,
else.
but Self, you recognize there's a difference between Harper. There's a difference between Harper and Bone.
Oh, here we go. Because of how he hit. Like, we're not talking about him hitting.
One
We
guy's
talking about
going
how
to be
he's
in the Hall of
behaving.
Fame one day. One guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and the other guy is not that good.
That does not matter. We're
it
not
does.
talking about that, man. We're talking about his behavior. Y'all be mixing lines with stuff that don't matter. We're talking about his behavior. We're not talking about his production. There's a difference.
Yeah, but you put up
When
with
he's
stuff
acting
when
like
the guy
that,
hits.
You should be looking deeper.
You be looking deeper, Joe. You don't be looking
deeper.
Sounds like Self isn't the one in his feelings, to be honest with you.
So what do you want? I don't even like Alec Bone. What do you want me to say?
I want him to have the same contradict. What's the word I'm looking for? I want him to have the same ridicule that y'all give
why
the
catch
Bone.
straight?
I want him to have.
You earned that one. All right, Self. That's enough.
What'd you say? That's enough.
I just.
I mean, I hear what Self saying, but that dog don't hunt. Who's the pitcher? Who's the pitcher that we talking about? Not Bueller. Who is it? The one that got in trouble for being wild.
On our team?
No. Who? Bauer.
Oh, Trevor Bauer.
Trevor Bauer. Like,
hold on. Poor Walker Buehler getting dragged into this.
I did. I said
Walker
Buehler
is probably a good dude. Probably is.
My bad, Buehler. My bad.
Bauer.
Like, I hear what you're saying, but you like some dogs just don't hunt, man. Like Bauer was out there. He was out there wilding out. You can't. You know what I mean?
I actually think the Pete Rose thing would be. It'd be harder for me if only the transgressions were off the field, right? If nothing bad happened in the lines and it was just he's a degenerate off the field, then that's one. But he cheated on baseball in uniform.
So what is the one that's more egregious for you? Because that's what we're talking about. So let's break it down to this. Because obviously, the cheating thing is not as big as it once was when he was alive. Because the cheating.
Yeah.
That's not as big as it was when he was alive. Is it the off the field transgressions?
So if I had a vote and he never gambled on baseball, he was just a bad dude off the field, I would vote him in. I think Curt Schilling should be in the Hall of Fame. Like I don't think you should be kept out because I don't agree with you or maybe you did something wrong like that.
So it's for you the biggest thing is the betting.
He bet on baseball. Yeah. And he
lied
lied about it for years.
Yeah. Until he wrote the book, right?
Yeah. Well, and then he half lied about it, and then right at the end, he was like, "Yeah, I kind of did it more than I said." I mean, I don't. He's a liar. I can't believe anything he says. If I had to guess, and you said, Joe, if you really had to guess, do you think he ever bet against his team? Yeah.
No, yeah.
You tell me he was in the hole and he knew he had a bad starter out there. He didn't put money in their team.
So,
I don't buy
it. I think for you that's the thing, but for a lot of people, it's the off the field stuff.
Well, that doesn't help him.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't help, man.
Yeah.
This is a tough one, and you have to ask yourself, to be honest, why is baseball deciding to do this now? And I believe that there's a method to their madness.
You might be right on this.
I think there's a method to their madness, man, because you can't talk about like I said. Thank God for this radio station because the host, what they said yesterday resonated. It started with Ike when he talked about how you can't tell baseball, the story of baseball, without him, and then it followed up with Rob Ellis and him talking about the steroid era and all that other good stuff. They're trying to get him in because if you get Pete Rose in, if Pete Rose goes into the Hall of Fame, then there's no excuse not to let everybody else in.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're going to take these hits now. You're going to take this negative press, and people going to ask this and that, and then all of a sudden you're going to start hearing names like Clemens, Bonds, Sosa, McGuire.
Because the same principle applies. You can't tell the story without those guys.
Yeah, because isn't McGuire? He's a hitting coach or something now, isn't he? Or he was. He was in baseball.
He was. Yeah.
He was in baseball. So yeah, and you know what's going to even be funnier when Barry Bonds gets his moment. It's going to be the same conversation.
Sure.
Because he was a bad dude off the field. You know what's funny? Because yesterday we were talking about this whole thing about Michael Jordan, and he's about to join a broadcast
NBC,
team.
Yeah.
And I was in a chat group with some friends of mine from Atlanta, and they were talking about it would be great to have Barry Bonds on television talking baseball.
Sure.
But he's burned so many bridges. So now what's going to happen, say if this whole Pete Rose thing happens, because we got like 2 years to figure out whether they're going to vote on it or not. They wrote it out now, Joe. They soft-sold it now so that 2 years from now, it won't hit as hard because we're talking about it now.
Yeah, we get all the energy out.
Yeah, you're getting it out now. That's what they say, oh, well, this is only going to happen in 2 years. Because then they're going to start rolling out those other names. Don't be surprised if you see Barry Bonds on somebody's broadcast soon.
Well, nothing surprises me anymore. We roll anybody back in. All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, we appreciate Cole Hamels joining us. John Brazier's just in here. He let us know that if you want to hear more from Cole, his podcast, Backstage with Burgoyne and Brazier, Cole was recently on there too. So we appreciate Cole for being part of the show today. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron?
A little weather update here in San Diego. It's 72 and sunny. How is it there?
It's not that here in Philadelphia, Aaron. It's like 60, 65 or 64 and cold and rainy.
Hey, Hugh, if you want to pick up golf, golf kid, you just got to stay away from those people in terms of like Reese. You just got to find a group of people that you enjoy. Like me and my buddies, we play military style. We hit the ball left to the left, right, left, and we drink some adult beverages and we have a great time.
No, that's not my friends. My friends, they fancy themselves Tiger Woo. They want to be Tiger Woo out there, and they want to hit the golf ball, and they want to take it all serious. They want to buy the little golf outfits. You know what, Aaron? I was surprised yesterday. Spike had on a golf shirt and some golf shorts.
Well, he was at a golf outing.
But Spike changed them. I just knew Spike was going to have on, the T-shirt or whatever.
By the
He's
way,
conforming.
what happened to the polo yesterday?
Oh, I kept it on because Spike. When I walked in, Spike had on the polo.
Yeah.
Jack had on the polo.
You didn't want to be the one guy.
I didn't want to be but I still looked like I didn't belong.
So you wore a medium polo.
I wore a medium polo, but yeah, Aaron. I mean, I need to find some better friends. That's what I need to do. That are not as
like
intense.
Rodney Dangerfield says, you want to feel skinny, hang out with fat people. You want to feel good at golf, hang out with some really bad golfers.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change my circle, man. I can't hang out with them golfers.
Or just get golf clothes. I mean, it's not that hard. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hey,
Aaron, you got concerned about Bryce.
As far as this Hall of Fame thing goes, is if the Hall of Fame is the story or the history of baseball, you can't have a good story, and you can't talk about history without talking about good versus evil, yin against yang, light against dark. This guy, and again, this is baseball not being able to read the room. Again, they fall flat on their face, waiting for a guy to pass away before they lift a band. I mean, this guy on the field was as polarizing as any athlete in professional sports. And in behind closed doors, he was probably one of the most evil people, and did the cardinal sin in terms of betting on baseball. But that's a story that needs to be in the Hall of Fame because future generations need to not only see everything that's positive, but also to see the negatives so they can learn about consequences and rewards and what you get with hard work and,
I
and what
understand that,
consequences
but you could tell the story to someone without him having a plaque. I mean, I don't know. What is the reward? What is the story of the lesson? Well, he still got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Ty Cobb in the Hall of Fame, ain't he?
Ty Cobb's in, yeah.
That was just you know what I mean.
Well, I'm sure there's 50 bad people.
No,
in
but
the Hall of
it's
Fame.
just because I remember. No, the reason why I brought it up, Joe and Aaron, is because I remember it was an HBO show way back when, and they talked about how Ty used to wear like them sharp spikes to stab people.
Ty, by all accounts, Ty was not a great dude.
No,
not a great dude. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back to all your phone calls on Bryce Harper. You guys starting to have real concern about his season and the Pete Rose thing. Eagles schedule, though. We got more leaks. We got the Chiefs game. We know when that is. We're going to discuss the schedule, which comes out in full tonight with Elliott Shorr-Parks next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As I try to get my reads up again, boy, today is not my day as far as these reads are concerned. But we're going to get this one right. All right, we're going to talk about some bacon. And you know what? Now, this time of year, it's not time to talk about bacon, but it's time to talk about grilling. It's officially grilling season, people. So you can elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so many to choose from and so easy to cook. Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They got Tuscan herb. They got honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Sounds tasty. Head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
You've been called the president of 3-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit christianhomeservices.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Scattered showers possible through the afternoon, high around 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Hugh's reads are done for the day, so he's right.
Thank God.
Yes.
You're watching you try to read the read on your phone as the font like switches on you, like the picture moves.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that was a lot. All right, welcome back. We are live today at the Deborah Heart and Lung Center broadcast with at Citizens Bank Park. Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. Phillies and Cardinals doubleheader today, and it is Weather Education Day, Hugh, which is perfectly timed. You ready? You learned about the weather today?
No, not really. I know it's raining.
You have a towel.
I'm taking a picture.
Okay.
The lady taking the picture.
Yeah.
She's taking my
a lot of
picture.
people do that here. We're happy to be here. Hopefully the Phillies get a couple wins today. And by tonight, maybe we get a couple Phillies victories. Maybe Bryce Harper gets going. And we will have ourselves a full Eagles schedule in front of us. We have a lot of leaks already, including one that we found out this morning. Let's bring on Elliot shorr-parks, who, of course, is with us, sponsored by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the 50. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy to talk some Eagles schedule. Elliot, how we doing today?
You know, if only there was a way to avoid weather impacting sports. You know, you would just think one day we'll figure out.
I walked right into this. I walked
if
right into it.
If only there was a way, you know. Maybe one day, maybe one day.
Yeah, I mean, there is a way, but no one but you wants that every year.
Yes.
I mean,
you know, just throw a roof on Citizens Bank Park. We could all enjoy the day better today, right? We'll be out in the outfield, no rain. I think it's the move.
Today we would enjoy it better, but in general, it would take away from things. All right, well, we could fight about that another day. Elliot, we have some leaks here. In fact, as I look at it, 6 leaks. So we knew about a few of these, or most of these, before this morning. So we know Dallas as the opener. We found out about the Green Bay game Monday night in Week 10, Bears on Black Friday here in Philadelphia, and the Washington game at Washington on December 20th, a Saturday. But a couple more emerged today, Elliot. A Thursday night football game at the Giants, Week 6, and then the big one at the Chiefs, Week 2. Elliot, your takeaway on what we know so far?
Yeah, really surprised that Chiefs game is in Week 2. I would thought that would have been later in the year. It's a tough opening. I mean, it was not the opener, but Cowboys and then Chiefs, not a super easy start to the schedule. I will say the one benefit to getting it in Week 2 is that they play Thursday night and then they won't play again until obviously the following Sunday. The Chiefs opened the season in Brazil. The Eagles know well how tough that can be. So the Chiefs will fly back from Brazil essentially Saturday, while the Eagles have already rested for 2 days heading into that game. So I think in terms of the schedule, you probably give the advantage to the Eagles there. And then Week 6 against the Giants, you know, I don't think the Giants are going to be a very good team. You look at what's come out from their schedule so far. Their first 5 or 6 games are absolutely brutal. So it's definitely possible by Week 6 the Giants are already focused on 2026. So I think, you know, where these games are falling, so far I don't see anything where you say the Eagles are really getting, screwed there.
I agree with you, and I had the first thought you did, Elliot, with the Chiefs, that it's a good spot for it because the Eagles will play Thursday and then get the extra prep time. I didn't realize until you said it, though, the Chiefs are playing the Brazil game, so they also get a little extra time. Now, you made that trip last year, so that's not easy to come back off of the Brazil trip, but they'll play Friday, right? Eagles Thursday, Friday, so they both kind of get extra rest before the game.
Yeah, the Eagles' rest is just, the Eagles are at home on Thursday and the Chiefs are in Brazil on Friday. Now, the Eagles do have to travel to Kansas City. And look, going to Kansas City, definitely not an easy game, but the Eagles won there in 2023. I think it's safe to say we all remember how badly they beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So clearly the Chiefs will have this game circled. They'll want to have revenge for that Super Bowl loss. But the difference in talent between those two teams is still pretty big, right? And I think me and you, well, I guess a lot of us talked about it leading up to the Super Bowl. Like, the new great rivalry in sports is Jalen Hurts versus Patrick Mahomes. So, to get that in Week 2, again, surprised it's not prime time, but that rivalry playing out again will certainly be fun to watch.
Elliot, as you look at this and the schedule, I mean, the one thing that's standing out to me before we know everything else, you mentioned like where the tough ones are. There's not many not tough ones, right? There's a couple Giants games. We'll see what the Raiders are. Typically not good, although they improved at quarterback and they improved at head coach, so maybe they're a little more decent, and they have Genty from the draft. But as I'm waiting, and we're all waiting for the full schedule tonight, I don't imagine there's going to be many pockets where there's like 3 or 4 layups in a row. That's not what the schedule's going to be this year.
Yeah, so every year I try to do a mock schedule where I put out what I think would be the ideal schedule for the Eagles. And most years you can piece together, mock schedules. Come on,
It is great. I love when you do that.
Who's not doing it? That's the new rage. But every year when I do it, you can put together 2-3 weeks where it's like, okay, here is a stretch where if they need it, they have a few easy ones. Or, okay, let's put this easy game after a stretch of potentially 2 hard games. There's just not really that possibility with this year's schedule. And again, who knows how these teams will actually play out. A game that looks tough in week 10 right now could, be an easy one by the time we actually get to previewing it. But if you look at the teams on their schedules, again, you mentioned the Raiders are a potential team that probably won't be very good. The Giants, the 2 games against them. You could argue the Cowboys late in the year, but the Cowboys week 1 is certainly not an easy game for the Eagles. So in 2023, we saw the gauntlet of a schedule can really impact the season. And I think by the time we see this full schedule tonight, there might be 2 or 3 stretches that we look at and go, that's a really tough one.
Elliot, I'm curious because I don't think we got a chance. I got a chance to ask you, but how did you feel about the first game of the season against the Dallas Cowboys and how that one played out? Do you think they could have? They did us dirty there? I mean, how do you feel about that?
Well, I will say in terms of an exciting matchup, they could have done better. I think the Lions would have been more exciting. You could even talk me into the Rams being more exciting. The Eagles and Cowboys just don't really play great games anymore. It feels like for one reason or another, Dak's not playing, Jalen's not playing, the Cowboys aren't good enough. There just has been a long time since these 2 teams have played a truly great game. So getting juiced up for that one, look, it's the first game of the season. Obviously, the banner going out in front of the Cowboys will certainly make Eagles fans happy. But in terms of the matchup, I don't think it's a great matchup. The Eagles beat the Cowboys by 60 combined points last year in their 2 matchups. So Eagles-Cowboys, always exciting, but I would have preferred a better matchup.
Elliot, as you look forward now to the full schedule, we'll get at it tonight at 8 o'clock. I'm sure there'll be a few more leaks before. Which game now, because we know the Chiefs, which is the one left that we don't have yet that you're most interested to see where it is and kind of what's around it? So the big ones would be Detroit.
Detroit.
The Rams, the other Washington game, which would be here, and, of course, I think they go to Buffalo this year. If you had to pick one that you're most intrigued just to see where it is, what game is it?
Yeah, so when I look at these games on where they land, often what I'll hope for in a schedule if you're the Eagles is, all right, so let's take Minnesota. Minnesota is going to be starting J.J. McCarthy. You'd prefer to get them early in the year. So looking at this schedule, as of now, we don't know who they play in weeks 3, 4, and 5. I think Minnesota early on with a rookie quarterback would be advantageous. I would say the same thing for a team like Detroit on where that will land. They have 2 new coordinators, so essentially a whole new coaching staff or at least a major overhaul. So you want them early as well when maybe they're still kind of putting it together. A team like Buffalo, I prefer them late in the year. You don't want to hope for injury, but ultimately the later in the year you play, the less likely it is potentially Josh Allen's on the field. And I know playing in Buffalo late in the season can be cold, obviously, and there's a risk of snow. Again, an avoidable problem. But I do think that with that, the Eagles are used to playing in the snow. We saw that. So I think you'd prefer Buffalo late in the year, but Detroit and Minnesota, I think you'd want them early on.
How about this? I just found this out, Hugh. Set your clock and your calendar and your alarms tonight. Elliot's going to be live tonight on WIP's YouTube and Twitter at 8 p.m. reacting live to the reveal of the schedule. Elliot, this is exciting news.
Well, especially after a day hanging out with you guys in the outfield, it'll certainly be exciting to go live at 8 o'clock. So, it'll be good. Look, the schedule release day is one of the most important days on the NFL calendar. The schedule can absolutely dictate how a season goes. So this is a huge day today for the Eagles' chances of repeating.
All right, Elliot, I know we're keeping this mostly to the Eagles stuff because the schedule day, but I want to give you the floor on our show because I've been seeing it. I know you're an Ace Bailey guy with the NBA draft. Sixers have the 3rd pick. Elliot, I don't see it. I'm not an Ace Bailey guy. I think he strikes me way more of a Kyle Kuzma, like a scorer on a bad team, than a star, but I know you love him. So, Elliot, I'm sure we'll debate this a lot between now and draft night, but tell me why you love Ace Bailey so much.
Yeah, so I think if there's anything you should have learned from talking about the Eagles so much and their draft success is that you draft traits. right? Especially early on. You want to draft traits
heard it.
and you want to draft guys with big upsides. So you look at some of the other picks that are available. Trey Johnson. I like Trey Johnson. He's a bit, he's not the 6'7", 6'8" that Ace Bailey is. Ace Bailey just has special qualities when you look at him. He's tall, he's long, he's a good shooter, not a great shooter, but he's a good shooter that can develop. He's the youngest of all the guys that are likely going to go in that top 5, excluding Cooper Flagg, who he might be younger than him, but I didn't look up his age. Regardless, if you look at Ace Bailey, I see Kevin Durant, and I will take a chance on a player. When the Sixers need a franchise-altering player, you got to swing big, and Ace Bailey is a big swing, but I think he could be a big home run.
He's 6'8". You heard him. He said he
But he was listed at 6'10".
Yeah, he was listed at 6'10".
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They measured him without his shoes on. Like, I don't get why they do that. They're not going to play the game barefoot.
That's
so,
like your true
But he's not wearing
I get
platforms.
that.
He's not.
I get that, but he's also not going to play barefoot. So what's the point of measuring him without shoes?
I mean, it makes sense to him. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, because they want to make sure, because everyone has different kinds of shoes.
They want.
What, just in case he's going to play barefoot one day, they want to make sure? Like, what he's not going to wear platforms, you're right. So just put shoes on him. So when they say he's 6'10" with long arms,
he's not
I get
6'10".
that. But when he plays in a game, he probably will be closer to 6'10" because of his shoes.
Well, they're all taller because of their shoes.
Agreed. I agree. So why measure him barefoot? Like, why does it matter that he's 6'7"
Because
and a
all
half?
shoes are not the same. So then they'll come in the combine, and one guy will have bigger shoes than the other, and then it's all off.
Well, what do you think? One pair of shoes gives you 3 inches, and the other gives you 1?
I don't know. Maybe they're going to wear platforms. All right, Elliot, we'll have more time to do this before the draft. Elliot, appreciate you hopping on, and we'll see you here in a little bit. And, of course, tonight on the WIP YouTube and Twitter reacting to the schedule. Thank you, Elliot.
Yep, sounds good. Talk to you guys.
All right, there he goes. Elliot Shorr-Parks there. Big Ace Bailey fan there. All right, Elliot's reacting tonight. Hugh, we didn't get a chance to really react. Chiefs Week 2, 4:25 Sunday of Week 2. So we found out 2 things today. We found out Week 2 at the Chiefs, and we found out Week 6 Thursday Night Football at the Giants.
That should be a fun game.
Week 2?
Week 2. After we spanked the Cowboys in Week 1, then turn right back around. We go to Kansas City, right?
Go to Kansas City.
Go to Kansas City, get a chance to beat up on them a little bit. That's going to be one of those games where both teams are going to be revamped a little bit. I mean, it's not going to be the same hype as the Super Bowl, but, Kansas City might be looking for a little bit of good get back.
Well, you know what that makes me think? We did ask the question tongue-in-cheek the other day, but now it's not tongue-in-cheek anymore. If they have to go to Kansas City Week 2, Week 1 against the Cowboys is a must-win. Like, without a question, it's a must-win.
A must-win the first game of the season.
It has to be. They have to go to Kansas City the next week.
So basically, you thinking that if they don't, they're going to take an L to Kansas City?
Yeah.
You think so?
It's a conceivable spot to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be the underdog.
You mean after they just beat the brakes off the Chiefs, y'all think they just going to,
that was last year.
Okay. I mean, I hear you.
Who do you think will be favored in the game? I think the Chiefs will be favored.
Well, it's at home. We beat them at home before. I think it'll be more in our favor. What is it? When we get 2 points, it's more. It means we're favored in the game for the most part.
Well, if we get 2 points on the road, then for sure.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna be closer than you guys think.
They are. I found it. FanDuel has it. The Eagles are currently a 1.5 point underdog in Week 2.
Yeah. So that's about right, right?
It's been an even game.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I don't look at it as a must win. It's a must win because it's Dallas.
It's a must-win because they have to go to
Kansas City.
It's a
must-win because we're raising a banner on the night the Cowboys come to town, and we have to beat them to just rub it in a little bit more because they haven't seen a banner raising in eons.
Well, that's for sure. Now, I consider it now even more of a must-win. All right, before we get back to the phones, we got leading off coming up at 12. Kyle, do we have some Flyers news here?
94 WIP breaking news.
So, according to Frank Saravalli, Flyers are closing in on hiring Rick Tocchet to be the next head coach.
Instant reaction, Kyle Quinn. What do you got? Rick Tocchet.
I mean, just meh. Feels kind of like a lateral move from Tortorella. I don't know if it's not like exciting considering where the team's at. Like, they're a young team. I'm more interested in developing some of these young offensive players, and I don't really know if Rick Tocchet's that kind of guy.
Recent success, though, wasn't he coach of the year in the NHL?
Yeah, but he kind of flamed out pretty quick. Like that's why it feels a little bit like the Tortorella thing. I mean, I don't know. It could work out. It just like if I had to say like where I come down on it right now, I would just describe myself as like whelmed.
Okay, I mean he's a bald guy.
He said whelmed.
He's a bald guy though, Hugh. he could be our official coach.
And he used to be here before.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the biggest things. I had a chance to talk to Al yesterday, so I think the biggest thing that they want to try to implement with this is to, get the youth movement going, man. They know they're not going to be good for a while, and they know that they're in a position they probably won't get a really good hockey player in the draft or whatever. But they're trying to push the youth movement. They want somebody that's going to come in and teach and coach. So yeah,
they need to find
good fit.
I know hockey they burn out quick, but they need to find, and obviously wasn't Tortorella, the guy that could foster the next from rebuilding to winning.
Yeah,
right. Tortorella obviously.
No, he was out on that.
Yeah,
he was out.
He said he was in, but then by the end of the season
They got on his nerves.
Yeah, clearly
he had no
was
interest.
Out. He didn't want to do it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. It's not an easy thing to do. A lot of times in sports, that guy gets fired before the team takes off.
And then when you look at the team, as we watched a little bit of hockey, it didn't seem like they really bought into what he was doing, what he was trying to do.
There was a
trying to do. Yeah,
a
little bit.
So, all right, we'll see when this gets finalized. But it sounds like Rick Tocchet going to be the next head coach of the Flyers. All right, let's go to the phones here. Rashid in Westchester. Hey, Rashid.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rashid.
Joe.
Rashid.
Hey, you.
Hey.
Hey, Joe, you crazy, man.
About?
That's true.
Why you hate Pete Rose?
Why you hate?
Well, I don't hate Pete Rose. I just don't him in the Hall of Fame.
You just hate what he stood for.
You got did bet on baseball as a matter.
I just want to throw that to you, but yeah, Cole Hamels, a nice guy. I drove him for 5 years. I know his family. He's a nice guy. Nice gentleman. So
very nice. It's good to have him back and doing the games now. He brings a lot of insight.
But Joe, why do you ask him a stupid question?
Which one? About trying to get Schwarber out?
How do you if you ask the best pitcher how to pitch to the best hitter in the Phillies?
Because I'm curious.
Because he wanted to know.
I'm curious how you get him out these days.
Stupid question, Joe.
That's not. It is, right? I mean, come
Rashid,
on,
do you
Joe.
think the Cardinals were listening and now they try to get tips from it?
Listen, Cardinals, you're not gonna beat. Then again, they always beat the Phillies, so it doesn't matter. And Harper is done. Listen, if we don't win the World Series this year, Nola and Harper should be gone.
This guy's got strong
Hello?
takes. Listen, Rashid, I want you to call again. I like these takes.
Is that French? It sounds French.
Rashid?
Rashid, what's that accent?
What is it? I'm cooking.
No, you're cooking.
Sure
but
are,
is that do you have an accent? I might be wrong.
I speak French. I speak Arabic.
I thought it sounded a little French. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Bonjour, Monsieur Douglas. Ça va bien? Très bien.
Oh, I ain't.
Rashid, you got to call again, man. I like this. You said I asked dumb questions, and you had a take that Nola and Bryce got to be out of here if they lose.
He dominated you.
I'm a fan. Kyle, let's get his calls up again. All right, from one guy I'm a fan of to the next one. Jay in West Philly. What's up, Jay?
I like how you did that.
Rashid, you a thief because I was calling Joe. Stupid question.
Hold on a second. You think other major league teams are listening to Cole Hamels on the Midday
I
Show?
don't care. There's track record for everything, and you gonna ask. You
I'm curious. I'm just curious how you get him out these days.
No more. He kicked you out the commercial. Y'all did the big commercial no more.
What are you talking about?
How you just gonna call it that? How do you get Schwarber out?
I'm curious. No one can do it.
One bum that's not hitting. Then you want to add?
What do you want me to ask?
To add to that, we already got one bum trying to cut his hair and think he's going to do something.
Well, hold on. I asked about that guy first. I asked what's going on Bryce first.
Then you're going to ask about the one that's doing good. How do you get him out? Leave him alone.
Jay, that's what you got today? You got anything else?
Why would you do that? Answer that question for me.
I did it just to bother you. How about that?
And I knew it. I knew it.
Yep, that's what I did. I said, you know what? I woke up today and said, how am I going to push Jay and West Philly's buttons? I got it. This I'm going to do.
Hey, you.
Yes.
Now, Keely Ringo, I think I like him at corner, but do you think he could probably ever switch to safety?
Keely, the mentality is different at safety as opposed to corner. I mean, I don't think he's immune to hit. I don't think he's immune to hitting. But that's just a different mentality.
A lot of ground.
Yeah, but you got to the mentality that I think you got to have for safety is you have to be able to dislodge the ball from the ball carrier. And I think a lot of times corners want to try to intercept the ball. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's designed for that.
I got two more questions for you. Now, you think Howie got an eye on Hendrickson out there?
Trey, we were talking about that the other day, Jay. Man,
he should have an eye on him.
I mean, do we want to pay him though? Because he wants to be paid, and I know Joe and Kyle are like they're gonna strong arm him and make him play for the salary that he's under. I don't think that dog's gonna hunt though. I really don't.
How it gonna work on something? And do you ever get the itch to still play? Like just hit somebody?
Wait a minute, what?
He wants to know if you get the itch to hit people still.
You know what, Jay? I'm gonna answer you truthfully. I can't. You can't do that now because lawsuits and things and ramifications.
Don't ask one of them stupid questions. Just real quick.
No,
Jim Miller jump. Quick.
Listen. I didn't think it was a stupid. I mean, I hear you, but I just knew I would be the one. I just knew I would be the one that would be accused of asking stupid questions before Joe.
That was a stupid question.
Guess what? Luckily for you, Jay, he didn't answer. Jay, we're done now. That's more than enough for Jay.
I thought that would happen to me first.
Yeah. I mean, hold on.
What are the stupid ass questions you asked?
Do we really think other teams are like, hold on a second, Cole Hamels is on WIP, turn everything down, he's going to tell us how to get Schwarber out.
I've enjoyed those last two calls.
They were
good.
good.
You did.
No,
you did,
we need more Rashid. I mean, anyone that's going to get this guy out of here, we need him on the show more. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard here. Well, I mean, we know the Eagles better be interested in the Trey Hendrickson thing. We know you're a fan of Trey Hendrickson.
No, but it's the money. Like we tend to forget as fans, man.
Mm-hmm.
That money makes the meter move. Like we can want people all we want, but if you're not gonna pay him,
stop worrying about money.
Okay, fine.
Always worry. All right, coming up next, leading off.
Pocket watching Hugh.
I know, it's
Pocket
unbelievable.
watching.
This all this guy does. All right, we'll get you set for the Phillies and the Cardinals game number 1, the entire doubleheader leading off next as we're live at Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP Midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush, or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the gentleman's club and steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at delilahs.com. Delilah's, always on top.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get here soon and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. The Celtics just hung banner 18, and they may not get close to 19. Jason Tatum's out with a torn Achilles for likely the next season. The roster is about to cost a fortune, and there's a new owner coming in who didn't build this team and might not keep it together. The NBA salary cap rules don't reward super teams anymore. They punish them. So was this the start of something or the only shot they'll get? I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
You know what that means?
Today, the day, welcome on in. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Hugh Douglas, Joe Dill, getting set for the Phillies and the Cardinals. Hugh, we got ourselves a double header.
Do we, though?
Well, yes, we do.
Well, we're being optimistic. It's still raining.
Well, we're here.
Well, yeah, we're here.
And no one has told us to leave. So
Not yet.
No, I think we're going to play. I mean, now we'll see if this first game starts on time, and the second game is going to be tonight. But we do have a doubleheader scheduled. And Hugh, there's actually something on the line here that I don't know if we've talked about the last 2 days.
What do we not talk about?
Well, the Phillies haven't lost a home series in a very long time.
Oh, this would be 6, right?
Well, no, that would be just series wins. I'm talking about
here.
Okay, they haven't lost a home series,
okay,
I believe, since last August.
Gotcha.
So they lost the first game to the Cardinals. So they have to win both these games today in order to win this series. Hopefully we get that and get back on track before the Pirates come in this weekend. All right, Phillies come in at 24-17. Cardinals at 23-19. And this Cardinals team, we saw them in St. Louis. I don't think they're very good, but they are on a heater right now. They have won 9 games in a row, including the opener against the Phillies. All right, 215-592-9494 for to hop in. The player to count on, sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. All right, Hugh, you mentioned there the music, the sound Kyle played us in with. Maybe that means it's Bryce's day. I've got another reason that even though I have some concern, it might be a good Bryce Harper day. So the pitching matchup for the opener in this first one is going to be Eric Fetty against Jesus Lazardo. Now, in his career, you ready for these numbers? Bryce Harper against Eric Fetty? Bryce Harper in his career against Eric Fetty, in 22 at-bats, he has gone deep 6 times. He has a .500 batting average and an OPS of nearly 2,000 against Eric Fetty. In other words, he has teed off on this guy.
Kameda Tan. This is the day that you need to Kameda Tan, and hopefully that is the case because Bryce needs. I'm not as concerned about Bryce, but it would be nice for him to get back to doing what Bryce Harper normally does.
All right, let's make him the player to count on. After a day of talking about it, we worried. This is a pitcher he has handled very well in his career. Let's go to the phone lines. Bob in Lower Pottsgrove is up. Hey, Bob.
What up, Bob?
Yeah. Good afternoon, you and Joe. Nice to talk to you fellas.
You too, Bob.
Anyway,
What's up?
I'm always in a funk after a Phillies loss, and especially a day with the doubleheader. And as I remember, early in the year, Jesus Lazardo was so good, we thought it might have been one of the Phillies' best trades ever. Last time out, he had no command, high pitch count. It was terrible. It wasn't the same player. And several of these Phillies, look at Nola, 0-5, he looked bad. Then he had that great game. And then the last time he pitched, again, he wasn't good. A couple days ago, I praised Trey Turner. He had his average up to 318, 5th in the National League, fielding great. Then he goes into a slump, and he also made a bad play the other night. So I'm just frustrated. And Rafael Marchand, last year he had a real decent average. Then that Thursday game with Taijuan Walker pitching, he made a terrible throw. His average keeps dropping from 100 to 087. Yet he's not going to play. They're not going to bring back Stubbs. They're going to stick with him. Then you talk about Johan Rojas. He looks like he might finally have learned how to hit, and then he does nothing. I'm just so frustrated. I don't know what to think. I don't know whether this team is a playoff team or not. And how do you feel? Do you feel the same way, Joe? You're tremendously conflicted?
Tremendous.
Well, they've been, I'll say it this way. They've been up and down, and Bob, always great to hear from you. There's been a lot of great, Hugh. There's been some that's been frustrating so far this season. He attacked a lot of different things there. The one thing I'll say about Lazardo, now Bob's point was the last 2 or 3 starts, he hasn't been as dominant as he was the first month. Sometimes when a player gets off to a start like Lazardo, we got to, like, it all evens out, right? Like, Jesus Lazardo is not, when he's not prime Clayton Kershaw, right? He's really good. I think he could be an all-star this year. But I'm not shocked that the last few starts it's been more good than great. I mean, I'm not expecting every time for him to go out there and strike out 10 and walk nobody.
He got like 6. It was like 6 hits, 2 runs the last outing.
Yeah,
and
he was talking about his command. He had 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 hits, 2 runs. He was good, but he wasn't overwhelming.
Great.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's decent. You would take that.
Yes.
Especially from a guy who we talk about his back issues and everything like that. That's not a bad outing.
No. Overall, he's been excellent. I mean, just like the whole picture of it. Now, he mentioned Trey Turner there. I mean, Hugh, this is the Trey Turner experience. We've seen this now for 3 seasons. When Trey is hot, he's as hot as any player in baseball. Like, doesn't it feel like every single year he's been here, he has a stretch where he hits 400 for, 3 weeks or a month, and then he falls back. So when he's red hot, you always kind of know that's coming, that he's going to have a day or 2 or 3 where he doesn't get any hits. I think overall, Trey has been pretty good this year, like especially offensively. I'm fine with it.
And he's been working hard at the positions, at the shortstop.
Why can't he tag anybody? I keep wondering that. He misses tags like every other game. It's crazy.
I guess because he's not trying to. I guess not be mechanical. I guess he's trying to make it more second nature, not be mechanical.
I don't know what it is. His defense is always an adventure, but he's hit more this year. It is an adventure. Every time he plays, it's an adventure. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
You, Joe Kyle, what's up, man? Thanks for getting me in.
You got it, buddy. What do you think of Terrence?
Joe, man, I heard you say that Pete Rose, he cheated in his jersey, right?
He did. He was a manager, and he bet on baseball.
You know who else cheated in his jersey?
Who's that?
Barry Bonds.
Sure.
Mark McGwire. Clemens. Like, so, to me, cheating is cheating. The Houston Astros, they cheated. Like, to me, it's like, I feel like he's giving Pete Rose a double standard, and he's letting these other guys off the hook. Even Sammy Sosa, he cheated on the field and off the field with bleaching the skin, turning himself white. So to me,
I can't hold that one against him.
That's egregious.
That's his prerogative.
He said he got vitiligo.
Yeah, you believe that?
Nah.
But to me, it's all cheating, Joe. You can't penalize. To me, do I think other people cheated in baseball that we don't know about? Yes. Do I think Pete Rose got caught on it? Yes. But do I think he's one of the best hitters in baseball history? Yes. So we got to judge him on what he did, and we can't judge him what he did off the field. On the field, he was a heck of a player. He did his job. He was a big part of baseball.
Yeah, he was a great player, and he helped the Phillies too. Like, I get it, maybe it is a double standard. To me, it's worse to bet on the game as a manager than to take steroids. But that's me. I'll be the Pete Rose is leave him out of the Hall of Fame.
And for Bryce Harper, I am concerned about Bryce Harper because I feel like we got to stop saying. I heard you say this earlier, Joe. We got to stop saying it's still early. It's not early no more.
No, it's not. We're a quarter of the way in. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, we're getting deeper and deeper, Joe. And I feel like age is playing a part on this. We know since Harper came into the league, he had his violent swing, and all he knows is to hit the long ball. And I feel like he hasn't learned this. He hasn't learned that yet to adjust his swing to just get a hit. And I feel like he's in his 30s now. And we don't know if this guy's waking up with body aches. Because I know they never told me this when I was young. When I got my 30s, I woke up and stuff was hurting on me, and I didn't know why I was hurting.
I feel the same way in my 30s. We got Hugh over here. He's in his 50s. I mean, he's.
I feel great though.
Yeah.
All right, Terrence, man, we appreciate the phone call.
Forgetting stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Well, that has happened. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll continue leading off starting lineup sex. Devin will also jump in with us. We're live today from Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Do
you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Live from Citizens Bank Park. It is Leading Off, broadcasting live from the DeBoer Hart Lung Center broadcast booth.
Room.
DeBoer Hart Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. As we make room because Devin Caney joins us in the booth. Devin, how we doing?
I'm doing well, guys. You know, another beautiful day for baseball.
Beautiful
out
day.
Here.
We going to get both these in today?
Yeah, we're going to get them in.
I don't know. It's not looking great. It's not looking great right now. It took me forever to get to the booth today because just walking through the concourse,
a lot of cheering.
Everyone who's in here is just hiding under the roof of the concourse. So it's pretty crowded in here today. But we'll see. I think it's supposed to taper off throughout the afternoon, so at least one will get in, I think.
Well, it's Weather Education Day, so
It is.
it's apropos today for the
It
Phillies
is.
and the Cardinals in some rain with a doubleheader. All right, Devin, we start today with the Phillies after the loss a couple days ago, but I was saying before you came in, we have something on the line today. They have to win both these games to continue the streak. They haven't lost a home series, I believe, since last August.
Wow.
It's remarkable how good they are at home.
Yeah.
They never lose here.
Well, fans show up for them.
Yep.
You know, clearly, rain or shine, we're seeing that proven today, specifically with the rain. But they seem to really feed off the fans' energy. I didn't realize that it had been that long since they had lost a series at home. They've also won five straight series, which I think is a record for the first time in at least like 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah.
So they need to win to continue that as well.
It's pretty crazy they won 95 games last year, but didn't ever win 5 straight series.
I know, it is kind of crazy to think
They
about.
must have had a couple splits in there because, you know, April and May last year, they were winning so many games. Starting lineups brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. Our Phillies lineup today: Stott leading off at second base, Trey Turner batting second at shortstop, first baseman Bryce Harper batting third, Kyle Schwarber in the cleanup spot hitting fourth at DH, Nick Castellanos hitting fifth in right field, Max Kepler hitting sixth in left field, Alec Boehm at third base hitting seventh, Brandon Marsh in center field hitting eighth, and Rafael Marchand doing the catching, batting ninth, Lazardo on the mound. Devin, it's interesting. I know we talked about this just a couple days ago, but
yeah,
Topper, he was able to make a switch today, a subtle one. So, you know, originally, if they had played last night, right, Lazardo would have pitched and JT would have caught. And then today was supposed to be a day game, and he kind of alluded that, well, Marchand's going to catch Nola again. Well, because it's a doubleheader, I think it's kind of telling he switched it up, right? He started Marchand in this game, which means JT will catch Nola tonight.
It's so funny. I literally thought of our conversation as soon as I saw the lineup because I saw Marchand was catching for Lazardo, and Rob Thomas was asked about it ahead of the 1 p.m. game just about an hour ago, and he said he actually didn't make the call as to who was pitching first. He said he left it up to Nola and Lazardo to kind of work it out themselves, and in traditional Aaron Nola fashion, Nola was like, I don't know, whatever Jesus wants to do. So Lazardo wanted to go first, and I don't know if Marchand would have switched, you know, with whoever wanted to go first for second, but Nola gets JT as his catcher. As long as both these games go off today, I'll say. We don't know if that's going to happen given the weather.
Yeah, we don't. But Hugh, I don't. To me, there's something to that. Yesterday he was pretty effusive on the morning show, Topper, that the Marchand Nola thing's not a big deal. But he had an opportunity to switch it, and he switched it as soon as he could.
Well, I think it's a big deal for Nola, and I think that, you know, him being what we think we know about him, he didn't want to make it a big deal, but it is, because you talk about your ERA, it looks a whole lot different. With
he has
JT.
to be aware.
He's a guy that's super aware about what he's doing. So it has to be one of those things where if he doesn't want to say it, but he definitely has his choice, and JT is definitely that choice.
Or he's being a good teammate.
He's trying to be.
Lazardo, I'm going to let you take the.
Yeah, he's trying to be a good teammate.
It would have been fun if he was like, I'll just take whatever game Rafael Marciano's not catching.
Yeah,
Give me the other one.
You could probably, it's one of those things where his body language probably told you exactly, said all of that. Probably like, hey, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know what y'all want to do.
Well, you know what else was interesting that Topper said, and I haven't looked at the numbers yet, but JT, I guess, hits a lot better at night, in night games, which is a big part of why he chose to start JT for the later game today versus the 1 p.m. So something to keep an eye on. JT, I guess, I don't know if it's still true. Remember if he had a stretch where he was hitting really well when he was away?
Yes.
And really bad at home. We were all joking that maybe he just wasn't getting sleep because he had so many kids. So maybe it's something to do with that, but apparently he hits really well at night.
What to watch for, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of Xfinity Mobile's Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. All right, Devin, what's your thought on how this is going to play out? Because Topper yesterday, when he was asked about Taiwan, alluded to the idea they could still go to a six-man rotation at some point. They're now talking about Andrew Painter getting up to 75 pitches in AAA, which means he's not that far away physically. I mean, maybe they want him to refine everything for another month or so, but he's obviously his arm strength is building up to where he could be ready to start a full game, 5-6 innings soon. Do you think they're going to go to a six-man rotation at some point?
I mean, it would potentially if they need to with Painter. I think that Taiwan, I feel like I haven't seen him come out of the bullpen even in a really long time.
I don't think he's pitched since he pitched the 3 innings last week.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And Topper actually was asked about him earlier today. He said he's going to try to get him in today from the bullpen because he doesn't want him to go over a week without pitching. But look, it's not the worst problem to have, having too many starting pitchers that you need to get through. My question, I guess, would be for Zach Wheeler, who I know doesn't like the six-man rotation because he doesn't like that extra day of rest. I don't know. Ranger Suarez clearly had no interest in going to the bullpen. Not that it's entirely up to him. I don't know what their plan will be. But Andrew Painter, he said he wants to get him to 90, 95 pitchers. So I think he still has a little bit of time to go before we have to worry about that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it might be July. And at some point, the Dodgers do this every year. They might just give some of these guys a break for 2 weeks. Right? Just like a phantom IL stint.
Yeah.
I mean, and that way you keep them healthy, you keep them rested for the playoffs, and you keep to a 5-man rotation. Devin, we appreciate you hopping on.
Of course.
Enjoy the doubleheader, and we will talk soon. Our coming up, injury report and our weather report, which right now certainly includes some rain. It's leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing confidently on your home run bet with BetMGM's no-sweat home run token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If you lose your bet, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the place to bet the long ball. Don't miss out on our lineup of exciting promotions for the MLB season. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Pardo in the first one, Sonny Gray, Aaron Nola in game number 2. Injury report sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com. We mentioned with Devin there that they're bumping up Painter now to about 70, 75 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
I really wonder how long he's going to be down there. They've said July-ish. But, Hugh, if he's healthy and pitching well, and now we're past just like 1 or 2 or 3 innings, I don't want them wasting innings in AAA. Like, it's fine now, right? He's still building up. But, like, let's say a month from now, he's fully healthy, he's pitching well. Like, if he's throwing 6 innings down there,
let him come on up.
I'm going to say, why are we wasting 6 innings there? Those 6 innings should be here.
You know, it's funny. It's just like, again, the whole Strasburg thing. When they brought him up, and he was on an innings count or whatever, and then I think towards when he got close to his number, then that's when they pulled back.
They shut him down.
Yeah. So I think it's probably going to be something similar.
I'll never forget the image because they lost their first round playoff series to the Cardinals.
Yeah, and he was chilling.
He was watching from the dugout as they lost Game 5, and it was remarkable.
But when you look at that and you look at his career as a whole, that probably, even though they tried to do right by him, it still didn't work out. He still burnt out pretty quick.
He did win the World Series.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did, and then he was done.
Then he was
like
done.
it was like
he was a great pitcher, but he was done.
A hell of a pitcher, but he was hurt, often hurt. But when he was out there, man, he was a difference maker.
Well,
no
it just
question.
goes to show you, you could try your hardest. It's hard to
keep him healthy, especially when you talk about what he brought to the table when he was out there.
I just think, and I know this is a very simplistic way to look at it. It doesn't mean they shouldn't try. I just think some pitchers are built to last and some break. Like Aaron Nola. He just rolls out and throws 200 innings every year, and he's durable,
he's
right?
He's built different.
And it's – I don't know if it's work. I don't know how much of it is the exercises they do, the way they – or is it some guys just biologically are built to throw and some their arms break?
Who was it? I think is it Tim
Lincecum.
Who had the funky – the motion,
the freak, yeah,
man, and the way that he threw, he was another cat.
He was dominant, and then
he burnt out because of the way he pitched. Yep. But he was a little guy. He's a little wiry guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a fun pitcher to watch. All right, today's weather report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. All right, meteorologist Douglas, what's your feeling right now on this one?
Oh, no, we ain't getting these games. We ain't getting both of these games.
We're getting the games in.
Man, as I look out right now, it's been drizzling. It's been drizzling all day.
What a coward.
Why does it always – why?
You're scared of a little rain.
What you mean am I scared? They're scared of a little rain.
No, they're not.
They got the tarps on. They still got the tarp on.
They're just trying to keep the infield dirt from getting all wet.
Yeah. And guess what?
What?
How are you going to get the infield dirt? How are you going to get all the water off the infield tarp?
Listen.
Seriously, though, don't they have a vacuum cleaner to get all that water off?
I think that's not.
They're just going to roll it off?
All right. My weather app's telling me light rain expected to stop in 42 minutes, right when the game's about to start. We have 70% rain at 1, 60% at 2, 35% at 3, and it's over. We're getting 2 games in today.
I don't think so.
We are. You want to bet? I bet you $2 we get both these.
$2.
$2.
All right, then, no, we go get you a little adult beverage.
Sure, we'll bet an adult.
We don't need to take any more of Hugh's money after recent
events. What are you talking about? Matter of fact, I should have asked Devin who she think was going to be the hot hand today, so he can give me one of these 10-leg parlays I'm about to put down.
We already gave out player to count on. Bryce Harper. We did
we did. I'm just saying. Who else? We did do that.
You
So I
bet
guess
multiple home run bets today?
Yeah, I'm feeling lucky
You
today.
parlay home run bets. You can make a pretty penny.
I'm gonna do that.
All right.
We got Bryce.
You want a Cardinal or you want another
Schwarber.
Philly? Schwarber? That means it's always a good one, you.
I was Schwarber. Hey, lady.
You want Bryce?
My
you
fault.
back to saying hi to everyone?
No, I'm just saying. She came up on the ground.
This is our cue to hand this thing off. All right, Scott France is going to get you for On Deck, and of course the Phillies and the Cardinals
Leave me alone.
are
Leave
coming
me
up
alone.
next. A doubleheader. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Go Phil. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.